A gentle, peaceful story, deserving of everyone's time after a long, tiring day. The story is about Kang Hyun, a young man ashamed of his impoverished family. He severed ties with his relatives and dedicated himself to his studies to achieve success. Finally, upon becoming a judge, he realized his ideals were wrong. Everything seemed to crumble when he discovered he had terminal cancer. In despair, Kang Hyun tried to save a drunk man who had fallen onto the train tracks, and the worst happened. Unable to say goodbye to his mother, he helplessly gave up his life. At that moment of life and death, a symphony sounded, taking him back to the past. Miraculous things began to happen from this moment on, and he realized he had immense musical talent. Today is graduation day for the students of this school. The young Kang Hyun has studied incredibly hard, and now only the daunting judicial exam remains. Stepping out of the school gate, Kang Hyun heard his mother's somewhat familiar voice calling him from nearby. Looking back, he saw both his father and mother standing there with a golden bouquet in their hands. "Congratulations on your graduation, son. Look how much our son has grown. Come here." At that moment, Kang Hyun's hand suddenly tightened around his briefcase. His emotions did not seem very happy with his parents' appearance. Somehow guessing her son's expression, the mother sadly sighed and said, "Even though you said we did not need to come, but how could you say that? This is your final graduation ceremony. Your parents came just to congratulate you. Let your parents stay with you for a while. Let us have a meal together and buy whatever you like." Facing his mother's gentle demeanor, Kang Hyun's face grew darker. "Son, when you graduate, you can play the violin again, the one you love." Hearing this, Kang Hyun gritted his teeth and shouted, "No need," then he swatted away his mother's bouquet. The bouquet fell to the ground along with Kang Hyun's cold voice. "I gave it up so long ago, and now you bring it up again. What is the point? You do not need to come to the remaining exams either. I will take care of myself. I am also sick of this laundry detergent smell." As he spoke, the boy turned and walked away, leaving his parents standing there in turmoil. What had happened to their family that made Kang Hyun become like this? In reality, his family made a living by running a small laundry shop. The simple daily meals and the smell of laundry detergent on Kang Hyun, on his parents. Everything made him feel suffocated. So he studied relentlessly, hoping for a better life, despite being called a loner. The internet was a luxury for Kang Hyun. Every day, he could only keep company with textbooks and boring notebooks. He did not want to spend his whole life in a cramped little room like this anymore. He had to try, had to succeed, and had to escape this dark and tiring life. Graduation, people said it was the end, but for Kang Hyun, it was just the first step. The first step towards building a bright life and a beautiful future. Time passed, and Kang Hyun devoted himself entirely to the important judicial exam. It was said that this exam was extremely fierce, and along with that, Kang Hyun received countless scornful comments from his peers because of his background. They considered Kang Hyun's top scores a result of a visit from the god of luck. Although he was known for his impressive grades since high school, because of his poor background, it seemed everyone denied his efforts and achievements. Ignoring all those words, one day, Kang Hyun received a scholarship from the Jaehan Corporation, a leading corporation in the Korean market. Once you stepped into it, it could be said that life had blossomed. But ironically, the phrase Jaehan Corporation scholarship was not so glamorous. To put it more accurately, you became a dog of the Jaehan Corporation. But it did not matter. Kang Hyun did not mind because once he became a part of the Jaehan Corporation, he would succeed. And very quickly, his life would change. This was surely a solid stepping stone, and there was no better opportunity at present. After graduating from a top university and the Judicial Research and Training Institute, Kang Hyun worked as a prosecutor at the Western District Prosecutor's Office. At the same time, he handled the dirty work for the Jaehan Corporation. After that, Kang Hyun quickly climbed to the position of chief prosecutor. Instead of upholding the law and protecting justice as his ideal, he covered for the Jaehan Corporation. When he succeeded and achieved everything, what would his life be like? Kang Hyun could not help but think about it, but feelings of inferiority and greed made those thoughts quickly disappear. He just kept groping in the darkness. Until one time, his father-in-law asked Kang Hyun a meaningful question: "Shouldn't you step into politics now?" Although Kang Hyun did not quite understand, his father-in-law explained that it was an opportune time because Kang Hyun's reputation was still good. The financial matters for this campaign would be taken care of by the Jaehan Corporation. His father-in-law gently placed a finger on Kang Hyun's wedding photo and said in a contemptuous voice, "People know you come from a poor, dirty family, a dragon rising from a small pond. That saying is very apt for describing filthy rats, but for my son-in-law, that past is more like mud than a small pond. Although you have done very well at Jahan, you still need to get involved in politics. Then you can turn my daughter into a modern princess. Of course, you also need to emphasize your pitiful and filthy past to elicit people's pity. Turn that past into an advantage for yourself. Even when faced with such contempt, Kong Hyun still had to nod, because he truly hated the smell of laundry detergent from the shop, even in his memories. Everything was going smoothly until one time, Kong Hyun had a general checkup at the hospital and received shocking news from the doctor. He seemed to not believe his ears, repeatedly asking the doctor in front of him, "Did you say I have pancreatic cancer?" The doctor slowly nodded and advised Kong Hyun to prepare himself because it was too late now. After saying that, the doctor sighed regretfully because the patient in front of him had neglected his health, only going for a checkup and being diagnosed when, if it had been a little earlier, I could have treated it. If it had been a little earlier, things would not have turned out like this. At that moment, Kong Hyun's mind was in a tangled mess. He seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell with nothing to cling to. Kong Hyun did not even know how he managed to walk out of the hospital in that chaotic state. It was not until he stood in front of the train station and heard the echoing announcement that he regained his terrible train of thought. But who could he tell that he was dying of cancer? Kong Hyun wondered in despair. Tell this to his wealthy wife, with whom he had no emotional connection. Or tell his respectable father-in-law, who only saw him as a dog their family kept. And the Jahan Corporation would also abandon him if he was no longer valuable, right? Just then, the alarm rang from the touchscreen phone in his hand. Kong Hyun looked down at his phone and was stunned to realize that the person who had just called was his mother. Trying to stay calm, Kong Hyun hesitantly said hello. From the other end of the phone came his mother's gentle, pitiful voice. "Is everything okay, son? I am not calling to ask for money, so do not hang up." I have eaten," he replied mechanically to his mother's question, and she quickly noticed the difference in his voice. "Oh my, why does your voice sound strange? Are you okay? Are you still that busy these days, son?" Glancing at his reflection in the glass window, Kong Hyun shook his head and replied no. "No, not busy, Mom," he said as tears he had been trying to hold back welled up in his eyes. At this moment, all his efforts so far seemed meaningless, leaving him to ask himself, "What have I lived for?" Through the reflection in the glass window, he saw the sweet smiles of schoolgirls with violins on their shoulders. In the past, Kong Hyun, like them, had enjoyed happy moments. Those happy moments were more important than money, more important than success. Suddenly, his mother's gentle voice pulled Kong Hyun back to reality. "Son, are you sure you are okay?" Taking a deep breath, he softly replied, "Yes, I am just a little tired. I will rest early, so do not worry, Mom." Just as he said this, the man standing next to Kong Hyun, who was dozing off drunk, accidentally fell onto the train tracks. Instinctively, Kong Hyun lunged forward, trying to grab the man. The phone he was holding fell to the ground, causing his mother's voice to become extremely panicked and worried. "Son, what was that sound? Son, Kong Hyun, where are you?" With not much time left, Kong Hyun jumped down and approached the man. Hey mister, are you alright? Open your eyes, you crazy man, this is not a place to sleep." "Damn it, he is too drunk, he does not know anything anymore." Kong Hyun had to try and hoist the man onto his shoulders to get him off the tracks. But ironically, the high-speed train appeared right in front of them. Looking at the dazzling lights approaching rapidly, Kong Hyun's mind seemed to fall silent. "Should I have told my mother about my illness? It would be better than a death by accident like this, would not it? I should also tell my father-in-law that I do not care about politics. And most of all, it would be great to be with the person I love. I would appreciate a life not spent serving others. To be able to live an upright life with my head held high. Oh, on the day I graduated, I should have at least taken a picture with my parents as a keepsake. Why do people always regret things after it is too late? It is too late now, and I can't even say goodbye to my parents. Before this moment of imminent death, I feel so foolish, and if I could go back, I would live a meaningful life." Everything happened in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, a familiar melody rang in Kong Hyun's mind. This made him wonder, do people hear music when they die? Time seemed to freeze, with life like a film, mixed with a lingering poignant song that permeated his soul. Appearing before his eyes were a pair of deer hooves radiating a strange light. Is this reality or a dream? A translucent deer, like a character from a fairy tale, appeared beside the music that was not unfamiliar to Kong Hyun. "Oh, the sacred fire of God, where will your faith return?" The beautiful melody and the image of the deer were what Kong Hyun saw before his consciousness faded into darkness. He did not know how long had passed when he suddenly smelled a familiar scent. Is this the smell of oil, the familiar smell from my childhood, lingering in the cramped space of the laundry shop? That musty smell clung to me every day. Even now, after a decade, I still can't forget it. Did that smell follow me even to death? But that smell I hated so much as a child, now I strangely miss it. Kong Hyun's silent consciousness echoed with a regretful wish. If only once before I die, I could see my parents again, the people who dedicated their lives to caring for me. If only that were possible, I would have no regrets. Tears of regret rolled down his face, falling into nothingness. Suddenly, Kong Hyun woke up to his mother's urgent calls. Kong Hyun, wake up, son, it is time to get up. Amidst the familiar morning sounds, the boy sat up, looking around in a daze. His mind had not yet grasped what was happening. And the moment he saw his mother's beautiful youthful face, Kong Hyun thought he was dreaming. Come on, son, you will be late for school. Yes, that face and that voice, the image that Kong Hyun could never forget, and could not believe was real. He stammered, Mom. The morning birds chirped merrily through the window, filling the room. The door of the small cramped laundry shop suddenly opened. Mom, I am going to school. Watching her son's back, the mother exclaimed in surprise, Oh my, it is still early, son. And you are still wearing yesterday's clothes. Are you okay? In response to her concerned care was an innocent smile, a belated smile after a lifetime. I am fine, Mom. It is okay. Mom, I am going now. Saying that, the boy stepped out the door, embracing the morning sunlight. After the door closed, the mother still stood there in a daze, while the father suddenly spoke, Honey, do you find it strange? Did you feed him something, woman? The mother frowned and retorted, Feed him nonsense, what are you thinking? Oh no, haha. I was just a little surprised that he suddenly seemed more mature. Time flew by, and a week had passed since that day. Entering the classroom, Kong Hyun went to his seat. After placing his books on the desk, his eyes wandered towards the window, gazing at the clear blue sky. Yes, it was not a dream. Kong Hyun had returned to the past. He returned from a death filled with regret. Given a second chance at the yearning time he had missed. In that final moment, Kong Hyun remembered seeing a white deer. Could it have brought me here? It was something he could not explain. But anyway, he had been given a new opportunity. Thinking of this, the boy's small hands clenched into fists. I definitely won't miss this precious chance, and I will change everything. Today, the weekly test papers were handed out by the teacher. Kong Hyun's scores surprised his classmates because he got a perfect 100 on everything. Kong Hyun, is that really you? You have always had poor grades before. Facing everyone's curious gazes, Kong Hyun scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, I just studied harder. A disbelieving classmate loudly declared, Liar, you must have cheated. Kong Hyun chuckled and turned to look at that classmate, suggesting, If you do not believe me, let us make a bet. Compared to the earth-shattering judicial exam in his past life, these tests were a piece of cake, haha. Just then, the classroom door opened, and a classmate hurried in. Hey, Kong Hyun. The teacher wants to see you. Go to the teacher's room quickly. A moment later in the teacher's room, a teacher with a disgruntled expression walked up to Kong Hyun and asked loudly, You are Kong Hyun, right? Seeing her aggressive demeanor, another teacher stepped forward, Hey Mrs. Hyejin, calm down and have a seat. But she still shouted angrily. Enough is enough. How can a child who always ranks last suddenly top the entire grade? Answer quickly, you cheated, did not you? Even if they tried, your parents would not have the money for you to take extra classes. I heard your family relies on a laundry shop. Looking at your circumstances, I know it is impossible. Her tone became increasingly unpleasant, making the teacher next to her very uncomfortable. Seeing the other teacher constantly trying to calm her down, she pointed at him and asked, Teacher, you know my eldest son enrolled in an international school last year, right? Since then, I have been assigned the position of president of the Parent-Teacher Association. I have raised a lot of funds for this school with the sole desire to create a good learning environment for my son. Besides, my son also attends math classes abroad. The commotion in the teacher's room attracted many students to gather and watch, causing Kong Hyun to sigh wearily. Mrs. Hyejin continued to point at the teacher and scold him. My son has always been the top student in the school, but now you are covering for a cheating child. Unable to bear it any longer, Kong Hyun, with an icy expression, interrupted her. Can you guarantee the words you just said? His sudden interruption stunned both the teacher and Mrs. Hyejin. What are you saying? What? For some reason, looking at the child's face, she felt a chill down her spine. After a moment of silence, Kong Hyun spoke loudly and confidently. According to Article 156 of the Criminal Code, falsely accusing an organization or individual, the slanderer will be disciplined for their actions against others. The fact that the PTA president arbitrarily raises funds and participates in math classes shows that the education in this school is not guaranteed. It also shows that the president is abusing her position, an unpaid position. Do you know about the mole lawsuit in the late 1980s that caused a nationwide controversy? Because of that, the court issued many sentences under Article 129 of the Criminal Code for bribery. I can file a lawsuit if you want. So, I will ask again, do you have any evidence that I cheated? As he spoke, Kong Hyun gave a seemingly harmless smile. Stunned for a moment by his words, Mrs. Hyejin tried to retort, What? Is this how you talk to adults? At this point, the teacher next to her quickly added to Kong Hyun's words. Mrs. Hyejin, Kong Hyun is right. Accusing someone without evidence is wrong. If you insist on this, I can only invite you to the principal's office. Then he turned to Kong Hyun and gently instructed, you should go back to class. I will handle the rest. Hearing that, Kong Hyun politely bowed his head to thank the teacher and turned to leave. After a few steps, he turned back and smiled. Oh, and in the future, please consider things carefully before speaking, Ms. PTA President. His every word and gesture infuriated and somewhat frightened Mrs. Hyejin. You arrogant child. Why are you here? She yelled, but no one paid much attention anymore. As for Kong Hyun, he left the teacher's room, strolling down the hallway in the warm afternoon sun. The incident had been noisy and troublesome, but at least he had shut her up. Suddenly, Kong Hyun's eyes stopped and immediately turned to look at a board next to him. He saw a poster promoting the school's music club with a picture of a violin. Music club, thinking about it, this was the club his friend Di-woo had mentioned. During break time earlier, Di-woo had come up to Kong Hyun, holding up a similar poster and asking if he wanted to join the music club. Kong Hyun, dazed for a moment, softly exclaimed, the music club seems pretty cool. Hearing that, Di-woo smiled excitedly. You just said the music club is cool, right? And Kong Hyun, have you ever played the violin? Faced with that question, Kong Hyun did not know how to answer for a moment, and a memory deep within his heart surfaced. Yes, there was definitely a time. Suddenly, the boy snapped out of his reverie when a melody reached his ears. It was a melody he could never forget in this lifetime. Following the sound, Kong Hyun looked towards a room at the end of the hallway. Yes, this melody, it can't be wrong. His footsteps quickened as he ran towards the room. Faith, the sacred fire of God. This was the melody from the end of his death. The melody of the Savior in Kong Hyun's mind, the sound that appeared simultaneously with the mysterious deer. This piece was Beethoven's Symphony No. 9, Op. 125, Movement 4, Ode to Joy. It could not be wrong, the song he had heard. Thinking of this, Kong Hyun immediately opened the door and stepped inside, to the astonishment of everyone in the room. Only then did he come to his senses and realize that this was the music club. Slightly flustered, Kong Hyun quickly spoke, I am sorry everyone, I was drawn in by the music and unintentionally came here. Hearing his explanation, the teacher on the podium smiled sweetly. It is okay. Being drawn in by the music shows that you have a keen ear. But more importantly, could you introduce yourself? Just as Kong Hyun did not know what to do, his friend's voice rang out. Oh my Kong Hyun, you really came to our club. Following the call, Kong Hyun looked over and saw Di-woo. Is this your club, Di-woo? Seeing him appear, Di-woo cheerfully announced to the teacher, Teacher, this is Kong Hyun, the person I was talking about. Hearing this, the teacher turned to Kong Hyun and said excitedly, Ah, so you are the top student in the first year. Nice to meet you. I am Haejung, the music teacher for years 2 and 3. Are you here to join the club? Looking at the beautiful gentle teacher, Kong Hyun slowly shook his head. Oh no, I am sorry. Teacher Haejung was slightly disappointed, but suddenly thought of something and approached Kong Hyun with an invitation. Then would you like to visit our club? If you want, come on in. Reluctantly, Kong Hyun stepped inside and sat next to Di-woo, while the latter excitedly chattered. Today, the teacher said she will let us play the violin. Kong Hyun, you can play too. After learning that Kong Hyun had played the violin as a child, the teacher hesitantly wondered, but why did you stop? Kong Hyun pondered and was somewhat puzzled by her question until Ms. Haejung held a small beautiful violin in her hands. I thought you had talent and would become an excellent composer. Music is not just about playing an instrument. It is also about appreciating it. Was this a compliment from the teacher? But the words talent and composer successfully touched the boy's hardened heart. Now, watch my performance and give me your feedback. As she spoke, she held the violin to her shoulder, while Di-woo whispered to Kang Hyun, the teacher plays incredibly well. Then they turned to face her, focusing and preparing to listen to the melody of the violin. At first, Kang Hyun was a little curious, but not too expectant. However, as soon as the teacher and the violin played the first note, he was truly surprised. It felt like everything around him had transformed into a world of ice and snow. Her melody was like delicate footsteps on ice. Next came the allegro, with its increasing speed, creating an unforgettable highlight of the piece. She played carefully and meticulously, like a dancer moving swiftly across broken ice floes. Her fingers seemed to be dancing and enjoying themselves. Her every movement was incredibly natural, without a hint of awkwardness. It felt like Kang Hyun was facing a cold wind from the Arctic blowing through him. Just when he thought it would end, the melody before him changed. The tune broke through the ice and hurried forward like a traveler. The bow repeatedly struck the strings, producing a magical sound. A constantly changing icy world unfolded before Kang Hyun's eyes. Perhaps even he could not have imagined that his perception of music would be so keen and magical. All that remained in Kang Hyun's mind at this moment were the words amazing. In his previous life, he had frequently interacted with high society and was quite familiar with symphony orchestras and violin performances. That is why he could now be certain, the woman in front of him was not just a music teacher. After a long silence following the end of the piece, Kang Hyun spoke. What piece was that just now? That was the third movement, Winter, from the Four Seasons by the Italian genius composer Vivaldi. Oh, you know this piece. Kang Hyun did not hesitate to applaud and praise her. It was a wonderful performance. I have never heard anyone play better than you. His sincere praise made the teacher blush and thank him. By the way, teacher hesitating for a moment, Kang Hyun suddenly said something that startled the teacher. Your right hand is injured, is not it? Ms. Haejung's pupils widened slightly, indicating her surprise. What did you just say? Sensitively catching her slip-up, Kang Hyun hesitated for a moment before continuing. You might not have realized it, but I noticed your fingers trembling slightly when you held the bow. Especially during the climaxes, it was even more apparent. Why do you think so, Ms. Haejung asked in a daze, while everyone else in the club also wondered what Kang Hyun had just said. At this point, he also noticed everyone's strange reaction. Should I say something to explain my comment? But the problem was that even Kang Hyun himself did not understand why he felt that way. He was just a regular music listener and did not have any special talent in either his past or present life. But what he had just seen was something he felt when she played, the notes seeming to come alive and move before his eyes. Not knowing how to explain it logically, Kang Hyun could only smile sheepishly. It is like that, madam. That is what I felt. Looking at the innocent smile of the boy before her, Ms. Haejung silently wondered, just a feeling. A while later, after the students had left, Ms. Haejung stood pensively in the classroom under the golden afternoon sunlight. Suddenly, she remembered the past, slowly looking down at her hand. Back then, she had dreamed of becoming a violinist, but before she could achieve that. Thinking of the haunting past, Haejung gently clenched her hand and asked herself again, but what was that? Of course, young Kang Hyun has an excellent ear for music and the demeanor of a music connoisseur. But to be able to recognize my recovering injury just from a short performance. Moreover, he even knew the piece was the third movement of Vivaldi's Winter. At this moment, Haejung realized it was not as simple as the student had said. In such a short time, the boy also pointed out the current condition of my hand. This is not something an ordinary person could do. Oh no, an ordinary person could probably do it if that child was like Vivaldi. Thinking of this, she looked up at the portrait of the Italian composer Vivaldi hanging on the wall. Like him, a prodigy of the era. The old television on the shelf was broadcasting news about the Jaehan Corporation's risky investment in the semiconductor industry. The corporation had also discovered the world's first 256 megabytes DRAM. This was considered an opportune time, with South Korea leading the global semiconductor industry. Both the Prime Minister and the corporation's director were inspecting the semiconductor plant. Sitting in front of the TV, listening to the news, Kang Hyun wondered, I wonder if the Jaehan Corporation will succeed in this venture. He suddenly remembered the figure of a man, the CEO of Seon, whose motto was change or die, even severing ties with all members of the corporation, a powerful businessman pursuing success. Thinking back to the scandals Kong Hyun had handled for the Jaehan Group in his past life, he found it strange that a company was led by such an incompetent person. His father, reading the newspaper beside him and hearing the news, also exclaimed, "This corporation is quite talented, huh?" As for Kong Hyun, he sighed and said to himself, "Forget it, I have nothing to do with Jaehan now anyway." Just then, his mother came from the kitchen carrying a plate of chilled watermelon and gently asked her son, "Son, what are you planning to do during your vacation?" Taking the plate of watermelon from his mother's hand, Kong Hyun smiled, "I will help out at the shop since summer is a special time, Mom." "Haha, you do not have to do that, son." Suddenly, his mother's voice became full of emotion, making Kong Hyun bewildered. "Son, I am so glad you have grown up healthy, but your sudden change worries me." Perhaps the joy of being alive again made him forget how much he had changed. His unexpected transformation worried his parents, mixed with their joy. In any case, they probably just wanted their son to become better and live a happy life. "If you are tired, tell me, okay, and what do you think about visiting your grandfather during your next vacation? He said he wanted to see you for some reason." Hearing his mother mention his grandfather, Kong Hyun was surprised at first because he had not heard that name in a long time. Thinking back, this was about 5 years before his grandfather passed away at the age of 70 from old age. In his past life, Kong Hyun was so focused on studying that he did not pay attention to this event. He also did not properly attend his grandfather's funeral and only saw it as a study hall to kill time. Moreover, he did not visit his grandfather often when he was alive, and this was regrettable. Along with Kong Hyun's train of thought were his mother's instructions. "That is right, son, take a rest there and explore the city. Enjoy the food while you are there too." Looking at the happy, smiling faces of his parents in front of him, his distracted heart was gently soothed. In his past life, looking back with extreme regret, he had promised himself to live a meaningful life to make up for everything. So, meeting grandfather must be the first step. "Right, Mom, what does grandfather like to eat?" In the blink of an eye, the vacation arrived. Early this morning, Kong Hyun went to the bus station to catch a bus to his grandfather's place. But why did his grandfather suddenly look for him? What could it be? He had never sought him out like this in his past life. At that time, his grandfather had decisively cut ties with his mother, and even Kong Hyun did not know the reason. Sitting on the bus, looking out the window, he could not help but wonder. What will happen in this new life that God has given me? That afternoon, the taxi stopped in front of a house. Finally, after a day of traveling, Kong Hyun had arrived at his grandfather's house. Waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, he gently stepped out and admired the large house in front of him. Actually, it looked more like a castle than a house. He knew that his maternal grandparents were well off, but he did not think they were this well off. To elaborate on this matter, it is impossible not to mention Dongju Chemicals, the leading chemical company in Korea at present. Kong Hyun's grandfather was the founder and chairman of the company. He was a patriarchal man, so no matter how hard Kong Hyun's mother tried, she was not allowed to work at Dongju. His mother was ruthlessly ostracized and alienated after being kicked out of the house for marrying an ordinary person. The company was then handed over to Kong Hyun's incompetent uncle, which is why the Dongju company that his grandfather built over more than a decade was completely taken over by foreign companies. After 10 years. In his past life, his grandfather had never sought him out. The only time he met him was when he was a child. Everything seemed to have ended, and there was no connection between them when Kong Hyun grew older. With wandering thoughts, his small pretty finger gently pressed the doorbell. Through the smart device, a voice rang out asking, "Who is it?" Taking a breath, Kong Hyun replied, "It is Kong Hyun." The door quickly opened, and the housekeeper stepped out with a gentle smile. "Hello, Kong Hyun. Are you okay after such a long journey?" "I am fine. Here are some dishes my mother asked me to give to grandfather." Receiving the bag from him, the housekeeper saying that, the housekeeper led the way and chatted with Kong Hyun. Today is the family gathering day. Everyone is inside. He was quite surprised that today was the gathering day, but he followed her inside. "Chairman, young Master Kong Hyun is here." As soon as the housekeeper's announcement ended, an unfriendly voice rang out. "And, what do you mean, why is this kid here?" Facing Kong Hyun now were the scrutinizing, distant and cold gazes of those sitting on the chairs. A middle-aged man seeing him stood up and shouted, "Who brought you here?" After he finished speaking, the aunt sitting next to him added sarcastically, "This is not a wise thing your mother should do for Dad. Didn't she say she did not need money or this family when she left angrily? Is she trying to gain Dad's pity again?" Facing the malice of his relatives, Kong Hyun smiled and shook his head. "Aunt, it is not like that. My mother did not bring me here. Grandfather called me." Seeing his harmless smile and hearing his words, the uncle stood up again. "What did you say? That is ridiculous. How could Dad call you here?" His voice was somewhat panicked and frightened until the sound of a wooden cane hitting the floor echoed from behind. "It is true, I called Kong Hyun here." Hearing the old voice, Kong Hyun turned to look behind him. "I called the boy here. Do you have any objections?" While walking closer to his grandfather, he glanced at the three adults sitting on the chairs, making them so scared that they quickly stood up. "Ah, Dad, please have a seat. I do not have any objections." Ignoring them, his grandfather turned to look at his grandson. "Kong Hyun, is your mother doing well?" Although it had been a long time since he last saw his grandfather, Kong Hyun calmly smiled. "Yes, grandfather, my mother is doing well." Hearing his father care about that woman, the uncle's face turned pale. Why did Dad suddenly panicked? He hurriedly stepped forward, interrupting the conversation between Kong Hyun and his grandfather. "Ah, Dad, I have some issues I want to discuss with you. It is about the company. In the meantime, Kong Hyun, you can go upstairs. Your cousins are up there." Looking at the stiff, fake smile on his uncle's face, Kong Hyun glanced at him with disdain. He interrupted so hastily. Was he really that scared of his appearance? He guessed there was some secret here. He also smelled deceit. With these thoughts, Kong Hyun smiled and said to his grandfather, "Grandfather, my uncle is right. It has been a while since I have seen my cousins, so I want to see them now. Can I go upstairs to meet them?" Slightly surprised by his grandson's request, his grandfather nodded. "Yes, you can go." "Yes, then I will go upstairs first." Politely bowing to his grandfather, Kong Hyun walked past his wretched uncle as if nothing had happened, while the latter kept his eyes on his back. Pretending to be ignorant was a wise choice for now. There was no need to step into this dirty mud. Kong Hyun told himself so. Walking up the stairs, he stopped in front of a room and figured it must be this one. Gently turning the doorknob and opening the door, he was met with several pairs of eyes staring at him. At first, they were slightly surprised by his appearance, and then they looked annoyed. Pretending not to see their expressions, Kong Hyun smiled and said hello. "Long time no see, everyone." While they were still bewildered, someone approached Kong Hyun and called his name loudly. "Hey, why are you here?" The boy standing in front of Kong Hyun was Jinseok. In his past life, he was arrested for fraud, embezzlement, and misappropriation of funds, one of the people who tarnished the image of Dongju Chemicals. He was driven to desperation and shamelessly begged Kong Hyun for help. In the end, he was still a heartless person, and he was not much different now than he was then, still with that annoying personality. Seeing Kong Hyun staring at him without answering his question, Jinseok angrily gritted his teeth. "Damn it, are you deaf? I asked why you are here. I guess you are here to beg for money for your mother, right, haha." Hearing Jinseok's words, the surrounding cousins covered their mouths and chuckled with amusement. With the soul of an older person, Kong Hyun easily sensed their malice. If he backed down now, these people would look down on and despise him just like in his past life. So how could he let them get away with it, haha. Then Kong Hyun looked directly into Jinseok's eyes and called his name. Being stared at like this made Jinseok momentarily stunned and stammer what. At this moment, Kong Hyun's hand rested on his shoulder. Maintaining that posture, Kong Hyun uttered cold words, "Jinseok, do not be so stupid anymore." Although he was shaken by Kong Hyun's aura, his words angered the shocked Jinseok so much that the veins on his hands bulged. He then grabbed Kong Hyun's collar and shoved him against the wall. "What did you say, you dog? Should I punch you to wake you up, you filthy, poor thing?" As he yelled, he swung his fist directly at his face. Remaining silent in the face of the attack, Kong Hyun stared at the bastard in front of him, wondering inwardly, should I teach him a lesson this time too, these kind of people who only know how to rely on their parents' money. Thinking of this, Kong Hyun gently lifted his foot and aimed it directly at Jinseok's stomach. A powerful, precise kick made Jinseok's eyes widen in shock. Looking at this expression, it seemed like this blow was quite painful. Next, the boy collapsed, his face pale with pain, looking no different from a torn sack. A moment later, after the pain subsided, he trembled as he stood up, muttering, how could you?" Before Jinseok could recover, Kong Hyun stepped closer, grabbed his collar, and yanked him up. His decisive action scared Jinseok so much that he turned pale and did not dare to say a word. Unexpectedly, someone as big and tough as Jinseok was taken down by a small boy, so the surrounding siblings were dumbfounded. They just stared blankly, not daring to interfere. The kick just now probably scared Jinseok so much that he almost wet his pants, so now he kept whimpering and crying for help. Help me, help. In his past life as a prosecutor, Kang Hyun had faced many difficulties, some of which were so terrifying that they were hard to imagine. So dealing with a child was easy. A scary smile spread across his cold face. Jinseok, if you behave like this with me again, it won't be this simple. I do not know what I will do, so be careful. Because Kang Hyun's journey to his grandfather's house took a day and a night, it was early morning when he arrived, so today he would have breakfast with everyone. In the dining room, with 2 tables divided for adults and children, everyone ate their food in silence, making the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Until a plate of soy sauce marinated crab was brought out. Dad, this is the blue crab made by your youngest daughter. Try some. Grandfather was slightly surprised as he took the plate of crab. Oh, this is Hwinja's crab. Seeing the crab, the aunt unhappily questioned why it was brought out. But regardless, grandfather picked up a piece of crab, tasted it, and nodded in praise. Your mother's cooking skills are much better than before, Kang Hyun. Seeing him try the crab and even praise it, the uncle and aunt's expressions at the table immediately became serious. Every time Kang Hyun's mother was mentioned, they made such expressions. Perhaps in the past, his mother was truly a fear for them, haunting them to this day. Who would have thought that just a blue crab made by his mother could cause such a commotion? These people must be very worried. After a decade of not hearing the name of the rival they eliminated, it must be quite surprising to suddenly hear it again. With his grandfather's personality, he would not let his daughter inherit, but this is quite interesting. While enjoying the delicious crab, Kang Hyun watched the drama unfold in this house. It was funny how insecure they were just because of a blue crab. After everyone almost finished eating, the uncle suddenly spoke up. Dad, now you can retire and relax. You have worked your whole life to build such a strong Dongju chemicals. Now is the time for you to rest and enjoy your old age. Hearing these words, grandfather, who was eating, stopped his chopsticks and slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. Then he coldly called the names of his son and daughter. Byumjin, Byumjeong, look at the production process of Dongju detergent. Do you two have anything to say? Facing his sharp gaze, both the uncle and aunt remained silent, avoiding his eyes. Seeing their behavior, grandfather sighed and continued, an executive does not even know what they and their company are producing. And you dare to tell me to retire? As he spoke, his eyebrows furrowed, extremely stern and cold. Seeing his father's anger, the uncle tried to explain, but grandfather did not want to listen and stood up straight. Enough, do not say anything more. I do not want to hear it anymore. You can only be a salaried employee your whole life, so stop dreaming about things that do not belong to you. Saying that, he left the dining table, making the uncle panic. Dad, please listen to me. Enough, I will never hand over the company to a fool like you. I will hand over Dongju Chemicals to someone capable. Do you hear me, those of you here? This company is my life's work. If I leave it to you, I won't be able to rest in peace even after I die. His harsh words were like a bucket of cold water thrown in the uncle's face, making his expression extremely unsightly. The children at the table also fell silent when grandfather got angry, and none of them dared to speak. Kang Hyun, on the other hand, always paid attention to everyone's state, especially watching his grandfather's retreating figure. His attitude is so firm, that attitude surprised him a bit. But these people still were not aware enough to understand what he had just said. That is why the company eventually went bankrupt, completely destroyed by them. Just like the saying, a leopard can't change its spots, even after being scolded and lectured like that, they still gathered together to gossip and had not learned their lesson yet. After breakfast, in his study, grandfather read the newspaper while chatting with Kang Hyun. I think Korea will join the OECD in the future. This world is changing rapidly and dramatically. Kang Hyun, what do you want to do in the future? Being called out, Kang Hyun thought for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He still did not know the reason why his grandfather had called him here. But Kang Hyun did not want to overthink it, so he answered honestly, I want to make my parents happy. Oh, what a filial child. So, do you want to make a lot of money? Mentioning money, Kang Hyun was momentarily lost in thought. If he used the knowledge from his past life, making money. Thinking of this, Kang Hyun smiled brightly. No, I just want to live a life that I find happy. Making a lot of money does not necessarily mean I will be happy, right, grandfather? Hearing his sincere answer, grandfather looked at his grandson for a long time with a smile in his eyes. You have grown up a lot without me by your side, grandson. Saying that, he turned his attention back to the newspaper in his hand. A moment later, the housekeeper passed by, smiling at Kong Hyun. I have cleaned the room and arranged your luggage. Would you like to take a look? Oh, thank you. Let me go see. As he said that, Kong Hyun stood up to leave but was called back by his grandfather. Oh, Kong Hyun, let us have lunch together today. An old friend of mine always brags about his granddaughter to me, so this time I have to get back at him. A novel proposal, but there was no reason to refuse, so Kong Hyun nodded. Yes, I understand. After leaving the living room, he found the room the housekeeper mentioned, opened the door, and stepped inside. The scene inside the room surprised him a bit. This was his mother's old room, a clean, luxurious, and fully equipped room. Despite being unoccupied for a long time, it was still meticulously maintained without a speck of dust. Did Mom used to have such a beautiful room? Yet now she works hard raising me and doing laundry for others without a single complaint. Sighing, he walked closer to his mother's old desk and was surprised to see a familiar-looking bag lying there. Is this a violin? Gently placing the desk on the table, Kong Hyun realized that the violin was very well preserved. Perhaps his mother had played. After admiring the outside for a moment, Kong Hyun reached out and opened the latch of the violin case. He opened it with wide eyes. After all that had happened, seeing the violin again, Kong Hyun's feelings at this moment were truly difficult to describe. He just stood there dumbfounded, his hand frozen mid-air like a statue. A moment later, his hand gently touched the body of the violin. But before he could do anything, the housekeeper poked her head in and called out. Young Master Kong, the chairman has prepared clothes for you. Would you like to try them on? Having no choice, he closed the violin case again and followed the housekeeper. I am coming right away. That afternoon, sitting in the car with his grandson, grandfather kept bragging to the driver, Driver Kim, do you know that Kong Hyun is the top student at his school? So this time, I can brag about my grandson to that old man who is always boasting about his granddaughter. I feel much better. Driving, Driver Kim looked at the two of them through the rearview mirror and smiled, haha, the two of you are really alike. You do not know how long I have waited for this day. Hearing his grandfather's cheerful voice, Kong Hyun shyly looked out the car window. Until they almost reached their destination, the surrounding scenery made him panic because he recognized something. Why does this road look so familiar? A moment later, the car stopped in front of a house, and they had arrived. Grandfather got out of the car first and walked towards the house while Kong Hyun looked around in utter bewilderment. That is right, I have been here in my past life. At that time, this place was no longer in use but back then, this place must have been a masterpiece. Just then, an old man's voice called out from behind him. Hey Chairman, are you entering without the owner's permission? Hearing that voice, grandfather turned around and smiled at his old friend. Why should I do that when I do not need to, haha. Are you still well, old friend? He stood dumbfounded, watching his grandfather and his old friend chat then Matt. His grandfather's friend also noticed him, and when he saw his face clearly, Kong Hyun screamed internally. Oh my god, your friend is the chairman of the Jaehan Group. Your friend is the chairman of the Jaehan Group. Kong Hyun did not expect to meet the chairman under such circumstances in this life. Trying to remain calm, he bowed slightly and politely greeted, hello sir, I am Kong Hyun. Chairman Jaehan, seeing this, walked closer, smiled kindly, and patted his shoulder. Oh my, just call me grandfather. Haha. After chatting for a bit outside, Chairman Jaehan led Kong Hyun and his grandfather inside, where they sat down and continued their conversation. His name was Jang Won, the founder of the Jaehan Group. He came to Korea during the Korean War with nothing in his hands. But being a visionary, he quickly grew a small shop in the heart of Seoul into the largest corporation in Korea. In his past life, when Kong Hyun received the Jaehan Scholarship, this chairman had already passed away. Back then, he could only see him in pictures, but he did not expect to meet him in person today. At this time, Chairman Jang Won looked at Kong Hyun's grandfather and smiled. So Chairman do you still only want to focus on Dongju Chemicals? With your business acumen, it would be a pity to only operate in the chemical field. I think malls, stores, or even the aviation industry are good options for Korea to thrive in the international market in the future. As Chairman Jang Won was speaking, the sound of small footsteps interrupted him, along with a little girl's voice calling out, Grandpa. You are here, say hello. This is my friend, Chairman Yu. Chairman Jang Won introduced, and the little girl bowed almost to the ground, saying hello. At this moment, seeing the small figure in front of him, Kong Hyun was stunned. Wait a minute, Chairman Jang Won's granddaughter could it be? Chairman Jang Won's voice echoed simultaneously with a thought in Kong Hyun's head. This is my granddaughter, Yuha. Giving space for the two old men to talk, Yuha reluctantly led Kong Hyun on a tour around the house to get acquainted. This is the reception room. Next, I will show you my room. Currently, Yuha was a lovely and very active little girl, but in his past life, as a student receiving the Jaehan scholarship, they rarely met. She was well known, while Kong Hyun was obscure among the crowd. As the heiress, she had the personality and talent of the late chairman Jang Won. As an adult, she was always strict at work and terrified her subordinates. A cold, beautiful, and demanding person, the Ice Rose Yuha. In contrast to her coldness back then was a warm room for a little girl in the present. It was a luxurious room with 1990s architecture, not surprising for a top corporation like Jaehan Group. As soon as they entered the room, Yuha mischievously turned to look at Kong Hyun and asked, "You're the top student at a rural school, right? I heard it is easy to get that position in the countryside because there are not many students. Are you the same?" Being mocked right off the bat made Kong Hyun speechless. As she spoke, the little girl took out a book and proudly showed off to Kong Hyun. "I am taking a high school knowledge course. Do you think those country bumpkins can solve these exercises? Can you solve them?" Seeing this, Kong Hyun shifted his gaze to the exercises in the book. This was first-year high school knowledge, nothing new to him, but not suitable for an 11-year-old like Yuha. But if she wanted it, Kong Hyun had to comply. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips. "Let me solve it for you. Lend me a pen." Time passed, and the room fell silent, filled only with the rustling sound of the pen on paper. A moment later, Yuha's hands trembled as she held her pen, staring at the book in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you solve them? Oh my god! Moreover, he finished them within 10 minutes, while it took Yuha a lot of time to solve them. Her inherent confidence was shattered by Kong Hyun's prodigious ability. Haha. Perhaps she had provoked the wrong person. If he could pass the bar exam, what were these math problems? Kong Hyun twirled the pencil in his hand, his eyes casually observing the annoyed and frustrated expression on the little girl's face. By the way, Yuha was just a child after all. At this time, she did not hide her emotions and was not as cold as in his past life. Suddenly, Kong Hyun's eyes scanned the room and landed on something that stirred his heart. "But Yuha, do you also play the violin?" Hearing him change the subject, the little girl immediately slapped the table and nodded. "Yes, I play quite well, don't underestimate me. Let me play for you. Watch closely." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out her violin with a confident look. As soon as the music started, Kong Hyun immediately recognized that this song was the same as the one his teacher Haejung had played, the third movement, Winter, from Vivaldi's Four Seasons. Hearing this melody once again stirred the still waters in Kong Hyun's heart. This is a coincidence, is not it? It is even better. The little girl in front of me plays better, bringing a refreshing feeling to this place, erasing all worries, playing a piece beyond the capability of an 11-year-old. The melody occasionally faltered due to the girl's still short, undeveloped fingers, but the warmth was perfectly preserved. Not a single mistake, yet not quite the right way to play either. Lost in the music and his own thoughts, Kong Hyun suddenly startled when Yuha finished playing and stopped. "Ahem, what do you think of my playing?" Hearing that question, Kong Hyun did not hesitate to clap his hands in genuine praise. "That was wonderful, you played very well." Receiving the compliment, Yuha immediately jumped up and down with joy. "Really, haha, I practiced hard because I did not want to upset my teacher." Seizing the opportunity, Kong Hyun continued, "But Yuha, I also really like this piece, but why do not you try practicing a different one?" "Why, I have never made a mistake, and everything feels fine. Even my teacher says I play well." Seeing the girl's anxious and bewildered expression, Kong Hyun quickly reassured her. Right, calm down. You play very well, but... It is true that you play very well, but if you continue to play a piece that is not physically suitable for you, it will lead to bad habits." Kong Hyun did not know how to explain it to her, but wait a minute. Why have not I thought about this until now? Kong Hyun was stunned, realizing the strangeness in his emotions, thoughts, and actions since his rebirth. Back then, he also told teacher Haejung things he should not have known, like his uncanny perception of her playing and the injury on her hand. Yuha's voice interrupted Kong Hyun's thoughts. "Hey, do you also know how to play the violin? Show me, come on, hurry up." Before he could understand what was happening, Yuha thrust the violin into his hands and urged him to play. Kong Hyun wanted to refuse because it had been so long since he had touched a violin that he had almost forgotten how, but as soon as his hand touched the instrument, something miraculous happened. Like a spring rain drenching dry earth, His body involuntarily trembled at an indescribable feeling seeping into his soul. What is this feeling? Kang Hyun's heartbeat quickened, and his mind became clearer than ever. Now in this moment, even the faint, distant memories of learning the violin became vivid. It felt as though the instrument itself was urging him to play. Play *. The sound echoed in the distant realm of his consciousness, and the white deer appeared again. Play, my friend, and do not worry. I will be right behind you. Soul blending with heartbeat, playing the music of reality. He did not know how much time passed. The music stopped when Yuha's violin teacher arrived at the door. Upon seeing her, before Kang Hyun could even greet her, Yuha immediately rushed over. The girl grabbed her teacher and pulled her upstairs, leaving the teacher utterly bewildered. What is wrong, Yuha? What is the rush? Slow down. Yuha pulled out her sheet music and declared with a serious tone, Today, we will continue practicing the third movement of Winter from the Four Seasons. After spending the afternoon at Chairman Kang Jun's house, Kang Hyun and his grandfather finally left as dusk settled. In the car, his grandfather suddenly asked a rather strange question. Kang Hyun, what kind of person do you think your grandfather is? Unsure why he was being asked this, but looking at his grandfather's kind smile, Kang Hyun thought seriously before answering. What kind of person is he? In his past life, his grandfather had to watch his incompetent children take over the company, resulting in the rapid bankruptcy of Dongju Chemicals. A thought flashed through his mind, and his voice echoed in the confined space of the car. Grandfather is a warm person. The chairman was taken aback by his grandson's comment. Perhaps no one had ever praised him like that before, so he felt a little embarrassed and feigned a cough to hide his awkwardness before changing the subject. Oh right. I think I heard the violin earlier. Yes, Yuha plays the violin, and she told me about it. Mentioning the violin, Kang Hyun could not help but wonder, what was that all about? He felt genuinely bewildered. In his previous life, he had only learned the violin for a brief period. The long years spent struggling with work and lawsuits had left his mind with no leisure for such pursuits. Even holding the correct posture was difficult for him, let alone reading music. Yet just now when he touched the violin, his body moved so naturally. The moment the bow touched the strings, Kang Hyun's heart trembled. The melody he produced was like a bird soaring over a cold yet pure ice surface. That bird carefully flapped its wings, preparing for a race with the blizzard. A blizzard swept in, and as the world was blanketed in snow and ice, the melody changed. It became gentle, like the song of an angel. It was a wonderful, indescribable melody that seemed to transcend all limits. Kang Hyun's soul was completely immersed in the violin. In this moment, he seemed to have truly become a violinist, not just a child, or a child with the soul of an adult. Faced with that melody, Yuha's eyes widened, her mouth agape in utter astonishment. When Kang Hyun caught her expression, he also felt startled. His emotions quickly shifted from surprise and bewilderment to slight embarrassment, and the melody stopped abruptly. Sitting in the car, recalling the incident, his hands trembled slightly. He was not sure what exactly had happened, but his body continued to hum with the melody. With that magical feeling, should he play the violin again? Should I play again? Lost in thought, Kang Hyun gazed at the crimson sky of the setting sun. His grandfather's voice suddenly brought him back to reality. Hey Kang Hyun, do you know what I do for a living? Yes, it is the chemical industry, right, Grandpa? SAUK told me so, that you are the chairman of Dongju Chemicals. He replied with an innocent expression, while inward. So what do you think about the chemical industry? Another question from his grandfather. This question made Kang Hyun fall into deep thought. It was indeed a difficult question for a child. Most children his age probably did not even understand what chemicals were. His grandfather did not rush him, patiently waiting for his grandson to think. He asked this question because he wanted to test something. Dongju Chemicals had grown from a soap manufacturing plant and now produced various chemical products like laundry detergent and plant growth stimulants. This field was still in its infancy. Compared to the future development of chemical industries, new technologies in chemistry. Grandpa, about chemistry, I think it will be an essential material for future industries. Hearing his grandson's answer, his grandfather silently looked at him for a long moment. Kang Hyun could not tell from his expression whether he was satisfied with the answer or not. An essential material for future industries, huh? After some time in the car, they finally arrived home, and the car stopped at the gate. The chauffeur politely opened the door for his grandfather, who still seemed lost in thought. After walking a few steps through the gate, he suddenly turned back to Kang Hyun. Let us go out for dinner sometime. Kang Hyun asked in surprise. Eating out, he thought it would be a casual meal, but his grandfather's next words startled him. Chairman Kong Jun will be hosting a party. There will be children your age there too. Oh dear, one Chairman Kong Jun is enough, and now there will be a bunch of conglomerate kids too. This party won't be easy to swallow. Wait, could this be considered a three-generation party for the conglomerates? Kong Hyun wondered, recalling related information from his memory. In the 90s, the relationships between the conglomerates were very close. They were all people who had risen from poverty. And when they reached the pinnacle of wealth and power, to protect their interests and influence, they formed many binding relationships. However, as management gradually transitioned to the second generation, parties like these became inevitable and somewhat sad. Of course, in his past life, Kong Hyun knew about this because he had worked at Jaehan for a long time. But he only knew to this extent because how could an ordinary person understand that vast world? Kong Hyun could only struggle with his own livelihood and occasionally glance up at the upper class above him. It was their own world that ordinary people could not comprehend. Putting aside irrelevant matters, the importance of a three-generation party was that it implicitly introduced the future official heir of the business world. Thinking of this, Kong Hyun felt bewildered. Could it be that Grandpa is? His hands unconsciously clenched into fists at the thought. If his grandfather let him attend that party, and if his guess was right, then it was a sign. Was his grandfather grooming him to be the heir to Dongju Group? This was shocking news. He struggled to remain calm, but the image of the violin miraculously appeared in his mind, soothing his anxiety. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Kong Hyun walked into the house with his grandfather as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in her room at Chairman Kong Jun's mansion, Yuha firmly declared to her teacher, "I won't give up so easily." "Oh my goodness, Yuha, I am so tired. Just one more time please." The girl's persistence brought her violin teacher to tears. The third movement of Winter from Vivaldi's Four Seasons. The child constantly strived to prove her worth, and mastering this piece professionally was an opportunity. She is a hard-working student but too stubborn. Her stubbornness is really tough on me. She is clearly doing very well but... Yuha, do you not like the way I play? Looking at her teacher's worried face, Yuha shook her head hesitantly. That is not it. You play really well, and you really bring the snow but he... The teacher was puzzled by the girl's bewilderment. She just mentioned he, that is strange. I remember Yuha being an only child. Who is she talking about? The next morning, they had breakfast together again. Good morning, Grandpa. Did you sleep well last night? Grandfather walked to the dining table, smiling. I am fine. Sit down quickly. Kong Hyun sat next to Sauk and nodded in greeting. Hey, long time no see. Sauk seemed awkward under Kong Hyun's gaze and quickly looked away. Since that day, he could not look at Kong Hyun directly. How could he have so brazenly deceived everyone? In the end, he was just a bully. After everyone was seated, his aunt emerged from the kitchen, fawning over their grandfather. Dad, I made these ribs. Try them. Watching her diligently cook, Kong Hyun rolled his eyes. What is going on? Is this the same person who never lifted a finger to wash a dish? Did someone possess her today? But their grandfather seemed oblivious to his daughter's attentiveness, pushing the plate of ribs aside. Just leave it there. Then he turned to the housekeeper. Is there any soy sauce marinated crab left? This immediately caused his aunt's face to pale, and the smile on her lips vanished. All right, let us eat, children. Everyone else might enjoy their meal, but judging by his aunt's expression, she would not be having a good time today. Breakfast was rather quiet with only the four of them at the table. Unrelenting and stubborn, after a few bites, his aunt spoke again. Dad, for this party are you planning to bring anyone with you? Understanding his daughter's intentions, his grandfather frowned in displeasure. Why do you want to know? This party is attended by 3 generations, right? But dad, you have never brought any of the grandchildren before. His aunt's fake voice rang out as Kong Hyun sat silently, eating his breakfast. Her words alluded to the party his grandfather had mentioned earlier. Let us see what kind of trick you are playing this time. The other grandchildren are still young, so I thought Sauk would be the one to bring along. As soon as she finished speaking, his grandfather's face darkened, and he tried to control his anger as he asked, Do you know what kind of party this is? Haha, yes. I am not a child who does not understand. Seeing her joking around, his grandfather slammed his hand on the table and shouted, You know. And you still want me to bring Sauk? Dad, what I meant was this is a good opportunity, and it would be a waste not to participate. His aunt hurriedly tried to appease him, but he remained unyielding, his voice booming. So you are forcing me to choose him, right? A greedy, incompetent fool who does not know how to do anything. With every reprimand, Sei and his mother could only lower their heads, not daring to retaliate. At that moment, his grandfather suddenly turned and stared at Kong Hyun. Caught in his direct gaze, Kong Hyun felt confused and had a vague inkling of something but did not dare to speak up. As for his grandfather, looking at his grandson, he remembered his earlier words. This child said that chemistry is an important material in future industries. Those words resembled what his youngest daughter, Kong Hyun's mother, had once said: chemical technology will be a material of the future. Now, as past and present overlapped, his grandfather made up his mind. I have decided. Kong Hyun will attend the party with me. After quickly finishing his shocking breakfast, Kong Hyun reluctantly got into the car to be driven to buy new clothes. His grandfather's request for him to wear a suit meant this was not an ordinary party. Even though he had anticipated it, he still could not stay calm upon hearing his grandfather's words. Is that the hidden meaning behind his words? Lost in thought, Kong Hyun glanced out the car window and noticed something. By the roadside was a building that looked somewhat familiar to him. No, it should be said that it was very familiar from his previous life. At an intersection, amidst the bustling crowd, old memories he could never forget resurfaced. It was a makeshift study room from his past life where he had spent a significant amount of time. Looking back, he missed that time. Because he did not have money for food in his past life, Kong Hyun often put aside his studies to take on daily jobs, studying while he worked. Oh, how nostalgic. As he reminisced, the car started moving again after stopping at the red light at the intersection. They had not gone far when the car suddenly braked, causing Kong Hyun to lurch forward. Are you all right? Driver Kim hurriedly turned around, concerned. Kong Hyun nodded. Yes, I am fine. What happened? Why the sudden braking? Young master, the car in front stopped abruptly. I will have to take a detour, so it might take a little longer. Following driver Kim's gesture, Kong Hyun saw a taxi parked ahead, and someone seemed to be talking. Is that a foreigner? It seems like the taxi driver does not understand what the foreigner is saying. I think he is speaking English. Craning his neck out the window, Kong Hyun overheard the foreigner's struggling explanation. Suddenly feeling charitable, Kong Hyun opened the car door and stepped out. Driver, wait for me a moment. I will be right back. He then approached the foreigner and spoke to him in fluent English. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? A while later, Kong Hyun's car continued on its way with the foreigner now sitting beside him in the back seat. They conversed in English. You told the driver to take you to the Shilla Hotel, but he misunderstood and brought you to Simlim. Yes, and I even lost my wallet. It has been a series of unfortunate events. But thankfully I met you, a kind young man. And now I am all right, so thank you very much. The foreigner shook Kong Hyun's hand excitedly, a smile on his face. After chatting for a bit, Kong Hyun asked curiously, Are you in Korea for tourism? Oh no, I am here on business. This news made Kong Hyun even more perplexed. So did not his business partner arrange for someone to pick him up? I am here for business, but I wanted to do some sightseeing, so I arrived a week ahead of schedule. So that is it. Seems like he enjoys traveling. Finding someone who spoke English seemed to excite the foreigner, so he continued talking to Kong Hyun. I love traveling because I can discover new things and make new friends. And there are chance encounters that turn into special relationships, like today. Meeting you is one such instance. I am truly delighted. Is this God's arrangement for us to meet? Kong Hyun was helpless against the foreigner's excessive enthusiasm, while driver Kim carefully noted all of his actions. As they chatted merrily, the car arrived at the Shilla Hotel the foreigner had intended to go to. Sir, we have arrived. Stepping out of the car and taking his luggage, the foreigner exclaimed, Time flies, does not it? Thank you for getting me here safely. Kong Hyun smiled and shook his head. It is nothing. I was just in the car. The driver is the one who worked hard to get us here. Then the foreigner wanted to exchange contact information with Kong Hyun and gave him a business card. Let us keep in touch. My name is Gardner. He extended his hand to shake Kong Hyun's. Young man, if you need anything from me, come find me at this hotel. Kong Hyun happily shook his hand and nodded. Thank you, sir. And I wish you a pleasant trip. After dropping Kong Hyun off at home, driver Kim quickly went to the chairman's study. Under the setting sun, grandfather Kong Hyun asked the driver, You said my grandson spoke English. Yes, chairman. And I do not think it is the level of an elementary school student. He communicated fluently and flawlessly, which surprised me. This information about his grandson made the chairman contemplative. After a moment of silent thought, he spoke again, dismissing driver Kim. You may leave. Grandfather had dedicated his entire life to building Dongju Chemicals into what it was today. It was his life's pride and joy, and he believed it was only natural for his eldest son to inherit it. But since Han Jia's birth, his thoughts had begun to change. Han Jia was his youngest daughter and Kong Hyun's mother. She was not only intelligent and hardworking but also very astute, which gradually shook his conviction about leaving the inheritance to his eldest son. Societal prejudices, however, made him hesitate. He had often wondered if he would regret choosing Han Jia. His grandson, Kong Hyun, had said that he wanted his parents to be happy. The boy also did not need to earn a lot of money because he wanted to live a life where he could be happy. Wealth did not necessarily bring happiness. And also his statement about chemistry being a material of the future. Kong Hyun is a wonderful child. Han Jia, she has become a wonderful mother. I suddenly miss you so much. Several days passed. Kong Hyun, do you remember we are having dinner together today? Kong Hyun, sitting on the sofa, nodded. I remember, Grandpa. Today was the day of the three-generation party for the major conglomerates. It was not as simple a party as it seemed. It was where they publicly introduced the next heir. A gathering of wild beasts. And unbelievably, Kong Hyun was stepping into that chaotic circle. He had desired this in his past life but could not achieve it. In this life, he did not want it, yet it came easily. Suddenly, his grandfather's next words made Kong Hyun choke on his water. And you will come to the company with me before we go to the party. Why do you look so surprised? Seeing his grandson's reaction, his grandfather chuckled. Grandson, do you remember what you said before, that chemistry would be an important material in the future? I was so surprised that you were interested in chemistry. If I had known, I would have taken you to the company for a visit long ago. Forcing a smile, the boy sighed inwardly. He still remembers that, and it seems he quite liked that answer. As his grandfather had said before the party, they stopped by Dongju Chemicals. Through the car window, his grandfather pointed at the massive, imposing machinery and equipment, boasting to his grandson. What do you think? What do you think? Grandpa, it is really big and looks really cool. Is that so? Haha, I am so glad I brought you here. It was not a lie. Dongju's factory alone was bigger than other companies. It truly was big and cool. By the way, Kong Hyun recognized this factory. This was the factory producing electronic parts and materials that his grandfather was building based on his future predictions. It was an excellent choice to prepare for the future. But right after his grandfather's death, Kong Hyun had heard that everything had been sold off by his uncle. Lost in thought, the boy followed his grandfather out of the car, where a group of executives and employees were already waiting. Welcome, Chairman. Walking past the crowd, Kong Hyun caught his uncle's eye. What does that look mean? It is crazy. He was observing Kong Hyun and seemed apprehensive of a child. This was absurd. Inside the company, his grandfather did not address his son as son but called out loudly, Executive Director Wu. What do you think will happen to the chemical industry in the future? The sudden question caught his uncle off guard, and he hurriedly replied, I think we should focus on high-value industries or similar industries like the present. Also, we can build a few new material factories. This is also a good option. After he finished speaking, his grandfather continued, So, what do you think we should do to increase the value of the chemical industry? Father, I think we should recruit more talented people. As soon as he finished, his grandfather's brows furrowed in disappointment. Kong Hyun, standing beside them, found the answer absurd. Recruit more talented people. Is this really the answer of an executive director? Unlike other traditional industries that could launch new products and build factories anytime, chemistry was the fundamental basis for future industries. In short, nurturing talent in the chemical industry was a priority. But based on his uncle's words, he knew nothing about the chemical industry. This naturally angered his grandfather, and his voice turned icy. Is that your answer? How disappointing. Come on, Kong Hyun, let us go. He brushed past his uncle, who stood there, gritting his teeth in turmoil. Glancing at his dejected figure, Kong Hyun smiled inwardly. This was the ending he deserved. However, what caught his attention was the manager standing next to his uncle, a man with sharp eyes and slicked-back graying hair. He looked familiar, but Kong Hyun could not quite place him. The grounds of Dongju Chemicals were quite spacious, with tree-lined pathways, and the grandfather and grandson strolled along conversing. Kong Hyun, what do you think management is? Hearing the question and looking at his grandfather's desolate back, he guessed that he was worried about his uncle's unreliability. Without much thought, he answered, ensuring everyone is well-fed, healthy, and living a good life. Isn't that what a manager should do? There is a saying that more is better than less, and I think it is quite applicable in this situation. Silently absorbing his grandson's answer, his grandfather turned around after a while and stroked the boy's soft hair. It would be great if Kong Hyun could grow up a little faster. How can you always say such wonderful things? Faced with his grandfather's affectionate praise, he did not know how to react. He did not have the same ambitions as in his past life, a life driven by money and power. However, if he could change the future with his words, could he help his grandfather? But in any case, there was one thing he had always wanted to change. With that thought, he followed his grandfather into his office at the company. This room surprised him because it was truly wonderful. Strolling around the room, Kong Hyun stopped before a table filled with carefully framed photos. Among them, one photo caught his attention at first glance. The photo was of a beautiful girl with a violin, her smile radiant. It was a photo of his mother, and it seemed like his grandfather missed her very much. Seeing his mother's smile, Kong Hyun could not help but smile gently as well. Just then, his grandfather called out to him, prompting him to turn around. "Grandson, have you ever seen a vinyl record before?" he asked, pointing to a classic record player designed for special vinyl records beside him. Seeing this, Kong Hyun smiled and ran closer to his grandfather. "No sir, this is the first time I have seen one. Could you play a song for me to listen to?" His grandfather gently took out an old vinyl record from the drawer. "Of course, wait a moment. This is a song I used to listen to." The vinyl record, with its old cover but carefully preserved without a scratch, was placed on the record player. The melody rang out, and from the very first notes, Kong Hyun immediately recognized it. It was Beethoven's Sonata, Movement 1, Spring. In that moment, he felt as if he were lost in a beautiful cherry blossom forest with a gentle breeze blowing through his hair. The clear, sweet notes echoed in his ears, bringing a sense of comfort. The shimmering strings blended with the melody of the violin, a truly moving piece. Kong Hyun could see the petals falling in the gentle spring breeze. However, this performance was not professional. The sharp boy noticed a subtle difference. Every time the violin's melody strayed from the rhythm, the piano would appear to fill the gap. A phenomenon that occurs when there is a significant skill difference between the violinist and the piano accompanist. Overall, the skill was still very good. The two of them coordinated well, so ordinary people would not notice, except for Kong Hyun. The record his grandfather had taken out did not have the artist's name or the song title, but the cover was old and torn. It seemed like he had been listening to this record for many years. Perhaps the person who performed this piece was none other than. Waiting until the vinyl record stopped spinning and the melody ceased, Kong Hyun hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Grandpa, is this song the one my mother played?" Faced with his grandson's unexpected question, the two of them looked at each other for a long moment before his grandfather asked back, How did you know?" "I saw my mother's picture on the table, sir." Hearing this, his grandfather wondered if it was the picture of Hunjia holding a violin. However, the performance on the vinyl record they had just heard was carefully recorded by Hunjia. At the time she performed this piece, even her instructor praised her highly. And at that time, Hunjia was truly happy. But with just one listen, could the boy understand the difference between amateur and professional? A thought arose in his mind, and wanting to confirm it, his grandfather turned to look for another vinyl record. "Let us listen to this one next." Quickly, another melody emerged from the player as the vinyl spun. Kong Hyun closed his eyes, focusing on listening to this wondrous melody. Strangely, every time he heard music, his soul felt strangely at ease. The boy's closed eyes suddenly opened. He heard a difference, unlike his mother's first piece. This was a continuous, sweet melody filled with the fragrance of spring flowers. A superb performance with no flaws, as if the performer truly understood the piece thoroughly. It was effortless to follow the rhythm of the piano, wonderful as if they were whispering sweet nothings to each other passionately until the end of their lives. "Truly a wonderful violinist, sir." "Is that all? Anything else, Grandpa?" he inquired further. This left Kong Hyun momentarily speechless, as the performance on the vinyl record that had just played was so perfect that there was nothing more to comment on. Suddenly remembering something, he spoke up, "You do not listen to this recording often, do you, sir?" "I noticed the pitch of the notes is a little lower. Maybe it changed due to the humidity. The weather forecast also said that this year is particularly hotter than usual." Kong Hyun spoke without noticing his grandfather's pupils dilating slightly as he uttered these words. Then, with a bewildered expression, his grandfather turned to look at the record placed on the turntable. He had always been a regular listener of classical music, but he had not paid any attention to this at all. Could it be that the boy's ability to perceive sound was different from ordinary people? A moment later, his other uncle, who was also the vice president, arrived and bowed before his grandfather. Suddenly, he turned to Kong Hyun and asked, "Hey nephew, do you want to come with me?" Before he could say anything, his grandfather answered for him, "Kong Hyun has somewhere to go with his father today, so he will stay here." Immediately, his uncle exclaimed in alarm, "What? Don't tell me Kong Hyun will really go to that party." Walking to his seat, his grandfather gently sat down and asked coldly, "So you think your father is joking with you, Dad? I mean, that is not a place where anyone can just walk in. I am standing on my older brother's side. He is the eldest son, but Hun Jia is not the same. Dad hopes that Hun Jia will return after she suddenly left. She has not even contacted us for 10 years, and now she is interested in the company's affairs. Isn't she treating her own child like a tool, Dad?" His uncle's words made his grandfather so angry that his face turned red. He slammed the table and retorted, "How can a fool like you not even answer a simple question correctly? Do you think you have the right to interfere in company matters? It is pathetic that at your age, you are no different from a stupid and arrogant child, and you can even make a fool of yourself in front of a child like that." Kong Hyun, sitting aside, also agreed with his grandfather's scolding. This uncle was much more foolish than he thought. How could he say such baseless things? Just then, Kong Hyun noticed the man behind his uncle. It was the man he found quite familiar but had not yet recognized. After finishing his scolding, his grandfather turned to the man and asked, "What brings you here, Executive Director?" The man replied seriously, "There is something I wanted to discuss with you, Chairman, regarding the development of chemical materials. I am in charge of this project." His grandfather nodded and gestured to the Executive Director. "I understand. Let us go then. I will listen to you while we walk. And Kong Hyun, can you wait a bit while I step out? Can you wait, right?" Kong Hyun smiled and nodded. "Of course, sir. You can go ahead." However, his mind was preoccupied with figuring out who that mysterious man, the Executive Director, really was. It was that feeling again, just as he had suspected. That man's face it resembled. After the meeting at the company, they got into the car and left. Both of them had changed into suits for the party. "Did you have a hard time at the company today?" Kong Hyun smiled and shook his head. "No, sir. It was fun." Seeing his genuine smile, his grandfather smiled back. "Fun? What are you talking about? You are such a mischievous child, haha." As expected, if the other children were half as good as you, this old man could be more at peace. His grandfather's voice was filled with mixed emotions that fortunately, Kong Hyun could easily see through. He realized his grandfather had changed a lot. Proof of this was that he was confiding these things to him, someone who was not his direct grandson. The vinyl records in his grandfather's study were also quite old. Was he regretting the past? When the car stopped in front of a building, his grandfather looked forward and gave his son a final reminder. "Byung-jin, you must understand why you are here." "Yes, Dad, I understand." "All right, if you understand, then behave yourself and do not embarrass me." With that, they got out of the car together. Kong Hyun curiously assessed his uncle's expression. Was he nervous? Despite his age, in such important situations, his uncle's true nature was revealed. As it turned out, Kong Hyun himself was also nervous. Today, he was personally attending the legendary gathering that he had only heard rumors about in his past life. In a life where money was so valued that he could not even confidently step through this door, this world was truly unpredictable. Inside the building's lobby, luxurious tables shimmered, decorated splendidly and no less exquisitely. A few guests could be seen having arrived early. Seeing them enter, Chairman Jang Won, holding a glass of wine, approached. "Oh Chairman, you, my old friend, you have arrived. Kong Hyun, you are here too, it is a pleasure to meet you." Seeing him approach, Kong Hyun politely bowed respectfully. "Hello, sir." At that moment, behind his grandfather, a seemingly youthful man approached and politely bowed. "You have arrived, Chairman Dongju of Dongju Chemicals." Kong Hyun followed his gaze and recognized this man as Seon, Chairman Jang Won's son and the future leader of the Jaehan Group. Up close, he looked younger than in his past life, so young that Kong Hyun almost did not recognize him. The atmosphere here was also very different from his past life, especially when Seon bowed to everyone present. It was truly a sight Kong Hyun could not have imagined. The greetings around them grew increasingly lively as more guests arrived at the party. Suddenly, a voice speaking English greeted Chairman Jang Won. Mr. Chairman, you have arrived. Seeing that person, Chairman Jang Won excitedly gestured to Kong Hyun's grandfather. Chairman Yu, come here, let me introduce this person to you. Kong Hyun followed his grandfather and upon seeing the man, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." The man standing next to Chairman Jang Won, seeing him, also exclaimed in surprise, "Oh. Hey there young man, what are you doing here?" It turned out that standing before him was the foreigner he had encountered on the street, the one he had taken to the hotel previously. Kong Hyun stared wide-eyed at the foreign man standing before him. His grandfather, standing beside him, was also extremely surprised. "Isn't this?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gardner excitedly approached Kong Hyun, shaking his hand. "Young man, what are you doing here?" It truly was a small world. Kong Hyun quickly recognized him as Mr. Gardner, the lost foreigner whom he had helped to the Shirley Hotel. He beamed at Kong Hyun. "You remember me, you know how much I regretted not asking for your contact information." Kong Hyun politely replied, "It is all right, sir. I just did what I should have done. I did not expect to see you like this." And so the two stood in the middle of the hall, chatting animatedly like old acquaintances. Chairman Jang Won, standing outside, also praised Kong Hyun. "Chairman Yu, you have raised your grandson very well. I must say, his pronunciation is even better than my son's, who studied abroad." Kong Hyun's grandfather stood frozen, unable to believe how talented his grandson was. "I heard what Driver Kim said. But I never thought he would be this good." From behind, Kong Hyun looks every bit the leader. After chatting for a while, Gardner suddenly remembered something. He chuckled and turned to Seon. "Mr. Son, my apologies. I was too overjoyed to meet the person who helped me." Seon raised a hand in response. "It is all right." Kong Hyun's grandfather approached and said to him, A waiter approached and guided him. "This way, sir." Before leaving, he glanced at the so-called chairman Seon. Coincidentally, Seon was also glancing at him with sharp eyes. Kong Hyun felt a chill down his spine. It was the look he gave when he coveted talent. "I will never work for you like in my past life." He continued to follow the waiter's guidance. As he walked he pondered, but what does Gardner do? To have a foreigner invited to a gathering of 3 generations of Korea's major corporations, he seems to have a good relationship with Son. Finally arriving at the room, the waiter announced, "We have arrived. You can stay here until dinner time." He gripped the doorknob and slowly opened the door. Inside were the sons and daughters of chaebol families, the atmosphere boisterous and lively. Kong Hyun was overwhelmed by the luxury and elegance of the place. This was truly a party within a party. They must have observed the adults and learned to form factions. "Anyway, I am not planning to make friends, so it does not matter much." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey," startling Kong Hyun and causing him to turn around. Yoo-ha appeared like a beautiful young lady, excitedly saying, "I have been looking forward to seeing you again." He was initially flustered. Yeah. He thought to himself, she looks like an actress accepting an award. Even though he has over 10 grandchildren, he brought his granddaughter to a meeting of heirs. As expected, Chairman's son has a completely different way of thinking compared to my grandfather. This is not a fight for inheritance, but a survival of the fittest. Kong Hyun sat lost in thought. This could be why the Jaehan Group can maintain its top position. "I thought my grandfather had changed his mind, but..." Yoo-ha seemed very happy to be sitting near Kong Hyun, while he, on the other hand, tried to avoid her. More importantly, why is she staring at me like this? He was so embarrassed he could not speak. People are watching. Both of them became the subject of gossip among those present. He was a bit puzzled. "Don't you already have a very good teacher?" Yoo-ha made a sullen face. "It is true that my teacher is very good. But the only person who can truly bring winter is you," she said with a firm voice. A trembling voice spoke up, "Where am I?" It turned out that Ms. Park was hiding in a dark room, secretly peeking out at the party in the hall through a small gap in the door. "That person, and that person too, they are all people I have only seen in the newspapers." Earlier, she had gone to meet Chairman Jang Won. She was surprised by his offer, a duet with Yoo-ha. He explained, "My granddaughter insisted it had to be Ms. Park. Would you mind if I asked you to play the piano accompaniment?" "From what I have heard, Ms. Park has top-notch piano skills, so please do not feel pressured about this." What do you think? She was a little nervous about this request. Back in the present, her mind was a mess. Hearing that, "I thought this was just a family gathering, but what is this?" Among the dozens of attendees, Kong Hyun looked around as if searching for someone. Yuha is gone. She clearly promised to meet me again. His grandfather called out when he saw him. Kong Hyun, over here. He was startled to realize his grandfather was sitting with Chairman's son and everyone else. Kong Hyun politely bowed to everyone, thinking, is this okay, since he is my grandfather's friend? Gardner curiously asked, so, did you make many friends? Although he had only talked to Yuha, he smiled and replied yes. This was not exactly a lie, as he had become close to Yuha. Kong Hyun's grandfather turned and advised him, someday in the future, the people here will be helpful to you. Be friendly with everyone, but distinguish between those who need you and those you will need. At his grandfather's meaningful words, Kong Hyun was stunned. Him telling me this means as expected, he sees me as. Kong Hyun's uncle sat in a corner, his face red with anger, but unable to say anything. The MC began to announce to the guests, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Let us enjoy an opening performance. Yuha slowly walked out. Chairman's son, sitting at the table, told everyone, actually. My granddaughter will be performing the violin before the ceremony. To liven up the atmosphere, the MC announced, let us give a round of applause to Miss Yuha. The young lady and her teacher Ms. Park stood together under the spotlight. Kong Hyun's eyes widened in realization. So that is why she left halfway. Her appearance and dress make her look like an actress. Ms. Park, sitting at the side, looked pale and kept taking deep breaths to compose herself. From those small gestures, he could easily guess, the piano accompanist does not look well. Is she okay? Ms. Park placed her slender fingers on the keys, and Yuha also raised her violin, ready to begin. The melodious sounds of the violin combined with the gentle sounds of the piano created a perfect piece of music. The audience members kept discussing, this piece is Movement 3 Winter, from Vivaldi's Four Seasons. Moreover, it is very good. Kong Hyun was also amazed. Incredible, her skills have improved compared to the last time I met her. From her violin posture to her technique. It is surprising that she has progressed this far in such a short time. I wonder how much she practiced. After the performance ended, Yuha bowed and thanked everyone for listening. Everyone smiled and applauded, praising the young lady's talent. Kong Hyun's grandfather also had to admit, Yuha's skills are truly amazing, Chairman's son. It is hard to believe that is just her hobby. As she approached the elders' table, everyone complimented her effusively. Well done, Yuha, that was a great performance. Kong Hyun looked at her with admiration. Yuha, you played very well. Suddenly, she lifted her violin and offered it to him. Then she excitedly said, your turn. Kong Hyun's grandfather asked curiously, Yuha, what do you mean? The young lady honestly replied, Kong Hyun plays the violin very well. He hesitated, caught in this situation. Yuha continued to encourage him from beside him. Try it. You like playing the violin too, right? At her words, he seemed to regain his confidence. Kong Hyun placed his hand on his heart and wondered, do I like playing the violin? I have never thought about it that way. His grandfather turned and asked, Kong Hyun, can you play the violin? He waved his hands and denied it vehemently. No, Yuha frankly shared. Kong Hyun plays even better than my teacher. Her words rendered him speechless. What the heck is this girl saying? I do not have the courage to recreate Yuha's remaining performance here. It would be better if I pretended not to know how to play to avoid embarrassment. His grandfather extended his hand and smiled kindly. Do whatever you want. His words surprised him slightly. Grandpa. He clenched his hands and thought, this is where big names in the business world from all over the world gather. He brought me here to introduce me. I am not a professional player, so there is no need to feel pressured. I am sure it will be fine. If it is just a song. He reached out and took the violin. Then bravely stood before his grandfather and said, I will try, Grandpa. Ms. Park sat in a corner, still breathing heavily. Her face looked as if she had just escaped the most terrifying place in her life. It is finally over. She had walked on stage like a pre-programmed robot. Why are there so many business tycoons here? People I have only seen on TV. I feel worse than when I am in a competition. Ms. Park sat with her face against the wall, as if in a state of shock. That was a terrifying experience. I can't wait to go home. Suddenly, someone called out to her, making her jump. Ms. Park. The MC bowed respectfully and said, I apologize, but could you play one more piece? She was even more shocked by this unexpected news. What? I am sorry, but... Seeing her pacing back and forth in thought, the MC excitedly added, they said they will pay you more than what you received earlier. Upon hearing about the money, her eyes lit up. I would be delighted to. What should I do? Will I play with you again? Suddenly, another stranger appeared before her. Good evening. You were the pianist just now, right? Ms. Park asked blankly. Who are you? The young man bowed and introduced himself. I am Kong Hyun. I will be playing the violin this time. She thought to herself, is this the arrogance of a third-generation chaebol heir? Forget it. All I need to do is support him and get paid. Kong Hyun reminded her, hold your breath before hitting the first note. Ms. Park was puzzled. Hold my breath. He pointed out her flaw. When you played the concerto the second time, you made a small mistake in that part when the melody changed. She went from one surprise to another. How did you? Her mind was now in complete turmoil. I thought no one would notice, but a child like this noticed a mistake that lasted only a second. Kong Hyun reassured her, you do not need to worry. Just remember to hold your breath. Finally, he and Ms. Park took their positions on stage, preparing for their performance. Below, his grandfather smiled proudly as he heard his introduction. Good evening. My name is Kong Hyun. He placed the violin against his shoulder and began to feel it. Grandpa listens to Mom's sonata every day to soothe his longing. If this small violin can soothe his heart. After playing a short passage, he began to give her instructions. Catching the signal, Ms. Park nodded seriously in response. Kong Hyun became the center of the spotlight. My heart is pounding even though I denied knowing how to play. It is like it is begging me to play it. I have a feeling that right now, whether intentional or not, it will change the rest of my life. The sound resonated throughout the room. Everyone gasped in amazement at the melodious music. Kong Hyun's grandfather could not believe what was happening before his eyes. He felt as if he could feel each cherry blossom petal falling on his hand. This is Ms. Park's skillful hands glided across the piano keys. This is not Beethoven's sonata that I have memorized. It is like a completely new song is being played. And this perfect and precise violin performance is guiding me. Kong Hyun was still immersed in the world of music. His performance was no less than a professional artist's. The rhythm of spring was felt warmly through each violin melody. But this melody was somewhat wistful. Like meeting the person she loved, Yoo-ha was transported to a world full of romance. However, after a seemingly endless time, the spring clock stopped again. The northern teacher turned to look at him with admiring eyes. At the end of the performance, he stood there dumbfounded as if he could not believe the reality. His eyes gradually became sparkling and emotional. Yoo-ha had to stand up and give him a round of admiring applause. She could only utter bravo to him. Everyone began to stand up and clap along. In a snap, the entire auditorium was filled with applause. Great, what a wonderful performance. Kong Hyun smiled back at everyone's enthusiastic support. Thank you. His action reminded his grandfather of his beloved daughter, his mother, who also smiled and said, thank you for listening, after each performance. Dad, it is like he is back in the past, remembering every memorable moment with his daughter. Under the bright light, tears of joy and sadness rolled down his face. I miss my daughter so much. Kong Hyun walked over to where his grandfather was sitting, and as soon as he saw his grandson, he quickly asked, that was impressive. Are you sure you have never learned to play the violin? Yoo-ha did not hesitate to grab his hand tightly and said, see, Hyun is very good at playing the violin. Suddenly he realized something. It turned out that his grandfather was holding his hand tightly as if to say, thank you. He was extremely surprised by his grandfather's words. Kong Hyun became confused. What should I say in this situation? Even in my previous life, this situation, no, maybe I do not need to say anything at all. So the two of them held hands tightly, showing their closeness. A new day came, and his grandfather took him to work in the familiar car. During the meal, Kong Hyun's uncle asked curiously, are you going to work with Kong Hyun again today? He put on a serious face and asked, what do you mean by that? His uncle also honestly recounted what he had seen with his own eyes. I saw Kong Hyun looking very stressed yesterday. At this age, he should only be playing and enjoying himself at home. Hearing those hypocritical words, he just smirked and said to himself, so tiring, so annoying. His grandfather turned to him with an annoyed attitude. Today, Kong Hyun will go to Chairman Sun's house, so do not worry about it. Both of them turned back to look at him in shock. Ha! The uncle was about to object. But father, why would Kong Hyun before he could finish his sentence? His grandfather stood up and said, I have prepared the car. Let us eat quickly. Go with driver Kim. So finally Kong Hyun had to go to Chairman Sun's house. Now he had many thoughts in his mind. What is going on? Does Yoo-ha specifically want me to see her? A moment later, driver Kim announced, "We have arrived, young master." He stood in front of the chairman's gate. I always get goosebumps when I feel a strange pressure in this house. In my previous life, whenever Seon's business was unstable, he always came to this mansion. It seems I understand the reason now. Seon and Yoo-ha opened the door to greet him warmly. "Welcome," the girl excitedly called, "brother." Kong Hyun politely bowed and said, "Thank you for inviting me." He hurriedly said, "No, I am the one who should be thanking you. Yoo-ha keeps saying she wants to learn violin with Kong Hyun during the holidays. If Chairman Yu refused, I would be in big trouble now." On the outside, he tried to smile as brightly as possible, but inside, he felt helpless. As expected. He asked again in bewilderment to confirm, "So from now on, we will learn violin together." He turned to look at him and replied, "That is right." Kong Hyun still could not believe it. Violin, if I could experience that feeling again. In his heart, he felt incredibly happy to be able to express music with the violin. Yoo-ha held his hand and led him away. The girl kept chattering non-stop, "Teach me how to solve math problems until the teacher arrives." He kept glancing back at the clock and wondering, is it almost time for the teacher to arrive? Yoo-ha, sitting next to him, innocently did her homework. "I am done." He also had to try his best to help his little sister. "Let me check." As soon as he looked at the notebook, he guessed, these pencil marks she solved the same question over and over until she got the right answer. Spending more than 30 minutes just to solve one question, unbelievable concentration for an 11-year-old. Where does this level of concentration come from? After checking everything, he turned to praise the little girl. "All correct. You did a great job." Yoo-ha was extremely excited to have finished her homework. Kong Hyun was curious, so he asked, "But are not these questions very difficult? They are at a level I did not learn at this age." Her answer surprised him even more. "My dad said, everything will collapse the moment you give up, so you can't let go, you have to keep going. Because in the end, they will become yours." From surprise, he turned to fear. Crazy conglomerate-style education. He must have said this to his daughter in the midst of a fierce inheritance battle between siblings. However, he said something completely different to Yoo-ha from what her father had taught her. "Yoo-ha, you do not need to have everything, even unnecessary things. Then the era of choices and focus will come." Chairman Sun knew that forcing everything would not lead to a good ending for a businessman. Compared to Chairman Sun, the current Seon still had a long way to go. Suddenly, a voice made him shiver. "No need to have everything, even unnecessary things, huh?" So in Kong Hyun's view, what is the most useless thing for this old man at this point in time? He became flustered by Chairman Sun's sudden appearance. Sir, his mind was now in a mess. Should I lie? Not doing so won't convince him. If so, then. He said frankly, "Sir, you have already eliminated everything unnecessary." Chairman Sun wondered. "I have eliminated everything unnecessary," he replied firmly, "Yes, sir." The personality of a mountain lord within Chairman Sun seemed to rise. He only needed to ask one question. "Is that so?" So, Kong Hyun sat still as a statue before this difficult situation. Another question again. Suddenly, the northern teacher excitedly walked into the room and greeted everyone. "Hello Yoo-ha, Kong Hyun Mr. Chairman, hello." Kong Hyun sat behind, breathing a sigh of relief at having escaped a disaster. Chairman Sun said warmly, "Thank you very much for your performance yesterday, Ms. But," she humbly replied, "it was my honor to participate in the performance." After a while of chatting, Chairman Sun took the initiative to leave. He did not forget to turn around and make an appointment with him. "We will talk later, Kong Hyun. Have fun studying." He widened his eyes and looked towards him. Chairman Sun always hides his killing intent behind his smile. He won't be lenient with those who are incompetent, even failing subsidiaries or incompetent children. It would be nice if my grandfather thought like Chairman Sun. After he left, the atmosphere became much more cheerful. Ms. Back gently asked, "Shall we start the lesson now? Today is the first day Yoo-ha and Kong Hyun study together, right? For the time being, you can borrow my violin." Kong Hyun sat reading the book Ms. Back had given him, but his face looked dazed. He decided to tell the truth. "Teacher." Standing in front of everyone, he hesitated, actually. The teacher was horrified when she heard this shocking news. "What, you do not know how to read music? Then how did you play music?" He also honestly replied, The piece I played was one of the pieces I practiced. Yuha increasingly admired his talent. Excellent, how did you do that? Kong Hyun clenched his hands and continued, I have never really learned how to play properly. Ms. Bak was bewildered. Is that so? Can you show me your hand for a moment? Looking at Kong Hyun's fair hands, she realized, his hands have no calluses. These hands have definitely never learned to play the violin. So he played music without reading sheet music. If I ask him to play the piece from yesterday again, would he be able to play it, even if he could imitate the movements? But achieving the same emotions as at that time cannot be imitated. Maybe I am witnessing the beginning of a musical genius. A moment later, a car arrived to pick up Kong Hyun. He was surprised. Is that true, Uncle Kim? Inside the car, he said cheerfully, of course, fasten your seatbelt. We will be there soon. Meanwhile, at the Gang Jaeun mansion, watching Kong Hyun's figure leave, he seemed to have something to say to him. Just then Seon came and said, Kong Hyun has left, father, so he replied yes, he said he had something to do after class. Chairman, you called him. It seemed important. Suddenly, Seon chuckled, thinking, that boy is quite excellent. This surprised his father. Are you interested in him? And then he admitted, of course, is not it like you said, father, talent is not something we have, but something we find. You also know that the boy is very special, right? Hearing these heartfelt words from his son, Gang Jaeun was even more surprised. Yes, sometimes I have a strange feeling when I look at that boy. A different perspective from simple intelligence, not like a child. It is like I am talking to an experienced adult. Suddenly, from the side, Yuha ran in with an excited expression, shouting, Grandpa. Seeing her so excited, both of them asked in surprise, Yuha, you are here. Did you have a good lesson, my dear? However, what they received in return was an outpouring of her exclamations. Kong Hyun is a genius. I want to perform like him. Her grandfather patted her head and advised, my picky granddaughter does not spare any praise for that boy, how rare. Faced with this situation, he softly asked, Yuha seems to really like Hun, does not she? Seon, however, he showed a most disappointed expression about his child. Perhaps. The scene changed to Kong Hyun, who also returned home after a few minutes. Before leaving, he hurriedly told Uncle Kim, I will go inside first. Inside a room, two people were already waiting for him. A moment later, Kong Hyun finally arrived and called out sweetly, Mom. Seeing her son return, she was overjoyed. He quickly ran to his mother and asked, why did you come without calling me first? I would definitely have picked you up if I knew you were coming. Even so, she was extremely surprised and explained, I was also very surprised when Dad called me to come. He sent a car to pick me up this morning. Just then, she suddenly took a jar out of her bag. I almost forgot. I brought abalone porridge for Dad. Kong Hyun happily said, I will put it in the refrigerator. While putting away the abalone porridge, he was still thinking, who would have thought Dad would make such an important decision? In my previous life, he passed away without making peace with Mom, but this time, it will definitely change. Finally, the three of them had a meeting in the room. Chairman Yu asked with concern, are you tired from the long journey? His kindness surprised her. Thanks to the car Dad prepared, I was very comfortable. But are you feeling unwell anywhere, Dad? He replied calmly, no, I am still fine. Hearing his confirmation, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chairman Yu suddenly asked, but how about you? Just then, the maid brought them some glasses of water to drink. Please have some water. Hun Jia gasped in surprise when she saw the teacup. Oh, you still remember I like plum tea. She cheerfully replied, how could I forget, you are the only one in the house who drinks plum tea. This situation made Chairman Yu a little wistful. He looked at her figure and thought to himself, when your mother was young, Hun Jia's hands. With those slender hands. It feels like just yesterday, she was still smiling and playing the violin. These memories made him feel a little lost. Time flies so fast. Chairman Yu just sat there, seemingly not knowing how to speak. Meanwhile, he suddenly called out to Hun Jia. Then he smiled and said, you raised your son very well. He is even more mature than his greedy uncle. His compliments made her extremely embarrassed. He affirmed, people often say that you can tell the character of parents by looking at their children. Why did not you two come together? I mean your husband, please come together next time. Hun Jia was stunned by her father's suggestion. Hearing his gentle words, she gradually became teary-eyed. For a moment, she became extremely vulnerable. Kong Hyun suddenly remembered something. In my previous life, He never accepted my father as his son-in-law. Those deep emotions caused them to cut ties with each other. In this moment, he gently hugged her and comforted her. I miss you, my daughter. Back at Chairman Sun's mansion, Yuha wondered aloud, now I realize. Why did not you and Dad go to the office today? Both of them asked in unison. You're just wondering about that now. So her father explained the reason. Today, we will have a guest visiting. Hearing this, she was extremely surprised. Suddenly, her father revealed something. Yuha, you have met this person before. Just then, the butler also came to inform them, Chairman, the guest has arrived. So he requested, we should welcome them, should not we? The three of them went down to the mansion grounds together to welcome this guest. Yuha stared at this person's figure. That person is. At the same time, at Kong Hyun's house. A sound suddenly came, surprising him. A news report about a special foreigner appeared on TV. The person on the news was. Unexpectedly, the person on TV was Chairman Sun's guest. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Sun. Yuha stood next to him, thinking to herself, it is the foreign uncle I sat with at the party. Kong Hyun was extremely startled by the information on the news. On the other hand, Yuha had a rather indifferent expression. It would be better if the guest was Brother Hun. In contrast, Kong Hyun now wondered to himself, I wonder what he is doing here. A prince is visiting Korea. A moment later, they enter the office to discuss business. Chairman Sun said, the recent popularity that the Sealy Hotel. However, he dismissed it. How can that be? What have I done? I am no different from a scarecrow. It is all thanks to the potential of the Jaehan group. In this situation, Seon was very excited. It was known that the eternal crown prince Gac No, although he was not initially designated as the heir. But after the self-abdication of the previous troublesome crown prince, the new crown prince was enthroned as king. He is a politician who has received unprecedented support and love from the country. Along with all the news about Prince Samio's visit to Korea, there is always the Sealy Hotel behind it, so its influence is undeniable. Chairman Sun's current expression surprised Seon. An unpurchasable boost in revenue. Look at Dad's satisfied face. Just then, Gac No asked softly, by the way, Mr. Sun, if you do not mind, could I ask you a favor? Regarding last night's party, could I get a video of that little gentleman's performance? It seemed that the performance was recorded. Hearing that, he said, oh, of course it is not difficult at all. But what do you need it for? Gac No calmly said, an old friend of mine is very passionate about classical music. I really want to show him that performance. Through excellent instruments. Combining the melodies of other instruments. To create a wonderful harmony. It makes a big difference in music. From the violin. Accompanied by the clear sounds of the flute. And the trumpet. All under the direction of a single conductor. This person was Ben Exo, a very strict man. Even a small mistake, he would detect and scold loudly. The oboist, you are playing the wrong rhythm. Do it again for me. After that day's rehearsal, he was extremely desperate. Might try, is there no one here who can play the oboe properly? How can a conductor miss the beat like that? However, he thought, you are too much of a perfectionist. This statement made him furious. It is not that I am a perfectionist, it is them who take this too lightly. He said, excuse me, but I am not here to recommend a newcomer to you. I am here to transfer a call to you. Ben Exo was very surprised to hear this information. A call. After picking up the phone, Gac No's voice came from the other end. My old friend Ben Exo, how are you doing? He replied in astonishment, calling me so casually, so Gac No questioned, aren't you being too sensitive when I call after such a long time without seeing each other? Besides, I am currently in Korea. Ben Exo wondered and asked, why would a royal responsible for the welfare of the people go there? He then told Ben Exo good news. I have discovered a genius here. It is like seeing you in your prime. However, at this moment, he gave a sinister smile. I do not believe in innate talent. No one has possessed innate talent since Mo Jayat. At this point, Gac No suggested, really, I will send you the video of the performance I mentioned, so please watch it. So Ben Exo said, it seems you are not done with your nonsense yet. I have to hang up now. Immediately after that, he handed the phone back to Dimitri and thought, I guess I have become weak as I have gotten old. A genius. Geniuses are a bunch of garbage. The scene changed back to Chairman Yu's house. Just then, the family members also arrived. Dad, we are here. I bought some of your favorite dishes. I do not know if they suit your taste. But when she saw Han Jia's presence, she immediately frowned. Then she shouted, "Why are you here?" Even her older brother loudly reproached, "Han Jia, look what you brought with you. How can you shamelessly show your face here again?" Seeing them so agitated, he angrily shouted, "Sit down for me. I have something to say. The reason I called everyone here today is because of the future of Dongju Chemicals. From today onwards, Han Jia will also participate in managing the production of Dongju Chemicals." Hearing that, she was extremely shocked. After hearing the announcement from their father, they all reacted strongly. "Mom, Dad, what are you saying? Dad, this is absurd. How can we hand over authority to Han Jia like this? She has not even contacted us in over 10 years. When I think of someone who only knows how to do laundry being able to run a large company, I understand that you are emotional about seeing her again after such a long time. But your request is beyond imagination." At this point, he finally asked, "The Sun Seong Group was taken over by a widow, right? After her husband passed away, a homemaker like that is currently managing a large company, is not she? Or do you mean gender is more important than a person's ability in running a business?" His words now touched her heart. Suddenly, he said sternly, "Moreover, have not you failed to prove your ability to me through sales figures?" The events happening at this time made Kong Hyun extremely confused. This was not how things were in his past life. "Even though my uncle constantly received opportunities from you just because he was your son, instead of choosing this disappointing son, you chose my mother based entirely on her abilities. You have changed, and the future has changed too." Inside his private room, Kong Hyun was diligently practicing the violin with Sun Dawn, and Yu Ha was also present. "It has been almost a month since I started learning the violin with Yu Ha. Honestly, I am really happy. I wonder why I did not realize this in my past life." As Kong Hyun finished his practice, Sun Dawn could not help but be moved. She quickly wiped her tears and showered him because the previous piece was so outstanding. Yu Ha asked Kong Hyun to play another piece for her. However, Sun Dawn seemed to have something on her mind as she watched his back, lost in thought. "No matter how many times I see it, this child is truly an amazing genius. The sound he creates is like watercolor spreading across a canvas. I understand, his talent is at a level I can't even imagine. But my excitement surpasses my feelings of inadequacy. I will strive to teach my student with all the knowledge I possess. This will certainly be a joyful experience. I am really looking forward to the picture this child will paint in the future. I am truly looking forward to it." After fulfilling Yu Ha's request, Kong Hyun returned the violin to Sun Dawn, who carefully put it back in its case. Yu Ha clung to his arm and whined, "But brother, when the holidays are over, will I have to go back home?" Yu Ha pressed, "Really, brother?" Sun Dawn interrupted her thoughts. "It is a shame. Things have changed so much compared to the past life. I can't predict what will happen now." Under the expectant gazes of the Sun Dawn sisters, Kong Hyun mumbled, "I am still thinking about it." Yu Ha promised that she would arrange everything if he did not go back to his hometown. The scene shifts to Jong Kwan's company, where Kong Hyun is in his grandfather's office. Jong Kwan spoke, "You must be bored having to come to the company with me every day lately." Kong Hyun denied it. "No, I am very happy to be able to spend time with you." Upon receiving his answer, his grandfather's eyes softened. "Is that so?" Jong Kwan casually picked up a pen and said, "Your mother decided to stay here for a few more days. She seems very worried about you." My mother did not give him an answer. She was worried about him and decided to leave. But then the reaction of those uncles. Hearing this, he quickly opened the door and peeked inside. The kitchen seemed a bit messy. Knives and cutting boards were smeared with ingredients, and the flour bowl was overflowing, creating an unpleasant feeling. Kong Hyun's mother and the cook were adjusting the family's dinner. She commented, "This is so bland." "Auntie." The cook quickly brought the soy sauce but accidentally dropped it on the floor. His mother's shriek immediately rang out. "Oh my God, why is it like this? Auntie, what are you doing?" The commotion quickly reached the living room. Kong Hyun's father was startled and looked down. Following that was a series of crashes coming from the kitchen. Mixed in were other chaotic sounds. However, it seemed Jong Kwan was already used to this. He elegantly enjoyed the tea he had just brewed without saying a word. Kong Hyun's father tried to change the subject. He said, "Oh, my birthday is coming up soon, is not it? Your wife said she would go to the market and prepare to cook my favorite dishes. Seo Don has been crying a lot because she misses you too." Kong Hyun chuckled to himself. How can a newborn talk? Unexpectedly, Zhongquan's next action surprised the whole family. He shouted Bumdung's name. Then he directly questioned his father. What the hell are you doing? Father Bumdung tried to appear calm, but Zhongquan did not seem so pleased. What do you mean? Zhongquan's face grew increasingly displeased. He glared at Konghyun's father, causing his trembling to reach its peak. Do you realize what you have done at the company, hiring a bunch of employees through back doors? A bunch who only know how to flatter and have no brains. Aren't you just feeding a bunch of thieves? They are practically embezzlers. Bumdung was frightened by his father's words, his face pale. Not stopping there, Zhongquan slammed his hand on the armrest and scolded, "You are useless." The situation turned sour, forcing Bumdung to kneel on the floor like a slave. In front of his son, he pleaded with Zhongquan. Please forgive me just this once. It was just a small mistake, and I can handle it. Konghyun's mother, hearing the argument, rushed upstairs and witnessed this unforgettable scene. However, Zhongquan had no intention of giving in. He said, "Enough. Don't let me see your face at the company from tomorrow onwards." Back in the present, Zhongquan was still diligently working on the contract on his desk. He then picked up his pen and decided to sign it, while also saying, "They are still cautious about Hunjia." Konghyun, looking at Zhongquan's quiet demeanor, thought to himself, "You must be very worried. Except for the youngest, my mother was successful in her career but not in raising her children to be decent individuals. But now things have changed. Now, even though his thoughts have wavered, it is not certain that he will give up on his sons." Konghyun moved closer to his grandfather and comforted him. "Don't worry, Grandpa. If the work is not going well, we can entrust it to a professional manager." Zhongquan was slightly surprised by his grandson's initiative. Nevertheless, the smile on his lips proved his trust in Konghyun. "That is a good idea. Our Konghyun is truly sharp." As he finished speaking, a knock came from outside the door. With permission granted, the managing director entered. "Excuse me, Chairman." "Come in, Director Chan." He immediately brought in a thick stack of documents and said, "Yes, I have something I want to discuss regarding the new materials project." He noticed Konghyun sitting next to him. "That feeling again, I feel like. I have met him somewhere before." Thinking this, he nodded amicably at the boy. "It is not just a feeling. It is like I have met him in a past life. It is really familiar." Suddenly, the image of Chairman Chan flooded back into his memory. This made Konghyun jolt in surprise. He unconsciously called out the name Kwon-don. This happened to reach Kwon-don's ears, causing him to turn around with a surprised expression. Konghyun also realized the bad omen and quickly tried to cover up the awkward silence. "Auntie, are we having dinner with Director Chan?" "I remember now. Kwon-don, this is the person who leaked industrial technology to other countries, causing significant since his face and real name were never revealed to the public at this time. This is information I learned from my past life when I participated in Prosecutor Ruck-Key's investigation." That image became clearer and clearer. He clenched his fists, showing some anger. "Is this fate's joke? But in this life, I will absolutely not let Dongju Chemicals go bankrupt. This guy is like a parasite that just won't go away. Is there any way for me to get rid of him?" Chairman Zhongquan pushed the contract forward with a sigh. Konghyun wondered, "Are you worried about something?" "I am fine. Do I look that gloomy?" He asked directly, "Is it because of my uncle?" This made Zhongquan pause for a few seconds. He thought to himself, as expected, this child is truly intelligent. He is already a talented child, and recently he has been diligently observing me work. He must have grasped some of the company's situation. I do not have much time left, but the children who will inherit my legacy are all fools. What will become of Dongju Chemicals without me? Thinking this, Zhongquan said, "You do not need to worry, Hun. I will take care of everything." His eyes gradually became determined. His interlocked fingers revealed his worry. "What should I do? I currently have no evidence to prove that Director Chan will betray the company and cause Dongju Chemicals to go bankrupt in the future. I am just a child. My uncles will think I am a crazy kid causing trouble for them." Finally, Konghyun made a decision. He lowered his face and replied to Zhongquan's reassurance, "But mold does not just grow in one spot." Zhongquan was taken aback by this cryptic statement. "What do you mean?" Konghyun shyly explained. "When you work at a laundry, you encounter all kinds of clothes. Sometimes you will see clothes covered in mold on the inside. The owner of the clothes only cares about the mold on the outside and does not realize there is mold on the inside, even though it is the same piece of clothing. Zhang Quan began to consider. That is right, the damaged part will quickly spread to other parts. If left alone, the entire garment will become useless. But why is he talking about this? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Images of those who were tainting the company began to appear. The most prominent name here was the managing director that Kong Hyun had alluded to. It can only be him. No mistaking that face, I remember it clearly. He stared blankly at the 10-year-old child in front of him. A series of questions arose. Could it be that this child is saying this after observing everything? Meanwhile, inside an auditorium, someone's voice rang out. Maestro, there has been an increase in domestic demand in Asian countries. Asian countries? Are you referring to South Korea and Japan? Suddenly someone called out the name Ben Exo. It turned out to be Gac No. Ben Exo was a little surprised to see Gac No here. The maestro asked, "Didn't you say you were staying in Korea?" Then, Gac No pulled out a tape reel and said excitedly, "This is the performance video of the boy I mentioned." So there was a reason. Ben Exo dismissed Gac No's attempt. He said, "Forget it. I do not want to waste my time on worthless things." Gac No was a little disappointed but still held onto the maestro's hand. Just once. Just once, please listen to it. Ben Exo was once again surprised to see his friend's unprecedented determination. He usually gives up as soon as I refuse. Why is he so persistent this time? After a moment of silence, Ben Exo made a move. He took the tape from Gac No's hand and said, "Just this once." Gac No, having achieved his goal, beamed with joy. However, the maestro added, "Don't waste my time like this again." As promised, the maestro, along with Gac No and his assistant, entered the screening room and watched the video. It began with the image of Kong Hyun with his beloved violin, bowing to the audience. Nearby, there was another person playing the piano. The maestro assessed, at first glance, there is nothing too impressive. How talented could this child possibly be? What can he do? As the performance began, Kong Hyun gently drew his bow across the strings, creating captivating sounds. Despite being a recording, the sound was authentic and capable of moving the maestro's heart. He completely changed his previous thoughts. Wait a minute, this performance style impossible. The maestro leaned forward in astonishment. Unbelievable. At the end of the recording, Kong Hyun flawlessly completed his performance. Amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience, he responded with a bright smile. Off-screen, Gac No asked about the person he had brought this time. "What do you think? He is quite impressive, is not he? Like I said, he is a genius." The maestro seemed eager to know Kong Hyun's identity. He clenched his hands and asked, "You said he is from where? Korea?" "That is right, he is in South Korea." Having obtained useful information, the maestro quickly called for MIT Re. He said, "For the next performance, let us hold it in South Korea." On the highway, Zhang Quan's car was speeding along. Kong Hyun, inside the car, followed his grandfather's gaze and wondered, "Where are we going so early in the morning? It does not seem like I am going to meet someone important like the king, right?" He glanced towards the window and was startled. The surrounding mountainous scenery made Kong Hyun jump. "Are we going up the mountain?" After a short drive, the car stopped in front of an open space. "We have arrived, Chairman." The three of them got out of the car, and they were greeted by an elderly man. He seemed to be someone who lived in this desolate place. Zhang Quan spoke, "It has been a while. Has not it? Oh my, are you well?" While the two old men were reminiscing, Kong Hyun took a few minutes to observe the surroundings. A tombstone engraved with the name Quan Chu caught his eye. Zhang Quan used his handkerchief to wipe away the dirt on the tombstone. Along with it came a tearful confession. "Imcha, it is me." Only then did Kong Hyun realize that this was her resting place. His grandfather whispered, "Do you want to hear the story? I first met your grandmother when I was your age. She was my friend and a maid in my house. When we reached a certain age, we decided to get married. We faced strong opposition from our families, so we decided to run away and start a new life. At that time, your grandmother asked me if I regretted it. Do you know what my answer was? I already have the whole world, so what is there to regret? That is what I said." Kwanjong gestured towards the tombstone and continued, "The middle letter of my name, and the last letter of your grandmother's name, combined to form Dongju Chemicals. Just like its name, to me, nothing can replace Dongju Chemicals." However, his eyes suddenly dimmed, and his voice softened. In life, there are some things that do not go as planned. Kong Hyun quietly observed his grandfather's actions. In contrast, Kwon Jong became hesitant in his speech. Next, he called his grandson's name affectionately. "Do you like music?" This unfamiliar question was the first time Kong Hyun had heard it. At that moment, he seemed lost in distant dreams. Back at Dongju Chemicals, Chairman Jong Kwon's familiar shouts echoed. Today's target was Manager Do. Jong Kwon slammed his hand on the table, scolding incessantly. "How many times have I told you to pay attention to waste disposal?" He bowed his head submissively and apologized. "I will fix it immediately, Chairman." As usual, Kong Hyun was present in the chairman's office, quietly observing the situation. After promising to rectify the issue, Manager Do quickly left the room with a fearful demeanor. Just then, the managing director entered. "Hello, Chairman. Why are you here, Director Chon?" "I have something to discuss regarding the new materials development project." Kong Hyun immediately became alert. "Kwon-don, I have to find a way to get rid of him. For the past few days, I have been looking into his information and family background. Even though I have had people investigate, I still can't find anything. I need to help my grandfather too." Recalling the recent grave visit, Jong Kwon had told him, "Hun, you can be anything you want. Nothing is more important than the life you desire. I only have one request. In the future, if Dongju Chemicals needs you, can you help me?" He simply chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely protect Dongju Chemicals." Because of this, Kong Hyun's resolve grew even stronger. He started to worry about what would happen if he told his grandfather everything. Thinking about this constantly made him lose focus on the conversation between Director Chon and his grandfather. They had finished their discussion, and Kwon-don was preparing to leave. The door closed, and only Jong Kwon and his grandson remained in the room. Suddenly, he spoke, "The smell of mold will become stronger." Kong Hyun's eyes widened in surprise. When he looked up at Jong Kwon, his grandfather questioned him. "Why did not you say earlier that mold does not just spread on the surface of clothes? So before it spreads, we should disinfect it as soon as possible. Try disinfecting it thoroughly." His words were like a glimmer of hope. Kong Hyun felt increasingly reassured knowing that his grandfather had been able to spot the flaws within the company. "I underestimated him. He spent his entire life building and developing this empire for himself. I was only relying on experience from my past life, but he is relying on his own." Back with the female students. They were still diligently practicing under Sun Don's guidance. Yuha played the violin quite skillfully. Sun Don praised Yuha for her improvement. "Compared to last time, you have played much better. You have been working very hard." Kong Hyun was also present. He looked towards them, lost in thought. Yuha continued, "This part is so difficult, teacher. After practice, I am going to the neighbor's house." Sun Don let out an indescribable sigh. He quickly noticed and approached her. "Teacher, is something bothering you?" Sun Don immediately regained her composure. She put on her usual bright smile and denied it. "Oh my, is it that obvious on my face?" Yuha spoke up. "Teacher, is something wrong? Tell us, teacher." Sun Don hesitated for a moment. Then, she lifted a heavy stack of papers. "It is just that these past few days, I have not felt my skills improving at all." Yuha reacted quite strongly. Even someone as experienced as you worries about this. On the contrary, Kong Hyun thought to himself, learning is a lifelong journey. Because she is the tutor of a chaebol's child, aside from skill requirements, the pressure is immense. And she must trust us to share this. Then he said, "Come to think of it, I have not seen you play the violin properly before. When do you usually play?" Daha pouted, "But still, your skills are amazing. Although to me, Hun is still the best." Sun Don patted her head comfortingly and said, "Playing a piece after a long time sounds nice, does not it really?" "Yeah, Hun wants to see you play." She hesitated for a few seconds. I also want to hear your feedback. At the previous party. Take a deep breath before you hit the first key. I think you will be able to find the problem." She looked at him sincerely and softly said, "Please, I beg you." With Kong Hyun's agreement, Sun Don started with the first notes. What followed were chords demonstrating her otherworldly skills. Yuha was also captivated by the emotion in the symphony her teacher created. Kong Hyun listened carefully to each note. A few minutes passed, and Sun Don finished her piece. She asked Kong Hyun, "What do you think?" Anyone else would have showered Sun Don with praise for her musical talent. But for a musical genius like Kong Hyun, he astutely identified the core issue. Kong Hyun's voice was a bit hesitant. Contrary to Yu-ha's applause, he commented that it was terrible, making the teacher a bit embarrassed. Although she did not miss a single note, I feel like something is wrong. The performance looks great, but where is the problem? Fortunately, he noticed a detail in Sundon's playing. His face lit up as he discovered the issue. Teacher, do you think about the previous beat when you play? Especially during the up bow and down bow moments. The teacher thought for a moment and replied, I think I was just trying to play well. Kong Hyun suddenly exclaimed, that is the problem, you're just trying to play perfectly. Yes, it looks perfect, but it feels like a robot is playing. Chasing perfection, not allowing yourself to make mistakes, but it makes it sound mechanical. What will you do when the technique is perfect, when the melody ends? He asked, full of doubt. Evening had fallen over the city of London. The audience had dispersed after enjoying a spectacular performance. Benz, today's performance was fantastic. Inside Benz's office, the conductor's assistant asked, would you like to review the recording of today's performance, sir? Benz ignored Maiteri's question and posed another, Maiteri, what do you think about geniuses? Indeed, there are artists with exceptional talent, but I believe that without the combination of learning and experience, everything becomes meaningless. But, ever since I saw that boy's performance, that image is still vivid in my mind. You still remember that moment clearly? Benz nodded, so do I. I am looking forward to the upcoming performance in South Korea. But who did that boy learn from? Maiteri's question made him anxious. Benz jumped up, that boy's teacher, yes, with such talent. Would not all the famous people in the industry want to take him as a student? He suddenly grabbed his coat and rushed out, leaving his worried assistant behind. Where are you going, sir? In his haste, the conductor thought to himself, God, why did not I think of this? Maybe others have the same thought. The bright green of nature struck Kong Hyun's eyes. He was amazed by the vibrant scenery. I never thought I would be able to come here in my lifetime. A golf course meticulously designed by Chairman Kwang himself. Without Chairman Sun's permission, not even the Sun family's descendants could freely enter. A private golf course that ordinary people could hardly set foot on in their entire golfing lives. The more he thought about it, the luckier he felt. I wonder how much effort I spent in my past life, just to be able to set foot here. Just then, Chairman Sun asked him, Hun, are your legs tired? He quickly waved his hand, no sir, I am fine. Hearing that, he patted Kong Hyun's head and chuckled, so polite, you're so lucky to be loved so much by your grandfather. Yu-ha said she did not want to go because her legs hurt. I am sure when she finds out you are here, she will regret not coming. Hearing that, he could only smile wryly and think. At Chairman Sun's house at that moment, Yu-ha, having just learned that he was at the golf course, burst into tears. Hun Appa went too, Grandpa, that is so unfair. Back at the golf course, while they were walking together, Chairman Sun suddenly spoke, Chairman Yu, about what you asked earlier. He smiled. The Japanese side called us urgently after watching that video. Miss Harrow is adamant about meeting Hun. Hearing his name, Kong Hyun froze reflexively. Harrow, known as the Queen of Strings, surpassing even the boundaries of Japanese classical music, she has established herself as a world-class violinist. He became even more suspicious. Harrow wants to meet me, and what about that video? Does it have anything to do with my performance? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. At this time, Mr. Sun continued, Chairman Yu, even though inheriting Dongdu chemicals is very important, would not it be a waste of Hun's talent? This question truly bothered Mr. Dualo. Then suddenly, he placed his hand on Kong Hyun's shoulder and asked, Hun, what do you think about studying abroad? At first, he was extremely startled, then after regaining his composure, he slowly said, I do not want to. The answer surprised Mr. Du. He asked again, don't you like studying music? He immediately replied, no, I really like it however. Kong Hyun could not speak, he bowed his head with a jumble of thoughts. I understand that he loves me the way he could not do for my mother. But he only has about 5 years left. If that is the case, then I do not want to waste precious time studying abroad. I definitely won't regret it. He clenched his fist so tightly that his tendons stood out. At this moment, Chairman Sun deliberately added to persuade him, Hun, do you know who Harrow is? Harrow is very famous. Suddenly Kong Hyun interrupted him. It does not matter if that person is famous or not. This attitude made Mr. Sun freeze for a moment. He thought to himself, I am not going to study abroad just to meet a monotonous violinist. Then he puffed out his chest and Mr. Sun looked in astonishment at the outspoken boy standing before him. Immediately afterward, he burst out laughing. He patted Kong Hyun's head with satisfaction. You have guts, kid. I understand why my granddaughter loves you so much now. Kong Hyun's face darkened. What are you talking about? But Mr. Sun turned to Mr. Du and laughed. I won't forget our promise, old friend. Mr. Du also laughed. Mr. Sun, my memory is not any worse than yours. After hearing that, he could only be speechless. Why do I feel like the future has already been decided? While they were chatting and laughing, someone came in and called Mr. Sun, Chairman. He whispered something in his ear. He smiled after listening. Is that so? Then he turned around and announced, Chairman Yu, it seems we have a visitor for Hun. He was surprised once again. A visitor, he wondered. Back at Mr. Sun's villa, only Yu Ha was sitting with that guest. She reached for a piece of cake. Then awkwardly took a bite. Perhaps feeling that it was a bit impolite. She tried to speak in her embarrassment. May I ask who you are? Yu Ha spoke first. The guest was startled. He said a series of words, but she heard them as an alien language. What should I do? My English is not good. Seeing her bewildered expression, he reached into his coat pocket and took something out. Then held it out in front of Yu Ha. She took it, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the photo. This is Hun Appa. This picture was taken when he was performing. As she held it up, the real person walked in. As if she had struck gold, she pointed at him. When did you get here, sir? This is Hun Appa. The guest looked blankly in the direction she pointed. Hun Appa. Mr. Sun smiled and reminded him, Hun, say hello. This is your guest. He scratched his head awkwardly. Hello. Did you come to see me, sir? The guest propped himself up and stood up immediately, then sincerely shook his hand. Kong Hyun looked down in surprise. He smiled at him. I really wanted to meet you. Looking at his expression, he did not seem to be lying. However, he still asked suspiciously, you wanted to meet me, but who are you? Hearing this, he let go of his hand. Forgive me for forgetting to introduce myself. I am Benz, the conductor of the London Volante Orchestra. I came here after watching the video of your performance. Kong Hyun looked at him in astonishment. Performance video, when Harrow was mentioned earlier, could it be? Before he could finish his thought, he spoke first. Let me be frank, would you like to perform with the London Volante Orchestra as a guest? Kong Hyun was taken aback by one surprise after another. He stood rooted to the spot for a long time. Benz further explained, of course, you won't be able to join immediately. You need to prove yourself first. But if you are indeed the child in that video, I will definitely add you to my orchestra immediately, he said with a firm voice that surprised Kong Hyun. Not only him but also Chairman Sun and Chairman Yu felt the same way. London Volante is one of the leading orchestras in England. Me as a guest performer, he asked himself. Then Benz gave him a request. Hun, I want to hear you perform once more. If you do not mind, could you play the violin right here? Violin was a word that a child could understand, so even though she was not good at English, Yu Ha still recognized it. Her eyes lit up and she stood up abruptly, asking Kong Hyun, you need a violin, right? I will get it right away. She really did run to get it right away. Kong Hyun could only be speechless. He picked up the violin under the eager gazes of Benz and Yu Ha. He thought, I wonder how a musician feels when performing in front of such influential people. Honestly, this is too sudden and I am not very comfortable. But since you came all the way here to see me, should not I reciprocate? He said this to him. From England to Korea, and the conductor of the London Volante coming to see me. It would be rude of me to refuse. He lifted the violin to his shoulder and said, then I will just play one piece. At the same time, elsewhere, applause rang out. Two artists bowed to the audience. Some viewers were moved to tears by the performance. The woman shone on the grand stage. It was the rumored Lady Harrow. After entering the inner room, she immediately asked about news of Kong Hyun, so there is no response from Korea. The other person replied, yes, not yet. She showed visible disappointment, I see. Suddenly, the door opened. Excuse me for interrupting. It was the pianist who had performed earlier. He bowed his head and smiled at her. It was an honor to perform with you today, Miss Harrow. She joyfully put her arm around his shoulder. Chung Hun, you did very well. I apologize if I did not pay much attention to you. Hearing that, he blushed and demurred, not at all, miss. Miss Harrow has been my idol since I was a child. Collaborating with the Queen of Strings is my lifelong dream. My heart is still pounding with joy. At these words, she smiled gently. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, by the way, Chung-hun, you have been to Korea, right? Are there any violinists in Korea who could impress me, not an adult, but a child? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Korea does not have a large classical music scene, so it seems there are currently no young talents in the lower grades who can meet Miss Harrow's expectations. She pondered for a moment. Is that so? The assistant understood what she was referring to and spoke up. Miss, are not you overly concerned about that child? If you were willing to look, there is bound to be at least one genius in Japan. Chung-hun thought to himself, that child. Harrow frowned. No, there is no one in Japan. She revealed a look of sadness. Because of that child. She recalled the time she saw Kong-hyun perform on TV. The performance made her heart ache. The image of the boy playing the violin was deeply etched in her mind. Completely different from everyone else. She thought to herself, I only know that he comes from some chaebol family and he has never appeared in international competitions. Where did he come from? Dusk had fallen. The plane had just taken off. Ben sat in his seat with a smile, this lingering feeling. He recalled what had just happened when Kong-hyun said, then I will play one piece. His hands moved across the violin with great skill. This melody, he was stunned by the poignant sound. Bach, he did not expect him to be able to play such a piece. One of the 6 solo violin sonatas written by Bach, known as a tribute to his deceased wife. Bach's Partita No. 3 in E major for solo violin. Exuding grandeur as if an invisible organ accompanied the melody. How could a child perform this piece? It requires not only musical knowledge, but also mental maturity. He clenched his hand. Just inviting him as a guest performer was definitely a mistake on my part. Mr. Sun praised him profusely. This is truly outstanding. Ben's thought again. Before I was just impressed, but now I am certain. This child's talent surpasses all the musical talent I have ever known. Mr. Du smiled at Kong-hyun and said, Chairman Sun, I really do not know what to do with that child anymore. Mr. Sun put his arm around his shoulder. Why are you so worried? You know, he is a bright kid. He will take care of everything himself. Of course, even if he has to take over Dongdu Chemicals. So whatever Hun chooses must have a deeper meaning that we do not know. After finishing his performance, Kong-hyun frankly told Benz, I decline your offer, sir. He could not help but be surprised by this response. He then took his hand and whispered something. These words startled him even more. I apologize for now. He looked out the airplane window. Honestly, I did not expect to be rejected. But surprisingly, I do not feel bad at all. Those Aishi understands his own talent better than anyone else. He put his hand on his forehead, so no one can easily have him. Suddenly, he thought of something. Looking at his own hand, he suddenly remembered, come to think of it, that child's hands did not have any calluses. I thought there were no other geniuses after Mozart. Finally, he smiled. Samuel, you were right. In the dead of night, clear music still echoed from the house. The room was devoid of any light. A pair of hands frantically played the piano. Chung-hun danced his fingers across the keys without stopping. After a while, he stopped abruptly. A few tears lingered on the piano frame. Chung-hun wiped away the fallen tear and cursed himself under his breath. I am really useless. The image of the performance kept occupying his mind. I was too excited to collaborate with Miss Harrow. I thought I could be worthy of her. But the harsh reality did not meet Chung-hun's expectations. During their joint performance, he had accidentally missed a beat. At that very moment, Chung-hun's mood had become somewhat chaotic. Although everyone was still engrossed in enjoying the performance, it did not make him feel any better. I made a mistake while performing with her, even if it was just a brief moment that the audience did not notice. Harrow's brief glance touched Chung-hun's mind, but she was different. After that, as if nothing had happened, she covered my mistake with her elegant melody. She was completely immersed in her passion for music. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted his mistake. Chung-hun bit his lip restlessly. My arrogance ruined the performance. In the Sun Villa, the madam asked the cook, is my father in the study? The cook respectfully reported, he left with young Master Hun this morning, madam. The madam was extremely surprised. Since this morning, where did he go? Japan, was the cook's reply. The plane took off from the airport this morning. Zhongquan led Kong-hyun out of the airport terminal and asked Hun, is this your first time on a plane? Kong-hyun politely replied, yes, it is very exciting. He chuckled happily and said to him, actually, you do not need to take your shoes off when you board the plane. Kong Hyun scratched his head awkwardly and explained. Really, I did not know. Inwardly, he felt embarrassed and thought, I made sure to take my shoes off when I got on the plane, sir. Suddenly, Kong Hyun's gaze focused on the airport surroundings, commenting, other than that, Narita Airport is not much different from other airports. But why did you come to Japan? The holidays are still far from over. Maybe you wanted to take me on a trip. Many questions lingered in his mind. He smiled cheerfully and expressed his wish. When we get to Japan, there is a place I want to visit. Jong-kwon was curious, where? A bowl of ramen with plenty of toppings, beautifully presented and steaming hot, sat on the table. The staff greeted them enthusiastically. Welcome. Jong-kwon's face was blank as he wondered, how did you know about this place? Kong Hyun shared the information. I saw it in the newspaper. It is famous for its Japanese cuisine. In reality, the truth was, seeing this elderly couple reminds me of my parents. I used to come here every time I came to Tokyo. It has been a while, has not it? Jong-kwon's voice brought him back to reality. Hun, I will go take a phone call for a bit. He politely replied, yes, sir. Taking advantage of the moment, Kong Hyun picked up a piece of ramen and prepared to enjoy it. As he put the noodles in his mouth, he suddenly noticed someone in the restaurant. Chung-hun sat at the next table, holding his head in distress. Observing his hands moving rhythmically, he immediately recognized a pianist. His concentration is remarkable, even during a meal. But that performance there's something. Kong Hyun noticed something strange. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. There is something missing. Lost in his own world, Kong Hyun suddenly realized someone had just come beside him. Kong Hyun appeared with a bright smile, starting with a compliment. You are really good. Chung-hun was puzzled. A kid, what are you talking about? Kong Hyun said casually, you keep playing.
Brahms, Violin Sonata No.
3. It was then that he noticed his own hands, which had not stopped moving on the dining table. He was even more astonished. How did he know what I was playing just by the way my fingers moved? How is that possible? No, even if he recognized I was playing the piano. Kong Hyun's knowledge was like a slap in Chung-hun's face. Looking at the bright-faced boy before him, he wondered, who is this child? Kong Hyun enthusiastically offered his perspective on musicianship. The interpretation of a piece of music depends entirely on the performer. It does not have to follow a fixed pattern. He analyzed very professionally, your left hand should be playing the melancholic bass notes. And the major drawback is that it is held back by your excessive focus on perfection, preventing you from conveying emotion. Chung-hun was stunned by every word he uttered. You are trying to play a lively piece of music. But you are playing a piece that died 100 years ago. The truth, spoken so directly, stunned him into silence. He awoke from his negative thoughts and acknowledged the boy's opinion. Right. I was focused on perfection so as not to disappoint her, to avoid making mistakes. But Brahms' music was originally meant to be expressed in contradictory ways. There was never a standard way to play it from the beginning. After a moment of reflection, Chung-hun spoke up, a piece of music that died 100 years ago. He stood up abruptly and called out, Kid you. By the time he realized it, the boy was gone. The 2 bowls of ramen next to him were also empty. After enjoying the dish that Kong Hyun had desired, the grandfather and grandson chose to stroll around the city. Jong-kwon pointed out a famous landmark and introduced it to him. Over there is the Tokyo Opera House. Kong Hyun exclaimed with delight, a solo concert is held in such a grand place. Suddenly, his voice became serious. Hun, there is something I want to tell you. Jong-kwon presented him with a big surprise. I have booked tickets for Haro's concert that will be held here. Would you like to go with me tomorrow? Kong Hyun, of course, could not refuse. His face flushed with excitement. Jong-kwon expressed, since you said you did not want to study abroad, you should at least try this kind of experience. Seeing him happy, he became happy too. Are you happy, kid? Kong Hyun replied energetically, yes, I am very happy. Even before seeing the performance, he imagined Haro in his mind and mused, I can't believe I will get to see the Queen of Strings perform live. So that is why you brought me to Japan. Jong-kwon instructed, now let us go back to the hotel and rest to prepare for tomorrow. Kong Hyun excitedly agreed. Jong-kwon happily looked at him, always radiating vitality. He thought, this child's talent should not be confined to a small stage. Jong-kwon hoped, I want him to express himself more, to let people hear him. The reason he wanted to help Kong Hyun was to fill the void in his heart, and to let him experience new things. Just like how he could not do for Hun Jia, a secret he always felt guilty about. The next day, At the Tokyo Opera House, the audience marveled at the melodious music. Kang Hyun, immersed in joy, did not forget to thank the person who had given him this opportunity. "Thank you for bringing me here, and for such close seats." He generously replied, "I am glad you are enjoying it so much." The MC took the stage. "The performance is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen." Jong Kwon adjusted himself into a proper posture. "It is about to begin." The stage lights gradually brightened, and suddenly the person who stepped onto the platform caught his eye. Chung Hun, in a smart performance suit, greeted the audience. His eyes looked straight down. Kang Hyun recognized him. "Isn't that the person I saw at the ramen shop yesterday?" It was then that he reacted to the artists listed in the program. A familiar face with the introduction, pianist Bak Chung Hun. Kang Hyun's mind was in turmoil. That was the cold-blooded conductor Bak Chung Hun. He had not recognized him when he was younger. Why did he say that to him back then? High heels were slowly stepping onto the stage. All the spotlights were aimed at Hai Aro, letting her shine. She was poised with confidence, propriety, and professionalism. Suddenly, Hai Aro's gaze stopped. It landed on Kang Hyun. Hai Aro paused for a moment. That child. At this moment, Kang Hyun suddenly felt something targeting him. Standing on stage, Hai Aro pointed her bow directly at Kang Hyun. He froze, confused. Hai Aro smiled warmly, staring at him. She said, "I finally met you." Kang Hyun thought he was seeing things. Did she just point at me? The music began. The performance started. This time, Hai Aro was playing Sona, Bo Ram's third violin concerto. All the performers were immersed in the performance. The resounding melody whispered like the moonlight in the night. And as the melody gradually reached its climax, a storm arrived. Chung Hun's playing speed became increasingly frantic. The passionate sound deeply moved Kang Hyun. Memories resurfaced of when Kang Hyun had inadvertently given him advice, and now, he had turned it into his own masterpiece. Chung Hun had found his own style. He passionately completed the piece. Kang Hyun affirmed, truly worthy of the name cold-blooded conductor. But the star of this performance was undoubtedly the violin queen. Like someone driven to the edge, she embraced the desperate sound, with a compassionate melody. Kang Hyun felt all the exquisite perfections completely. He was enthralled by the ongoing masterpiece. This was the performance by Hai Aro that he had always wanted to hear. Stepping out of the hall, Jong Kwon praised effusively, "I have never seen anyone play the violin so well." Kang Hyun agreed, "Me neither. It was truly amazing." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Excuse me for interrupting." Go Aro greeted them respectfully, "I am Go Aro MS. Hai Aro's manager. Could you spare me a little of your time?" Kang Hyun asked curiously, "Is something the matter?" He replied hesitantly, "Nothing, it is just MS. Hai Aro wants to meet you both." Hearing the unexpected news, he was too surprised to react. In Hai Aro's private waiting room, a sincere voice echoed, "I sincerely apologize, miss." Chung Hun bowed 180 degrees to show his sincerity. Hai Aro was surprised. "What are you saying, Chung Hun?" he replied, "Although I made a mistake last time, I did not admit it and I feel very ashamed. Because of my mistake, I ruined your performance. I sincerely apologize." He was extremely sincere. Hai Aro smiled gently and said, "Today's performance." Chung Hun's performance was truly excellent. She praised him. Better than the performance a few days ago. Hai Aro could not hide her pride as she looked at him. She had observed all of his expressions on stage. Chung Hun was embarrassed by her praise. "I think that apology is enough." He scratched his head awkwardly and recounted, "Actually, there was a child who helped me improve." Hai Aro was surprised, "A child?" He admitted, "Yes, although I do not know his name." The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of those in the room. It was Go Aro's voice, MS. "Hai Ro." He brought 2 other people with him. "I have brought the people you mentioned," he reported. He shyly entered the private room, following Go Aro. Kang Hyun assessed Chung Hun's slightly awkward expression. "What is this? Although I predicted this reaction, but..." Chung Hun's face turned pale and he yelled when he saw him, making him extremely confused. What is with that panicked expression? He gloomily remembered his previous worries. "I did not think he would recognize me, but I never thought the musician I met at the noodle shop would be Bak Chung Hun." A voice called out, "Hun." Hai Aro extended her hand in greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I have wanted to meet you for a long time." A strange feeling welled up in Kong Hyun's heart. In his previous life, when he became a fan of Hi Aro, she had already passed away. He could do nothing but listen to her albums. Meeting her like this, it was the first time he stood side by side with his idol at such close proximity. He reached out his hand in response. "It is an honor to meet you." Hi Aro did not expect such a friendly reaction from him. She turned Kong Hyun's hand over and observed, clicking her tongue in admiration. Amazing. It turned out she had seen Kong Hyun's performance on TV. Hi Aro said, so if such talent was achieved through mere effort, it would not make sense. I was captivated by your performance as soon as I heard it. Hi Aro's voice rang out evenly. If I did not have a performance schedule, I would have flown to Korea immediately. So Hun, would you like to discuss the violin with me for a bit? She suggested. Seeing him being treated with such respect made Chung Hun unconsciously dazed. Not teaching, but discussing. That means she recognizes this child as a worthy artist. The noodle shop kid, so this is the child she was looking for. Kong Hyun glanced anxiously at Jong Kwon behind him, who was still waiting for him. Hi Aro nimbly took her violin out of its case. She asked one last time, so, do you want to try playing my violin? The manager was stunned by her unexpected offer. Because to explain, that violin the desire of every violinist, one of the three sacred treasures of the violin world, Trari. The violin was considered the life of the artist. Go Aro awkwardly wanted to stop her. Miss, is not that too? The violin was like a wish Kong Hyun wanted to reach. He swallowed hard, nervously. On the other side, Chung Hun was surrounded for an interview. Hello Mr. Bak Jung-hun. How do you feel after collaborating with Japanese musician Hi Aro? He cheerfully answered the question. It was a great honor. Instead of collaborating, I was taught a lot by her. That is enough to show how great she is. Hi Aro was also being sought after by many reporters. A female reporter spoke up. I understand that Ms. Hi Aro holds Mr. Bak Chung Hun in high regard, and believes that he will become a master leading Korean classical music in the future. What do you think about this? Receiving the question, Chung Hun chuckled and politely replied, although it is not polite. His eyes suddenly sharpened. But Kong Hyun's figure flashed through his mind. He predicted, the Korean classical music scene will have a big change in the future. A comfortable sigh came from the sauna room. Jong Kwon asked for his opinion. Hun, this hot spring is great, is not it? He agreed. Yes, I want to come back again. Kong Hyun did not forget to remember his grandfather's health. By the way, have you had your regular health checkup yet? Jong Kwon quickly evaded the question. Don't worry, kid. I will live for at least another 10 years. Suddenly, Kong Hyun's face fell. He worriedly thought, but you only have about 5 years left. There are still many unresolved issues. A voice woke him up. Hey Hun, why did not you try playing Ms. Hi Vosh violin? He was startled. How? Jong Kwon teased. You think I do not know Japanese? I know better than anyone about your exceptional talent for the violin. Yang Kwon whispered. But I am curious why you refused Ms. Hi Ros offer. If you had her help, your future with the violin would be very smooth. He wondered. In his memory, when he refused, Hi Aro was a little disappointed but very understanding. Kong Hyun thought in astonishment, I never thought Grandpa would think that way. His eyes dropped. Honestly, I really wanted to agree. But his eyes widened. Staring at Chairman's son, Kong Hyun worried, however, if I had agreed to play the violin at that time, it might have been the time. Jong Kwon was his fear. I would not be able to see you again. Kong Hyun was afraid that the past would repeat itself. You should take good care of your health. Jong Kwon burst out laughing, teasing him. Are you trying to change the subject? Back home, Yuha cheerfully ran out to greet him. Brother, Kwon Don asked about you. Hun, how was your trip to Japan? He reached out and took Yuha into his arms, simultaneously replying, yes, it was fun. Hey Yoa. Kwon Don smiled warmly. I am glad to hear that. Yuha continuously rubbed against him, praising him. You are the best. Yuha's father beside him was visibly annoyed, thinking to himself, my daughter really has a boyfriend. She is calling another guy's name in front of her dad. Back in the living room, Kwon Don poured tea for the guests. This is a rare tea grown on Simsan Mountain. Everyone, please try it. Kong Hyun elegantly picked up the teacup and smelled the aroma of the tea. He took a sip. Yuha, on the other hand, was in a strange mood and could not appreciate its taste. Jong Kwon was pleased to see Kong Hyun could accept the taste of the tea. I did not think the kid would know how to appreciate that tea. Zhongquan put down his cup and called, Seon, there have been a lot of rumors about the factory location lately. Son responded, yes father, but you do not need to worry. I will handle everything well. Kong Hyun pondered their conversation, thinking, if it is the factory. The surrounding areas of Gyeonggi province are competing with each other to attract Jaehan Group's factories to build there. In the end, things went too far due to the excessive enthusiasm of the people. He was lost in thought. It was an unprecedented incident, and it was also the only thing Sun Se-on did wrong. Zhongquan changed the subject. How does the political side plan to handle this? That has been handed over to the area representative. Zhongquan and Kwon-don simultaneously turned towards the voice. Se-on finished explaining the matter. The relocation to the Se-on factory will receive confirmation soon. Kong Hyun sighed inwardly. Sun Se-on is still inexperienced. In reality, this matter was only Kwon-don, who had noticed his different mood, called his name Hun. He started to worry under his scrutiny. May I ask you a question? If there were two thieves who wanted to take your things, what would you do? Kwon-don posed a difficult hypothetical question. Kong Hyun was stunned by the unexpected question. He thought, isn't this question too blatant? I am so pressured, but I do not want to interfere in this matter. He stammered, not knowing how to answer. Zhongquan showed no emotion, comfortably enjoying his fragrant cup of tea. Kong Hyun was a little helpless. I do not know about that either, but he had to give his opinion to avoid having his things taken away. To avoid having my things taken, I think I should satisfy both of them. Only then did Zhongquan speak again. The chess player has made his move. Kwon-don grimaced and reminded him, Zhongquan, do you only know how to eat and play chess? He admitted defeat to Zhongquan's move. I lost. Next time I won't be fooled again.
Giang Quân lau ghét hơ thì lì.
Should I count how many times you have lost? The chess game continued. Only then did Kwon-don whisper, that Hun kid is very much like you. Se-on was still refusing. Both azaleas and pines grow from fertilizer. He crossed his arms and expressed. If only one is fertilized, the other will be envious. Kong Hyun's image flickered into view. Being able to understand these issues is not just about intellectual understanding. It is Hun's special quality. In that moment, they understood everything. How can he do that at this age? Like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. Kwon-don changed the subject. What about Hun's schooling? What are you planning? Zhongquan replied. As soon as the holidays are over, I will arrange for Hun to study at Seoul-un. Kwon-don exclaimed, this is a big deal. Yu-ha will have to constantly travel between Seoul-un and Cheondong. He raised his teacup and asked, you won't forget your promise, will you? Zhongquan dared not forget and raised his cup in response. The house was bathed in warm sunlight in the morning. Haijung was touched. This is Hai ROS album. It even has her autograph, Hun. Thank you so much. Hun replied amiably, you are welcome. She suddenly wondered about his feelings. Having witnessed Hai ROS performance firsthand, how did you feel? The memory of the music emanating from the violin brought him back to that day. Hai ROS immersion in the music had created a masterpiece. He summed it up in 4 words, Queen of Strings. She was really amazing. Kong Hyun praised. Haijung agreed enthusiastically. She was truly amazing. Yu-ha, standing nearby, excitedly asked, do you want to try the food Hun brought? The violin lesson resumed. Haijung thought to herself, Hun learns so quickly. Not just violin technique, even the way he explains the profound meaning of the music. Moreover, he is good at everything. She showered him with all the best compliments. She could not ignore the moments when, especially when giving me advice. Haijung stood up and walked straight towards him. Kong Hyun, who was practicing, was startled by the call. Haijung suggested, do you want to participate in a competition? Yu-ha wondered, what competition? She quickly explained, a global music competition. She was a little embarrassed to admit the truth. Although age and experience might be obstacles for you, if you can prove your ability, you can definitely apply for a recommendation letter. She carefully informed him about the rules. Because it is an international competition, the requirements are very high. It will be a very good experience for you. Surprisingly, he seemed to decline. I am not interested in participating in the competition. She tried to persuade him, but Hun, if you win, you will receive many benefits. Kong Hyun stared at the violin in his hands, pondering. I play the violin simply because I like it. Moreover, I do not want to compete with anyone. I believe I can earn a lot of money, so I do not need to care about the prize money. That was his point of view. The biggest reason was that in his previous life, it was a series of unpleasant memories. I spent my whole life making money, pursuing fame and fortune, but not now. Haijung continued to entice him with attractive rewards. If you win, you will be exempt from military service. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, startling her. Haijung looked at Kong Hyun's sudden reaction in confusion. He asked again, "Are you sure?" Haijung did not understand what was going on, but she nodded in confirmation first. His face lit up. "It has been so long that I forgot about this." Yu Ha beside him wondered, what is military service? Remembering his previous life again. In my past life, I was a military prosecutor, so I did not have to go. So do I have to go in this life? Small note, lawyers who meet the criteria can choose to be military prosecutors instead of performing military service. I do not have any hope for those people. It would not be surprising if they knew how to send me away. He was lost in his own world. His face gradually became sweaty with worry. He mused, spending my youth serving the country. The option to refuse to participate was crossed out. Kong Hyun's eyes lit up with determination. He decided, this is a good opportunity to assess my abilities. This competition is very important. I can't give up. Kong Hyun's hand gripped the violin tightly. And of course I can do it. Kong Hyun's biggest goal was, even if Beethoven were to come back to life, I would be the winner. Chairman Se-on and Chairman Sun were playing chess together. Se-on was deep in thought, considering his next move on the chessboard. Zhongquan sat quite carefree, even joking with the old friend in front of him, if you keep looking, the board will flip. Suddenly, Se-on unexpectedly asked what Zhongquan thought about violins. It turned out that Se-on had not been thinking about playing chess but about violins. Zhongquan realized that it was related to Kong Hyun. The old friend opposite him also nodded. Zhongquan voiced his opinion, this violin is quite expensive. Se-on was also quite concerned about this issue. I heard that high ROS violin cost $40,000 in the 60s. $40,000 was an unimaginable figure. Se-on was astonished after hearing this. But at that time, an apartment in New York was not even $40,000. Now, it is probably increased tenfold. Even if it was not auctioned, its true value could not be known. Se-on also thought a violin would be expensive, but did not think it would be that expensive. Se-on was pondering the previous matter. Hyaro had asked Kong Hyun if he wanted to use her violin once. This was truly a precious opportunity for him. And Se-on had witnessed this. He loved being able to hold his dream violin in his hands, and it was high ROS violin, no less. But he decided not to play high ROS violin, which surprised Se-on. Kong Hyun's eyes clearly showed disappointment at not being able to play the violin. After Se-on thought about Kong Hyun's issue, he slammed the teacup in his hand down hard, splashing tea everywhere. After thinking for a while, Se-on called out to Zhongquan. Se-on warmly invited Zhongquan to play a game with him. On a rainy day at a luxurious villa, a man was kneeling in the front yard. Soaked to the bone, the man called out to his father in a pleading voice. The man begged his father to give him another chance. His face paled from kneeling for so long, constantly calling out to his father. As if hearing the plea, the door opened, making the man flinch. Chairman Se-on walked out majestically, his arms crossed behind his back, staring sternly at the man kneeling at his feet. It turned out to be his son. Se-on coldly asked his son, "Oem-jin, do you know where you went wrong?" Oem-jin immediately started to justify his mistakes. "I really did not know Manager Joe had a problem. I am telling the truth." He begged his father to give him another chance to correct his mistakes. He would definitely try his best to resolve everything thoroughly, and from now on, he would certainly not make his father worry anymore. Chairman Se-on was furious and yelled, cursing his son for being worthless. Shouting directly at his son's face, "Do you still think this is a problem caused by Manager Joe's corruption?" Oem-jin's face was filled with fear, unable to move, his mouth stammering in response. He was furious at the lack of a clear explanation for this and turned away, ignoring his son's tearful pleas. He decided to get up and chase after his father to ask for another chance to fix his mistakes. As a result of kneeling for too long in the rain, his legs could not support him and he fell flat on his face. He begged his father in a weak voice, but Se-on ignored him and walked straight into the house. On a beautiful day at Dongju Chemical Company. Inside Chairman Se-on's office, Kong Hyun and Seon were each doing their own work. He was thinking about the offer to participate in a global music competition. This would definitely be a good opportunity for him. Kong Hyun was quite hesitant about this unexpected invitation. While he was thinking, Chairman Seon called out to him. He asked him if he should give him a task. Kong Hyun was quite surprised by this. It turned out his task was to make Chairman Seon happy, and he would be rewarded with something. As he was thinking about his reward, a knock came from the door. A person in formal attire entered and politely greeted Chairman Seon. Kong Hyun showed his dislike for this person. "This is the traitor my uncle brought in, still here. Chon Kwon-don, CEO of the New Materials Development Team. In my previous life, he was the one who leaked all the new material technology abroad." Kwon-don smiled brightly as he submitted a report on the new materials development plan. Chairman Seon was quite satisfied. Kong Hyun was very annoyed by the other man's fake attitude. He was determined to find a way to get rid of this guy and protect Dongju Chemical Company. Chairman Seon was reviewing the documents he had just received. He pondered carefully over what was written in the document. Kong Hyun felt quite worried for Chairman Seon. He felt that this was definitely a fake document. The new materials industry did not have much information yet, so it would be easy for him to forge it. Kong Hyun thought that this was the right time to counterattack. So he decided to speak up and help Chairman Seon deal with the documents. He was determined not to let that guy have a chance to ruin this company. Kong Hyun asked if he could see the documents. Kong Hyun started to mark the documents with a pen. He found quite a few inconsistencies in them. His eyes were serious as he tried to find out what Kwon-don's unusual actions meant. Kong Hyun was looking at each page, while Chairman Seon was worried whether he would understand such difficult material, despite his intelligence. Finally, Kong Hyun finished. The errors in the documents were related to confidential and legal regulations concerning the development of new materials. Seon was quite surprised that he could understand these things. To be sure, he asked again, were these documents all written by the former CEO? Chairman Seon confirmed that they were. Then he showed him the irregularities he had found. "I can't believe the important parts of the document are expressed so vaguely and subjectively." Chairman Seon did not understand what Kong Hyun meant. Kong Hyun explained, "The thickness of the handwriting changes depending on how it is written. It looks quite similar, but there are differences in the way it is presented, and that can completely change the meaning. But if this document was written by Director Chan, the development of the new material might not be exclusive to Dongju Chemicals. The prosecution will apply the law to Dongju Chemicals if there is a problem, because there is nothing in the document that protects our rights." Chairman Seon was quite surprised. Moreover, this is a big project. If someone sells this plan, hearing what Kong Hyun said made his hands tremble. If what Kong Hyun just said is discovered, the responsible party will definitely be Dongju Chemicals, not Director Chan. Chairman Seon felt helpless and fell back, looking at the documents in his hand. In the 1990s, the laws were relatively lax, so schemes like this were rampant. It was even called the era of corporate fraud. Moreover, since Dongju Chemicals did not have a legal team, they were bound to encounter these problems. Kwon-don took advantage of the information leak from Dongju Chemicals. He will definitely make a lot of money from the company's embezzlement. Kong Hyun was lost in thought when Chairman Seon called out to him. He asked how he knew about this. He did not know what to say. This was all information he knew from his previous life. He could not say that. He could not reveal such unbelievable information, so he just cried inwardly, not knowing what to do. In his previous life, Kong Hyun was buried in documents, working day and night, which is how he knew this. Now he just had to come up with a more convincing excuse. So he thought of an idea. "I saw it on the news." Chairman Seon looked at him suspiciously, clearly not believing what he had just said. Suddenly, the person opposite him spoke. Chairman Seon's gentle eyes and smile seemed very satisfied with his answer. Kong Hyun stared blankly at his face and realized. He felt quite embarrassed when he looked at him and smiled like that. His cheeks flushed. He realized he was already smiling. He asked, which surprised the chairman. It turned out he had said he would be rewarded if he could make him laugh, and he had succeeded in making him laugh. So he asked what he wanted. He had already thought of what he wanted. The rain was pouring down with no sign of stopping. Chairman Seon's car had just arrived at the gate of the villa. Someone ran out, politely bowed, and held an umbrella for Chairman Seon. He also politely thanked the young man. His son, Om Jin, ran out and called for his father urgently. Chairman Seon turned around at the call. His son came again and knelt in the rain, begging his father for forgiveness, pleading for another chance. He pleaded earnestly, but was met with the chairman's cold gaze, without a single reply. He told his son to come inside. Chairman Seon, Kong Hyun, and OM Jin sat at the dining table. No one had spoken yet. OM Jin, with his soaking wet clothes dripping water all over the floor, sat waiting for his father to speak. The maid politely asked if he wanted to change his clothes, but he gruffly refused. Kong Hyun noticed that the clothes It turned out OM Jin wanted to appear pitiful so his father would forgive him. He must have changed his clothes while he and the maid were out. Maybe he only stood in the rain when someone came home. These small details did not fool him. He could even detect these things, let alone trying to deceive the chairman, which was not easy. Suddenly, Chairman Seon called out to OM Jin. He was startled and overjoyed that his father had finally spoken. He did not want to say much, so he declared, "From now on, you do not need to interfere in company matters." OM Jin could not believe his ears. He could not accept this. He clenched his teeth in anger, unable to believe his father would treat his own son this way. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Father Kong Hyun, eating across from him, was so startled he almost stopped eating. He kept making excuses. He knew he had not managed his subordinate strictly, but he blamed his father for the punishment, saying it was too harsh. If he had known, he certainly would not have let things happen. How could someone who did not know anything be held responsible? Chairman Seon felt the situation was getting out of hand, so he told Kong Hyun to excuse himself for a moment. He obediently complied. He turned back to check if he had really left before starting the conversation. After OM Jin yelled and blamed him, he now softened his voice and asked his father to reconsider what he had just said. Chairman Seon got up from his chair and slapped his son across the face. The slap surprised him. His son's words made him feel that he was useless. The embezzlers were the ones he had brought into the company, and now he was claiming he was not at fault, that it was all their doing. Chairman Seon felt that it was his own fault for putting someone who did not know anything in the CEO position, and who did not even know where he had gone wrong to admit his mistake. He said, his hands clenching into trembling fists. Chairman Seon, furious, pointed at OM Jin and yelled, "Get out of my house, I do not want to see your useless face anymore." He knelt on the floor, crying and begging his father to forgive him and give him another chance to make amends. Kong Hyun witnessed everything. He felt that compared to the company going bankrupt, this was a small matter. Outside, the rain continued to fall, accompanied by the echoing pleas. At Chairman Sun's company, he seemed to be very happy with his work and praised his employee profusely for finding the person he had requested. He asked the employee where the auction was located. The employee politely replied that it was scheduled to be held in New York. The employee showed Chairman Sun the winning bid. It seemed to be a very large number, making Chairman Sun's hair stand on end. He was sweating, not expecting it to be so high. He was determined to win the bid at all costs. He felt something was not right, his index finger tapping continuously on the table. Mr. Sun felt that it would be great if someone married into the family. The smile of a victor. Kong Hyun, elsewhere, felt his ears itch. He felt like someone was talking about him. He was currently sitting with Yoo-ha. Yoo-ha's teacher had just finished playing a piece of music and wanted to ask Kong Hyun for his thoughts. Yoo-ha felt that her teacher was great, constantly praising her, but she was waiting for Kong Hyun's answer. He felt that the teacher was very hard-working. People who put in such effort were truly geniuses. He had something he had wanted to tell Sun Dawn for a long time. He felt that her playing posture was incorrect. Sun Dawn was also surprised that her posture was wrong. It was possible that she had been playing the violin since childhood, thus forming a habit that could even be included in textbooks. But this posture was not suitable for adults. He offered some suggestions to the teacher. Because you are obsessed with maintaining the correct posture, you have not noticed that one of your shoulders is drooping. Sun Dawn was quite surprised by this. Sun Dawn had not realized the mistake with her shoulder. This was the first time she had heard of it. Then Kong Hyun carefully and meticulously adjusted Sun Dawn's posture. She felt unfamiliar with this new posture. She was a little skeptical of what Kong Hyun said, but Kong Hyun was sure it would work. He told her to try playing a piece with this posture. She looked at the placed violin and played in this new and unfamiliar posture. A different, fresh piece of music was born. The sound when played was much better, the melody softer. She could not believe her eyes. He explained further, most people have their own fulcrum. But it is not easily visible to the naked eye, So people just do what they think is right, gradually forming a habit. Sun-Dawn had been playing the violin her whole life without realizing what he had just said. How could he see such things? He seemed to suddenly remember something and called out to the teacher. He asked, "Do you need a letter of recommendation to participate in the competition?" She confirmed that she did. Would a letter of recommendation from a foreigner be acceptable? Pence, the conductor of an orchestra, was practicing with his orchestra. The violinist in the orchestra accidentally made a mistake during practice, making him quite panicked. Pence immediately stopped and glanced at the young man who had made the mistake, causing his face to turn pale with fear. However, he did not scold him, but simply told him to try the passage again. The other members were quite surprised that Pence not only did not get angry, but also gave the young man another chance. Mitri glanced over and asked, "Why are you asking me? You are a musician." The other young man replied, "But you are a musician too." Every time the baton cut the beat, it was so sharp that it seemed as if it could cut through anything. They felt that Pence was gentler today and did not bristle like usual. Everyone in the orchestra made a face as if they were seeing this side of their conductor for the first time. Mitri spoke up, "Maybe it is because he is looking forward to the performance in Asia." The pianist did not understand why, but Mitri did not reveal anything more. Because Pence's muse was there, Kong Hyun. In Pence's dressing room, he was sitting and looking at something when someone knocked on the door. Joseph entered with a letter, politely apologizing for interrupting his rest, but he did not mind and asked what was the matter. Joseph handed a letter to Pence. He did not know who had sent it to him. His eyes lit up when he saw the sender's name. He held the letter and smiled with delight. Joseph stood outside, not understanding. Pence was very pleased when he saw the contents of the letter. It was sent from a country he was eager to visit, South Korea. Kong Hyun was walking to the table. There was a magnificent suit laid out before him. Kong Hyun was extremely surprised to see the suit on the table. So he asked Chairman Yu, "Sir, what is with this suit?" He replied, "I prepared it for you. You will be attending an important wedding with me." He wondered, a wedding. When he heard him say it was the wedding of the Seon Group heir, he spat out his water. He asked in surprise, "Is something wrong? I just saw the name in the newspaper, so I was a little impressed." But his face looked a little worried. Chairman Yu picked up the newspaper and gripped it tightly. Could that boy be from the Seon Group? As I recall, the groom at today's wedding is the youngest of the Seon Group. Famous in the business world for his impetuous personality. I met him once before at the prosecutor's office. He probably goes in and out of there like it is his second home. What kind of karma did his bride accumulate to run into this guy? He was drinking water and pondering when he heard the question. "Are you ready?" he politely replied. "Yes, sir." Manager Du looked at his watch, wondering. It is time to go. Why is not Dad out yet? Suddenly he heard the sound of a car. He turned around and said, "Dad, we have to go." Seeing Kong Hyun going with him, he felt extremely suspicious. "Dad, what do you mean, you want to take Kong Hyun with us?" But he did not care much about his words, looked up and walked straight ahead. He cleared his throat, looking annoyed. And he pretended to warn him, "Today's event has many big names, so do not do anything to disappoint us." So he obediently replied, "Yes, sir." He thought to himself, seeing him so worried, he must have heard about his younger brother's story. It is so funny, they think I can't handle myself. Before worrying about me, worry about yourself first. The chairman in the car folded his arms and ordered, "Driver Kim, let us go." He trembled outside when he heard the command. But before he could get in the car, it drove off, leaving him alone below shouting, "Dad, what about me?" Looking at him through the rearview mirror, he felt extremely gleeful. He sat in the car silently, just staring blankly. Chairman Yu said, "I did not say I would let him go." He thought to himself, "You are amazing, sir." The car was moving slowly. As the car was moving, a pigeon landed on it. He thought to himself, "It is finally here, the letter of recommendation." In a tall building. A voice said, "It has been a while, Your Majesty." Hyaro said, "Your Majesty, thank you for coming." It turned out the person who had spoken was Editor-in-Chief Quinn S.A. There is no need to mention it. It is my honor, Queen of Strings. Congratulations on releasing your 30th album. I am sure it will win an award again. I feel like I am being favored. He laughed. You understand. Our MO-Phon is the most famous classical music magazine in the world. This is not a place where we base our opinions solely on the views of the editors.
Hyro note that.
Of course I know. He paused, as if thinking about something. I heard you resigned from the jury of a competition. Everyone was looking forward to you taking on this role, but why did you refuse? She sipped her tea and smiled faintly. Is that so? I just felt I could not give fair judgment. I have been captivated by someone's melody. So if he participates, I won't be able to focus on any other performance. His expression became slightly worried. You say that. She knows all the violinists who are currently performing. Who on earth could make the queen hesitate to give her opinion? Adam. She called his name casually. I heard that this auction will feature a certain violin. You will be participating in this auction as well, right? Because there is a Re-UT that is as valuable as your Re-A. But that does not mean I necessarily need to use it, because I already have a friend that I have been using all this time. But I think an instrument like this should not be displayed in a museum. It is frustrating that such a valuable violin is locked in a glass case and becomes a plaything for the rich. As expected, an Asian businessman was quick to snatch it up. The true value of an instrument is in creating sound. She sipped her tea, lost in thought. Bagon said that within the Re-UT lies a sound. Whether it is an angel or a devil. Only those who play its melody can know. So do not worry, Adam. That violin will eventually find its true owner. He was worried when he heard the rejection. The one who finally understands it. The owner of that violin and the one who can create a captivating melody. Kong Hyun had entered the room. A marriage between two conglomerates, so there are so many guests. There are many familiar faces from the previous party. The wedding is being held in their family church. Are they trying to turn an arranged marriage into a romantic love story? Look at the bride and groom. They are a perfect match. They are both holding hands, listening to the Lord's words. They are so beautiful and handsome, do not you think? They look like a prince and princess. I will be like them someday. But then they had a tearful marriage. Marriage is not always beautiful, Yuha. Next, let us enjoy a congratulatory performance for the love of today's beautiful couple. Suddenly, he caught sight of a very familiar young man. It turned out to be Chung Hun. Why would someone as influential as him appear here? The dishes on the banquet table were all eye-catching and appealing. Everyone was sitting properly in their assigned seats at the banquet table. A beautiful girl there said, "Honey, do you want more?" He nodded and mumbled, "Yuha, you just keep eating." Seeing the guy next to him staring at him, he was extremely worried. "Please stop looking at me. I did not know Yuha liked me that much." Chairman Jiang Jun asked Ai-sun, "How are things in Tianjin?" "We are still discussing with them. It will take a little more time. I think it would be better to expand into India." The atmosphere at the banquet table was tense. "I am sorry. I will resolve everything quickly." He thought to himself as he ate, Chairman Jiang Jun is really decisive. But he is a visionary. The reason for choosing China is not just because of the low labor costs, but because in the future, China will dominate half of the global semiconductor market. But that is probably a long way off. Chairman Yu was patting his grandson's head. "Eat a lot." People were chatting animatedly in the hall. "Hello, Mr. Chairman. Let me introduce. You are really popular." Yuha beside him complained, "This is so boring." Everyone murmured and looked back, thinking he was the main character of this party, not the Samsung group. Most of the participants had received scholarships. Suddenly, as he was walking, he heard someone call out, "Chairman. Hello, I am Sun Ding, son of the chairman of the Samsung group. Thank you very much for attending our wedding." Then they congratulated the newlyweds. "Yes, I hope you are always in good health." Yuha turned to Kong Hyun and asked, "What is on the groom's neck?" He looked over at what she was referring to. Then he noticed the veins bulging in his throat. It was a side effect of the medication used to treat erectile dysfunction. He pretended not to know and asked what it was. Yuha said, "Is he sick?" He said hesitantly, "Yuha, let us go somewhere else." "Why, please, let us be proper." As he was leaving, he heard a call that made him turn around. The person calling him was none other than Chung Hun. He was stunned when he saw him. "The piece you just played was great," Yuha complimented, speaking to Kong Hyun, not Chung Hun. He stood there and asked, "I did not think we would meet here." Yuha stood shyly behind him. "It is good to see you again." He scratched his head shyly. "So what do you think?" His shadow suddenly changed. What is with this expression? Looking at him now, I would not think he would become such an authoritative figure with those sharp eyes in the future. It is really not the same at all. "How did you know I was here?" he asked excitedly. I saw you before you went on stage. I see. Both my grandfather and I were very surprised. The performance was also wonderful. Regarding the performance, he stammered. I made a mistake, you noticed, right? He hesitantly replied, yes. Yuha pressed, where was the mistake? In that performance a hint of sadness crossed his face. It would have been perfect, a performance to welcome a new generation maestro. Even if you do not know anything about piano, you can feel it. Everyone knows how outstanding it was. But here, he had a very big question. Despite such a perfect performance, why were his fingers so stiff? So he hesitantly asked, do you hate this party? He scratched his head relieved, not knowing how to answer. How do you know everything? He chuckled sheepishly. Aren't you exaggerating? There was one thing the public did not know. Before he became known as the cold-blooded conductor, he was also a member of the Samsung group. There was not much information about his family. But it seemed like he did not want his identity revealed. So he acted so coldly in the future when his career was successful. I almost forgot about this. He smiled knowingly. Then he advised him, don't let music limit you. When people hear you play, they will forget all the unnecessary things. Even though you are not the person I knew. I know you will become a great person in the future. At Kong Hyun's house, the teacher asked. Have you received the recommendation letter yet? He politely replied, yes, I have. I did not expect it to arrive so quickly. Kong Hyun saw the student practicing the violin and gently corrected her. Yuha, put your hand here. She exclaimed in surprise, wow, the sound has changed dramatically, it sounds so much better. Kong Hyun, who wrote your recommendation letter, was it from the foreigner you mentioned before? He reassured her, yes, do not worry. But if the recommender is not a decent person or someone related to music, the letter won't be accepted. I guess I have to tell her who wrote the recommendation letter. The recommendation letters were from the conductor of the London Symphony Orchestra and the Queen of Strings. Suddenly, there was a call from the manager. Kong Hyun, the chairman wants to see you. He was surprised. Right now. Chairman Yu cheerfully asked, you are here, have a seat. Sorry for calling you during lesson time. It is okay. He cheerfully replied, did you need something? Have some tea first. I heard you are going to participate in a competition. He immediately confirmed, yes. Did she tell you? Our Kong Hyun seems to really like music. Actually, being exempt from military service was his goal. So can you play Go? He replied, a little. Then let us play a game, he suggested. If you win, I will give you a gift. His expression was full of mischief. Scene change. Inside the auditorium, there was a performance, and the conductor was Ben EXO. He conducted every note, immersed in the music. Everyone below also worked hard to keep up with the rhythm. Everyone was trying their best. Ben EXO at this moment was like a music wizard. After a while, he snapped his fingers. The auditorium immediately fell silent. He looked at everyone and smiled, all right, good job. After the practice, everyone went home together. MIT Ri was walking when someone called his name. Ben EXO cheerfully ran over and said, I am about to go eat. Do you want to come along? Hearing this, MIT Ri agreed. They went to a nearby restaurant, laughing and talking while they ate. I heard the Queen Li competition has been postponed to autumn. Ben EXO replied, that is right. Actually, my mind is only focused on that child right now. MIT Ri found this strange. Since returning from Korea, his mood had improved a lot. Ben EXO had changed a lot. However, the orchestra members found his new methods more frightening. The musicians fearfully told him. The conductor even joked with me. Did I do something wrong? I would rather he be angry. Interrupting his thoughts, Ben EXO called his name, MIT Ri. If Bagon came back to life, what do you think would happen? He replied, sorry, that is really hard to imagine. If it were that boy, would not the whole world be focused on his melody? Scene changed to Chairman Se-on's room with Kong Hyun's grandfather. Old friend, did you teach Kong Hyun Go? He responded in surprise, this is the first time I have heard of this. He knows how to play Go. Chairman Se-on replied, not just knows how to play. In a few moves, I felt like he was guiding me. He recounted the time they played together. Kong Hyun scratched his head and said, I lost. Mr. Se-on covered his mouth with his hand, pondering. He said he does not just know a little, does he? I feel like I was the one who lost. He gave him a probing look. If he really does not know anything about Go, how could he make such moves? The tense confrontation, the spectacular victory, but all led by Hun on the board. Kong Hyun's grandfather was also surprised to hear how good his grandson was. He said, "To be honest, I have also encountered some interesting things recently. Do you remember our discussion about the new material before? Even when the document had errors, I did not notice them immediately, but Hun could." Although the way he expressed it was still like a child. Mr. Seon was shocked. Hun's grandfather continued, "You should have seen him reading the laws. He is really smart." Suddenly, Chairman Seon grabbed his arm. His eyes lit up. Laws. Hun's grandfather did not say anything. He brushed off the chairman's hand. "Calm down. You have not forgotten our bet, have you?" Chairman Seon grinned. "Forgotten? Do you think I am that old? Secretary Kim, bring that to me and call Hun and Yu-ha too." Hun's grandfather asked, "What are you doing, Mr. Seon?" replied, "I knew you would nag. I bought it." At this moment, a box was brought in. Scene changed to Kong Hyun's side. He was practicing with Yu-ha. He thought, "I am a little curious. What is the gift that Chairman Seon mentioned?" I was a little surprised at the time, and I did not have time to think, but what made him want to bet with me? I did not have any bait. Lost in thought, Yu-ha suddenly called out, "Hey, how do I sound?" Kong Hyun ran over, stroking her head. "Great, you are a genius." Kong Hyun thought, "Honestly, I want to know if I can beat him. If it were my past life, I definitely could not." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Secretary Kim's voice announced, "Yu-ha, the chairman wants to see you. And you too, Kong Hyun." Yu-ha frowned. Honestly, why does he always call when I am showing him my playing? They finally reached his room. "Did you call us for something?" The chairman replied, "Both of you come in." Kong Hyun followed, also very curious. There was a strange box on the table. Suddenly his eyes widened. "What is going on? Why is my heart beating so fast from the moment I saw it?" The chairman told Secretary Kim, "Open it." Kong Hyun's eyes followed every movement. "I remember it is called Mr. Seon," slowly said. It had a fiery red body with black scorch marks. Kong Hyun was thrilled to witness it. And it was called the Tra-Ri Fan Sia. Chairman Seon snapped his fingers. "That is right, it is called Fan Sia." Kong Hyun could not believe his eyes, thinking, "My God, am I dreaming? This is a masterpiece of the violin world. However, in my previous life, it was burned to ashes, but now it is right in front of me." At that time, a Chinese businessman, the owner of it, claimed that somehow, the Fan Sia spontaneously combusted. Maybe what he said was true. Now, seeing it with my own eyes, I feel like I am being drawn to it. I want it. Yu-ha, fascinated by the violin, said, "It is beautiful. How did you get it?" He replied, "I bought it for Hun." So this is the gift he mentioned, the Tra-Ri. Kong Hyun suddenly came to his senses. His eyes lit up. Chairman Seon chuckled, "But Hun lost our bet, did not he?" Kong Hyun froze for a few seconds. He continued, "Too bad. So I can't give Hun this gift." Hearing this, he felt like a statue shattering into pieces. His body felt like dry sand, disappearing from the universe. The chairman added, "But I will still let you borrow it to play in the competition. After all, it is an important competition." Kong Hyun thought, Chairman Seon, even though he knows I lost on purpose, he still did this. Is he toying with me? Kong Hyun thought, I can't believe the gift Chairman Seon mentioned earlier was the Tra-Ri. Kong Hyun cried internally, "Why did you do that? If I had known earlier, I would have won no matter what." He stood there sadly, listening to the chairman. "I said that, but would not it be a shame to just borrow it?" He asked, "What do you mean?" Chairman Seon replied, "If you want this instrument, I can give you this violin, not just lend it for the competition." Kong Hyun was surprised. What do you think? Right in front of him was the instrument he never dreamed he would touch. Kong Hyun thought, he wants to give me this wonderful violin, just looking at it makes my heart race. Am I dreaming? Come on, tell him you want it. Then I will have it. At this moment, Kong Hyun chose not to express his desire but instead reached out and closed the box. Thank you, sir. But I can't accept it. The two old men asked why. Kong Hyun replied, its value is too great. I can't accept it. However, it would be rude to refuse like this. As you said before, could I borrow this violin? He replied, I see. All right, you two, hurry along. Later, only the two of them were left in the room. Chairman Seon said, "You noticed Hun's eyes just now, right? I can't believe he refused that offer. How can a child restrain himself from something he likes?" Hun's grandfather replied, "I was also surprised. This is the first time I have seen him so serious." Suddenly, Mr. Seon slammed the table and stood up. He rushed to his friend with an amused look. "Old friend, lawyer. What do you think about your grandson and us?" His friend replied, "You should stop. What matters is what the children think." Scene changed to a street corner with people passing by in the rain. In a cafe, a man was reading a newspaper. Suddenly, a woman who looked like she had just been caught in the rain approached him. She said with an annoyed tone, "The weather is terrible today." He replied, "You are here, Saran." To clarify, she was the editor-in-chief of Ramno. They both sat down at the table. He then asked, "I heard you were just on a business trip to Japan, right?" She replied, "Thanks to you, I was able to straighten out those arrogant newbies." He said unhappily, "Those guys think that just by getting into Ramno, they are already excellent critics. Saran, as the editor-in-chief, you do not need to manage this. That is also why everyone avoids you." She replied, "Look at what you are saying." At this moment, they looked like the demons of Ramno. Saran added, "Oh right. I heard a rumor recently. I heard the conductor of the London Symphony Orchestra wrote a letter of recommendation." He flinched. "What, Conductor Ben Exo? That arrogant and strict name, no way. He does not even take disciples." Saran replied, "That is not all. The Queen of Strings you admire also wrote a recommendation letter, and they both wrote it for the same person." Hearing this, his hand crumpled the newspaper he was holding. The image of the goddess in his heart appeared very clearly. He growled, Who is this person who has recommendation letters from both the Queen and the conductor of the London Symphony Orchestra?" Saran scratched her head. "Why are you so curious? Rumors are just rumors." He seemed unwilling to give up, his face serious. At this moment, they just looked at each other without saying anything, leaving a silent space. Then she took a drag of her cigarette. She said, "It is Hun. His name is Kong Hyun." Scene changed to a newspaper office. A girl was surprised when she saw something. Everyone in the office was busy working. The girl with short hair was on the phone, saying, "Yes, this is the Quinn Lee planning team." Seeing the blonde girl standing there dumbfounded, she yelled, "AVA, there is a mountain of work, and what are you doing? What are you still standing there for?" Both letters had Kong Hyun's name on them. Scene changed to Kong Hyun's side. He looked exhausted. Yuha stood next to him and asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I am fine." In the kitchen, the maid asked, "Doesn't the food suit your taste?" Kong Hyun, pale and haggard, replied, "No, it is just that the food is so delicious that I want to eat it slowly to fully savor its flavor." Then he suddenly turned and left. "I ate very well." His actions startled the maid. Back in the present, Kong Hyun was sitting in the car. He was sitting with his grandfather, but his soul wanted to escape his body. He thought, when Chairman Seon said he would give me the violin, I should have agreed. No, I have to wake up. He is not the type of person to do something without getting something in return. I am sick of the behavior of these upper-class people. That means he wants something from me. What does that old man want? The first thing he thought of was. The image of the chairman's granddaughter immediately appeared. Kong Hyun thought absent-mindedly, "No way, it can't be that. Yuha is still too young." He pondered the reason. So what is the reason? There is no way he is that kind. His grandfather, sitting next to him, saw his grandson like this and asked, "Hun, what are you thinking?" Kong Hyun smiled and replied, "I am just curious about what delicious food you are going to treat me to today." A moment later, their car finally stopped at a place. The grandfather and grandson went inside together. A staff member welcomed them, saying, "I will lead you to your reserved table." The staff member gestured towards two people already seated at a table. Kong Hyun was surprised to see them. Seeing him, the two people stood up to greet him. His eyes widened, sparkling brightly. It turned out that they were Kong Hyun's parents. Seeing his parents before his eyes, he froze for a few seconds. Their faces also showed immense joy at seeing their son. Kong Hyun immediately ran into their arms. "Are you well?" Kong Hyun replied, "Of course I am." Kong Hyun looked at his parents affectionately and asked, "What have you been doing all the way to Seoul?" His parents replied, "We came because your grandfather called. We missed you so much." Hearing that, he turned to look at his grandfather. Seeing this, His grandfather smiled. Then Hun's father bowed his head in greeting. Long time no see. Are you still well, father? His grandfather replied, I am fine. You must be tired after such a long journey. Kang's son-in-law replied, not at all, father. Immediately, the grandfather stepped forward and patted his son-in-law's shoulder. He said, you do not have to worry, Kong. Kong Hyun stood by, watching everyone and thinking, now, Dad can call him father-in-law. This is something I never thought of in my previous life. Now, the four of us are happily laughing and talking together. Seeing this, Kong Hyun also smiled unconsciously. After a while, Kong Hyun also came to greet and join the fun. His grandfather said, you are so funny. Are you well? Later, they started their meal. Kong Hyun's grandfather said, Kong, if there is anything you need help with in the future, do not hesitate. I will help you as much as I can. Kong replied, thank you, father. His grandfather added, perhaps you two are not interested in the chemical industry. Kong replied, the chemical industry, sir. His grandfather continued, considering what you studied in college, I think it would be a good fit. What do you think? Kong Hyun, sitting next to him, thought, Dongju Chemicals, the chemical industry, of course I am interested. His eyes sparkled brighter than ever. The new materials that Dongju is about to develop will be a boost in the future. If the chemical industry becomes a high-value industry in the future, Dongju Chemicals will be a golden goose. Kong Hyun looked at his father and thought, Dad, please agree. I will do my best to support you. After a moment he replied, thank you for your offer, father, but this is a bit sudden. His grandfather replied, it is okay. You can take your time to consider it. Besides, there is one more thing. The scene changes to where Yu-ha is practicing the violin. Is it true, brother? Kong Hyun replied, I will continue to stay in Seoul. Overjoyed by the news, she immediately flew to hug him, but perhaps not controlling her strength, she made Kong Hyun cough and spill water. The teacher also said happily, everything is so good, Kong Hyun. She added, by the way, Kong Hyun, have you submitted your audition video yet? Kong Hyun replied, yes, I used the video of my performance at the last party. She replied, the selection process must be underway. There are thousands of applicants, after all. He was startled, that many. He thought, that is right, because it is an international competition, but it was more explosive than he had imagined. The teacher put her hand on her chin and said, but among them, only the videos of 200 candidates selected after reviewing their applications will be reviewed. In your case, she hesitated, since you do not have much experience, your usual letter of recommendation might not be enough. The scene changes to another location. Eva is carrying 2 letters on a tray. She announces to everyone, the Queen and the conductor of London are recommending someone together. The men in the room all look at her. One of them asks, who is the youngest winner in history? She hesitantly replies, it is Andrei, a violinist from Russia. He was 21 at the time. A man about to take a sip of tea suddenly stops. He says, is this child's nationality Chinese? She replies, no, he is Korean. He seems worried, does this mean? This child, except for the time in Russia, has never participated in any competition. The man next to him replies, I think we should watch his video first. They pick up the remote and turn on the video. Kong Hyun appears, after the performance of Miss Doha of Chahan Group. It is the performance of Mr. Kong Hyun of Dongju Chemicals. The lights come on, it is Kong Hyun's time to shine. The notes, as if alive, are being created from Kong Hyun's hands. Meanwhile, in the practice room, Kong Hyun asks his teacher, what happens next? After the video screening, what will happen after that? The teacher replies, only 60 out of 200 will advance. Those selected will have the opportunity to perform in Russia, and then, 24 will be chosen from those 60. After the final preliminary round, only 12 will remain. Doha asks, so, those 12 do not need to take the preliminary round? The teacher replies, of course they do. This is the best part. There is a secluded villa called Chapel in a city near Russia, and these 12 will stay at a training camp for 8 days. And it will be broadcast live on TV. Doha and Kong Hyun are surprised, live broadcast. Kong Hyun thinks, what is the Chapel training camp, plus the media appearance? I do not feel very comfortable. The teacher adds, if you win the competition, you will get to play a violin made by a master craftsman. The sound of the master's violin, when you play it, the people around you will be affected. Kong Hyun thinks, there is nothing. Doha suddenly realizes something. She turns and walks away, I will bring it. The teacher does not know what Yu-ha is doing. What is she going to get? Kong Hyun also realizes Yoo-ha's intention. Yoo-ha, is she going to get? Then she runs out of the room. A moment later, the violin is brought in. Yoo-ha puts it directly into Kong Hyun's arms, saying, "Take it." The teacher, looking at the scene in front of her, thinks, it looks a bit old. Does Yoo-ha have such an old violin? Now, the violin is held by Kong Hyun. It is embraced in his arms. The scene changes to the housekeeper, who is washing dishes when the doorbell rings. Who is it at this hour? She goes to see, and it is the mailman. "Hello. Yes, are you well? Yes, I am fine. Mail from abroad." The housekeeper takes it. From abroad. Who sent it? The letter is addressed to Kong Hyun. The scene shifts to inside a room where a man is standing looking out the window. Someone once said they would sell their soul to the devil just to play the Stradivari once. Before Kong Hyun's eyes is the gleaming violin he also dreamed of playing. Kong Hyun's heart starts to race as if it is about to explode. But as soon as this violin touches my shoulder, my heart calms down, no longer racing as before. This time, the fantasia radiates warmth. As if it is waiting for me. Kong Hyun, standing with the violin, seems to radiate an aura, opening a door leading the soul to a new world. Sun Dawn and Yoo-ha seem unable to take their eyes off his playing. This time, Sun Dawn even thinks of Mozart and Beethoven while listening to Kong Hyun's playing. But no, it is a melody beyond that, a melody she has never heard anywhere before. However, the names of countless past masters still flash through Sun Dawn's mind as she listens. Sun Dawn becomes more contemplative of the music. Her heart races to the rhythm, captivated by the sound, curious about what piece it is. Then she denies it to herself. No, actually there is no music. He is just playing unconsciously. He is moving his hands to avoid being swept away by the fantasia. If it is for a moment, you will immediately be drawn into the fantasia's melody, clinging where you should let yourself go. Now, deep within Kong Hyun's heart, there is something not right. And then the bow slips, the string snaps, his hand jerked out of the bar. Sweat drips down onto the floor. Kong Hyun starts taking short breaths, the bow broken from the body. Kong Hyun looks at the fantasia again. Indeed, if I played this violin on the first day of the competition, I would be overwhelmed and unable to play anything. Sun immediately asks him, "What was the piece you just played?" She was very impressed by it. However, even he does not know the name of the piece he just played. He can only answer, only the violin knows what it is. Its melody is truly wonderful, its sound chillingly beautiful. Is it the desire of countless violinists or the manipulation of the devil? This seems to be the question that pops into his head right now. In another scene, in the garden of Kong Hyun's house, Mr. Jang Won is informed that Kong Hyun will be going to Baruja. Chairman Yu chats and laughs with him, proud of Kong Hyun. Mr. Jang Won, while pruning branches, is surprised and exclaims, "It is a bit strange indeed." He thinks to himself, "I can't believe Kong Hyun passed the qualifying round so easily." He calls to his old friend who is standing there like a statue. He says, "I always think of musicians as orchids." Mr. Du is surprised and asks, "Why orchids?" He immediately receives the answer from his old friend, the way they overcome countless difficulties and fight to stand out. It reminds me of orchids. But Hun is truly amazing. His talent is truly rich, like a colorful koi fish. Sometimes he is like a normal child, but he is incredibly calm and composed. And especially when he plays the violin, his passion is greater than anyone else's. He seems to have realized this ever since Kong Hyun refused the Stradivari. He thinks to himself, he can never be bought with money, and is very happy about that. Mr. Du asks, "So what do you think about us becoming in-laws?" He rushes forward to shake Mr. Du's hand, his eyes gleaming as he proposes the union. Mr. Du starts to stammer, "Come on, why do you keep bringing this up? I have no objections to Yoo-ha, but we should respect their feelings." Thinking of his granddaughter's family, the old man no longer wants to impose his will on such matters. From somewhere, Yoo-ha appears. Seeing his granddaughter, the old man tells her to greet Hun's grandfather. Yoo-ha obediently smiles and greets him. The two old men exchange words. "Aren't you going to accept her greeting? Have you run out of things to say?" At the airport right now, Kong Hyun's family is making arrangements for him to go to the city where the competition will be held. His mother is very attentive, reminding him not to forget his passport and plane ticket. She worries about everything, from the food possibly not suiting his taste to his health. If your departure schedule had not been moved up by 2 weeks, I would have prepared more for you. Mentioning the 2 weeks, Kong Hyun begins to wonder why they made him come 2 weeks early. Suddenly, Kong Hyun remembers something. He searches around. Catching this moment, his grandfather asks, "Are you looking for something?" He seems to be looking for Yu-ha, as she is nowhere to be seen. His grandfather laughs and teases him. "It seems you really wanted Yu-ha to see you off." Kong Hyun starts to feel embarrassed, thinking, "I did not expect to have these thoughts. It must be because we have been together for a while, so it has become a habit." Hun's mother calls to him and asks, "Are you sure you will be okay going alone?" Kong Hyun smiles and replies, "Of course. Besides, the competition staff will pick me up at the airport." He starts to pick up his suitcase and walk towards the plane. He turns back and says, "Well, I am off." His family bids farewell to their son. Mr. Du says, "Hun's inside, we should go too." Loud footsteps approach. It turns out to be Yu-ha. She cries out Kong Hyun's name. She trips over her skirt and falls to the floor. Her bodyguard's heart skips a beat because of her. She cries while the bodyguard awkwardly checks on her. She shouts, "I want to go with you, brother." Seeing a familiar figure from afar, the grandfather smiles, watching these children and imagining, it is like replaying a movie. In a corner, the assistant, seeing her boss, asks in surprise, "Why did not you wait in the car?" Kong Hyun's plane has taken off. We will be able to see him soon. He seems to be looking forward to meeting him. Yu-ha continues to cry loudly. Her grandfather arrives to greet Chairman Yu. Mr. Du is surprised to see his old friend arrive unannounced. Mr. Jang-won folds his arms, looking at his crying granddaughter and replies resignedly, "Then Yu-ha would not be so sad." He remembers that yesterday she was adamant about not coming, but today, who knows, after one night, she changed her mind at the last minute. "It has been a while since I have seen Hun. Is the person next to him that Kong fellow?" Hearing this, his parents immediately come forward to greet Mr. Jang-won and inquire about Mr. Sun's health. He smiles and replies, "Of course, I am as fit as a fiddle." Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind, and he says, "By the way." He calls his granddaughter, Yu-ha. He waves, calling her to come over. He gently coaxes her to stop crying. "Let me introduce you to Kong Hyun's family. These two are Hun's parents." As soon as she hears this, her eyes light up like shooting stars. She thinks, these are Hun's parents, so that means they are my future in-laws. This is my chance to score some points. Yu-ha quickly wipes her tears, to the surprise of Hun's parents. She says loudly, "Father, mother, hello," to the bewildered expressions of Hun's parents. Yu-ha greets them sweetly, politely, and respectfully, "It is a pleasure to meet you." At this moment, at the international airport, Kong Hyun has just landed. He thinks to himself, "I also thought about the situation where many people would know about the Queen Elizabeth competition, but I did not expect them to be so enthusiastic. After all, it is a famous program broadcast nationwide. But where's my support staff?" He looks around continuously but does not see anyone. Suddenly, he sees someone holding a sign with his name on it. Seeing that group of people welcoming me like this, could they be the ones supporting me this time? Kong Hyun approaches and introduces himself. "Hello, I am Kong Hyun. Are you all from Elite?" The secretary hurriedly shakes his hand, confirming and greeting him, "I am Eva from the Queen Elizabeth planning team." Then she points to the man next to her, whose face looks quite stern and a little scary. Kong Hyun is a bit wary. Looking at his expression, he can only think, why is the man staring at me so unpleasantly? The secretary quickly defuses the situation by asking, "Don't you recognize this famous violinist?" Kong Hyun thinks, what a surprising question. There are so many famous people in the world, and apart from a few I admired in my past life, I do not know the rest. Suddenly, the man speaks, a conceited child. He is surprised, wondering what he just heard. Is he looking down on me because I am a child? In a situation like this, I do not need to hold back. He retorts, "Are you saying that?" The man is surprised, and the secretary is flustered and scared, trying to mediate. Kong Hyun ignores her and shouts, "You grumpy old man." In another corner, the old men in the association are talking about Mr. Alette. That guy still insisted on going even though he does not like children. Someone picks up a discarded piece of paper and says, "That guy keeps complaining about how arrogant the child is." He unfolds the paper, and it is a circle. Another man says, "It is simple, He is just curious about what the child looks like. If that is all, I should have gone. If he did not go, I would have been the one to go. I hope everything goes according to plan. This is the Salet Moda Art Competition venue. The veteran in the field folds his arms and says, I have informed Eva. Rest assured and just wait. The car arrives at the museum. Kong Hyun is very skeptical and annoyed with the old man. Secretary Eva asks Hun, do you want to take a look around Moda before the competition starts? We can visit the theater before the event. He thinks it is close by. Taking a look won't be a problem, so he agrees to go. Indeed, the atmosphere and grandeur of a large museum make everyone blink in awe. Standing in front of the magnificent hall, Kong Hyun is very excited. Is this really where I will be performing? The old man behind him approaches Kong Hyun and asks, why are you just standing there like a statue? If you are a true violinist, should not you automatically pick up your violin and play when you arrive at Moda? Hearing that, Kong Hyun sighed and said, it depends on the person. The old man chuckled in response, that is just an excuse for cowards, kid. Kong Hyun, feeling frustrated and angry, walked away while retorting, so if you go into the bathroom, you are obligated to take a bath. How can you say such nonsense? Hearing this, the old man became equally angry. What did you say, you arrogant brat? He pointed at Kong Hyun and yelled, while the secretary could only pray silently. Kong Hyun thought, who does he think he is? If he is not the driver, he must be Queen Elit's employee. The thought fueled his anger. Such a big program, and they hire such a rude person. After this, I will file a complaint. The old men in the room who had been watching the whole argument, whispered among themselves, is that the boy? He looks younger than in the video. What are they saying? It sounds like they are just arguing. The short old man at the back, unable to hear properly, pushed forward. He observed that Kong Hyun looked quite angry. Looks like Aleta's seriously battling the kid. Well, when you think about it, old Alet always has harsh words for youngsters. The two men exchanged worried glances about their old friend. One of them whispered, should we stop them? Amidst the jostling, the old man at the back said, stay still or they will see us. They pushed and shoved, losing their grip on each other. And before they could warn each other, they tumbled down. Kong Hyun abruptly stopped, startled. What was that sound? Where did it come from? Suddenly, the door in front of him burst open, and the old men tumbled out before him. Alet was speechless, and Kong Hyun was bewildered. Suddenly, he was startled by Aleta's exasperated sigh. Alet yelled, hey, you arrogant brat, they came to see what you look like. Kong Hyun felt extremely annoyed. He mumbled what now, while the old men, having been discovered, stammered apologies, and one even chuckled nervously. At that moment, one of them stepped forward and asked Hun, do you know who we are? He replied nonchalantly, I do not, sir. Inwardly, he thought, am I supposed to know every staff member of Queen Elit's program? Another old man quickly stood up and asked, I watched the tape you sent. How did you play Spring Sonata? Kong Hyun was astonished. The tape? Weren't only the judges supposed to see that? After a moment of shock, he regained his composure and answered firmly, I just played according to my feelings. I did not feel any pressure. The old man's expression turned thoughtful. Kong Hyun remained resolute in his answer. Just then Evie called him Hun, but he continued resolutely, someone once told me, when a violinist gets here, they instinctively pick up their violin and play. He turned and glanced at Alet. Unable to hide his anger and embarrassment, Alet snapped, what a narrow-minded perspective. Kong Hyun sighed and then politely excused himself, I will be going now. Eva followed, feeling extremely worried. Alet could not help but fume, what an arrogant kid. Elsewhere, a contestant carrying a violin was heading to the waiting room for the first round of auditions. He looked angry. He recalled the news he had just received. An artist had received a recommendation letter from Ben Z. He would ask his assistant, an Asian, really, what is his name, Kong Hyun? At that moment, he could not help but be shocked. The conductor of the London Symphony Orchestra wrote a recommendation letter for someone else, and not me. Back in the present, he entered the waiting room, his mind filled with thoughts. Of course, some of the new artists here are quite promising, however. Looking at their faces and hearing the whispers in the room, he wondered, what is going on? What are you all whispering about? His gaze swept across the room and landed on Kong Hyun. No way. It can't be him. That kid is participating too, impossible. He is so young. He must be lost. Hearing these whispers, Kong Hyun cursed under his breath. The animals at the zoo have it better than this. He glanced around, thinking. 24 participants in the first round, mostly newcomers, but anyone could make it to the finals. This familiar atmosphere. It brought back memories. It is like the atmosphere back at the Judicial Research and Training Institute. There were countless whispers about me too, like, he has been famous since middle school for his impressive grades. So good that there were rumors he bribed teachers to get the test answers beforehand. And other criticisms like, how could that poor kid achieve such good results? I heard he made a strong impression during the interview. Although he felt a bit apprehensive, these things made him smile. Looking at these kids at this age is quite amusing. Such a strange mix of arrogance and stubbornness. Suddenly, Kong Hyun came face to face with the blonde young man from earlier. The young man thought, it can't be that kid. While Kong Hyun panicked internally, did I smile too obviously? Finally, the moment arrived. A voice announced, now, we will begin the first round of auditions with the judges' evaluation. The order of performance has been randomly selected, and each participant will perform the assigned piece. The first contestant is number 37, Kong Hyun. Everyone in the waiting room gasped in astonishment. What, it really is that kid? The one who received Ben Z's recommendation. Kong Hyun walked in, awestruck by the grandeur of the place. Memories flooded back. Do you want to receive the Jaehan Group Scholarship? I have a condition. From now on, you can no longer live the life of an ordinary lawyer. Simple words, but they made me put aside my dreams, go against justice and law, and protect Jaehan. But I did everything without hesitation. From the beginning, my life has. Snapping back to reality, he looked down at the row of judges. Kong Hyun was stunned to recognize them. These people are. He screamed internally. Why are they the judges? I am doomed. I must have become a laughingstock in their eyes. How did things turn out like this? But immediately, he composed himself. No, now's not the time to think about this. If they are really the judges of this competition, they surely won't pay attention to such trivial matters and will focus on the performance. A voice called out, number 37, begin. As the background music started, Kong Hyun immersed himself in the melody. His playing surprised the judges. Their serious expressions lit up with fascination, as if they were drawn into a magical musical space. Alet, at this moment, could not take his eyes off him. He pondered thoughtfully. After a few minutes, Kong Hyun finished his performance. A judge spoke, you performed Bo Ram's piece very well. Kong Hyun was slightly dazed. I did not expect to receive any comments. There are cases where the judges do not even listen to the whole piece. I thought not hearing a sigh would be fortunate enough. Another judge continued, number 37, when did you start playing the violin? Kong Hyun quickly replied, I have only been playing seriously for about a month. A month? The other judges were astonished. Alet thought to himself, number 37, although currently he possesses talent, praised by both the Queen of Strings and the conductor of the London Symphony Orchestra. Moreover, that advice. He was right. I have been obsessed with music my whole life, always bound by principles. A bittersweet feeling. Can someone with no experience create such a wonderful melody? Moreover, the important thing is, he did not miss a single beat. Then, Alet spoke, hey you arrogant kid. His sharp gaze fixed on Kong Hyun. He slowly asked why. Do you play the violin? The scene shifted to Kong Hyun's grandfather's house. Mr. Sun's worried voice asked, Dudon 10, why are you looking so pensive? Are you worried about Hun? Mr. Do know dead. I do not know what will happen with Hun pursuing music. Mr. Sun wondered, didn't you want him to follow this career path? Of course if Hun likes it, I have to let him pursue it, but what about the future of Dongju Chemicals? Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Sun said, well then, let Yuha manage it instead of him. That solves it. Stop joking, old friend. It is not proper. You still have not given up on that patriarchal mindset. Haven't your children treated you badly enough to make you realize? Forget it, let us not talk about this. Mr. Du sighed and asked, by the way, is Yuha doing all right? Mr. Sun replied calmly, needless to say, after sending Hun off, she kept sighing, worried about being judged by Hun's family from the parking lot. Mr. Du clicked his tongue and praised. Hun's got quite the charm. You are bringing that up again. Mr. Sun beamed. Yuha really said that. Tomorrow, I think I should bring Hun his violin. It is a shame for him to go to the competition empty-handed. Just then, Yuha entered. What was that? Are you going to bring the violin to Brother Hun, Grandpa? Back to the competition. The performance had just ended. Kong Hyun thought, what do we create music for? I passed the first round. But I am not happy at all. I have never thought about the reason why I play music. Being exempt from military service is also an important factor. He held the paper announcing his advancement to the next round and wondered. How much effort did those kids have to put in? To have their violin heard at Ruling. It is hard to imagine. Meanwhile, But the melody I feel whenever the violin plays feels like it is guiding me. Thinking back, before the competition, a memory from my past life suddenly flashed before my eyes. Why? Suddenly, the blonde young man appeared. Kong Hyun wondered, you are? Then he realized, it is the guy from before, the young man said, I was just passing by. But no matter where Kong Hyun went, he kept following. Abruptly, Kong Hyun stopped, turned around, and seriously asked, how long are you planning to follow me? Are you going to the practice room? Yes. The young man stammered so. Can I watch you practice? Seeing his hesitant look, Kong Hyun thought, the second round is a free performance, right? It is too late to change the piece now. Whatever. He then relented, do whatever you want. They both entered the practice room. Feeling strange, the blonde young man thought, sensitive contestants would be very uncomfortable letting others watch them practice, but he is different. I want to see if this kid is worthy of Ben Z's recommendation. And when Kong Hyun began to play, the melody astonished him. A melody with a deep tone, as if at a critical juncture, makes my heart race along with the rhythm. It is as if I am wandering in the dark, completely surrounded by darkness. Can music really convey this much? This must be the performance of someone with extensive experience, but this kid looks like he has nothing. What is this feeling of both admiration and suffocation? Even the performance of the most outstanding student at the Royal Academy of Music never made me falter. What is this feeling? At that moment, a staff member entered and called, Contestant Hun. She then turned and noticed the blonde young man. Kyuam, you came to watch Hun practice. About that suddenly, Hun asked, what is it? She cheerfully replied, Hun, someone's here to see you. He exclaimed in surprise, are you going to film me? I heard they were supposed to start filming from the cathedral. The PD explained, that was the case in the previous competition, but the rules have changed. Don't worry, I will just interview you briefly. I won't ask you to do anything else. Kong Hyun hesitantly asked, so, I am the only one being filmed beforehand? Hearing his question, she chuckled, feeling slightly awkward. The PD, flustered, did not know how to respond. Kong Hyun realized, knew it. It is rare for a kid with no reputation to receive recommendation letters from both the Queen and the conductor of the London Symphony Orchestra. And I just passed the first round, so of course, they are paying attention. But Kong Hyun sighed and replied, all right. But please do not bother me while I am practicing. Of course. Thank you. At that moment, a gentle female voice called out, brother. A girl suddenly rushed over and hugged Kong Hyun tightly. He realized with surprise, Yu-ha. She excitedly replied, yes, it is me. Seems like Yu-ha is really attached to Hun. Following the voice, Kong Hyun was met with another surprise. Mom, you are here too, Yu-ha quickly replied, that is right. You guys did not have to go through all this trouble. The cameraman paused. What is all the commotion? He then raised his camera, filming as he thought, today's shoot starts with the ordinary image of an artist going. During dinner, Hun felt exhausted by his clingy sister. Yu-ha excitedly called out, brother, try this too, but inwardly he was screaming, I do not want to be treated like this by a kid who is still not good with chopsticks. Kong Hyun tried to maintain his composure. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Yu-ha. I will eat it. Okay. Kong Hyun's mother chimed in. It seems like Hun is a bit shy. He sighed in exasperation. This is difficult. But Hun, yes. Are those people still filming? Right. I have been around the camera all day and I feel pressured, but Mom is not used to being filmed, so it must be more uncomfortable for her. It is good that Yu-ha is not overthinking things. Immediately after, Kong Hyun asked the producer PD, how long will my filming last today? I am very sorry if you are uncomfortable. Seeing such a warm family scene, I really like it. If it is okay, can I interview your sister and mother? I do not want to bother you, so it is fine if you refuse. Sister, Kong Hyun was confused. She thinks Yuha is my sister. Seeing him talking to them, his mother was surprised. When did my son become so good at English? Then she immediately asked, what did they say? He hesitated. Well, they said if it is okay, they want to interview you too. It is all right if you do not agree. Yuha, hearing this, became eager. I want to do it, I am okay with it too. He immediately informed the production team. They said they will do it. Thank you very much. The PD replied. But he could not help but think, maybe their culture is different from Korea. So they mistook Yuha as my sister when they saw her taking care of me like that. Suddenly, his mother called out, oh right hun. Mr. Bai Ong Chandong asked me to give you a violin. At first he was puzzled, but then he realized the Mr. from the next neighborhood is actually Chairman's son. Mom must know him, so it can't be wrong. His mother continued, when he brought the violin with Yuha, besides us, there were many people with him. Is this violin very expensive, hun? He just lent it to me for the competition, so I am not sure. I see. But inwardly, he knew very well. It is not just expensive, it is incredibly expensive. Probably the price of a building in downtown Seoul. Mom must be worried, so I won't say anything. Meanwhile, in the practice room, the sound of a violin echoed, each note filled with emotion. The one playing was Ki-Am. But after playing for a while, he abruptly stopped, his eyes distant as if lost in thought. Wait a minute. Earlier, I asked Kong-hyun, how long have you been playing the violin? The unexpected question stunned Hun. He stammered, about a month. As soon as he finished speaking, Ki-Am flew into a rage. Overwhelmed by fury, he unconsciously started smashing things around him. Suddenly, he stopped, breathing heavily, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Tears welled up in his eyes. Just then his assistant opened the door and called, Ki-Am, the second round is about to begin, so you do not need to practice so intensely. Seeing Ki-Am's bloodied face, he exclaimed, good heavens, are you all right? Time's almost up.
Ki-Am replied dejectedly.
What is going on? This is the first time I have seen Ki-Am so distraught. Even at the Royal Academy of Music, where geniuses gather, he has always been the most outstanding, the most talented. But what on earth is making him so stressed? Ki-Am finally spoke, I think I am going to collapse here. Clutching the blood-soaked towel, he yelled, I absolutely will not become sorry. Elsewhere, Kong-hyun received a room key. Entering the room, he was surprised. I did not expect them to put me in a separate waiting room. Is it because there are fewer people left? He felt a tinge of regret. Being with Yuha and Mom, now being alone is too quiet. The second round won't be broadcast publicly. This round selects 12 people out of 24. Also, the music piece is freely chosen and there is no genre restriction. As Kong-hyun picked up his violin case, the cameraman and the PD chatted. The case looks a bit old, but it does not seem ordinary. The PD instructed, make sure to film the violin nicely too. I know. Although I have not taken out the Fantasia yet, but my heart is already pounding intensely. It is like someone's yelling at me to bring it out. You have waited long enough, have not you? I will help you reach your full potential. Let us work together today. Suddenly, someone opened the door, walked in, and called, number 37. Yes, I know. The female beautician panicked, so now. After that, he quickly packed up and got ready for the upcoming performance. But before going on stage, a memory suddenly flashed back. It was during a conversation with Hai Aro. I wonder if you still remember Fan Sia. Lately, it seems like everyone is paying a lot of attention to Trari. What do you think, after all, the Lee Queen competition is taking place? The competition will be Hun's shining moment. The young man wondered, yes Hun, how so? She smiled and continued, it is nothing. But you asked me if I remembered Fan Sia, right? Yes. Her voice suddenly dropped. How could I forget? Fan Sia, cold as a dense shadow. And Delai, hot like my blazing sun. They are the only pair of violins made by Annie Trari, who always pursued excellent tone. Yes. That is why the auction more than 10 years ago became such a hot topic when two Trari appeared at the same time. That is right. I was there too, but I was not the one who won Delai that day. What, but according to the rumors, you were the one who won it. She suddenly laughed and explained, at that time, I was just a newcomer to the violin world. The person who won both instruments was an elderly gentleman. Then one day, that gentleman suddenly came to me and gave me the violin. He said, violinist. Create an endless melody with this tra-re. She continued, I still do not know who that gentleman was, and I do not remember his face, but I have not forgotten the promise I made at that time. The young man was shocked and asked, do you know why he gave you the D-lie? She slowly sipped her tea and replied, at that time, he only said this. Tra-re is an instrument that chooses its own owner, and he has only been taking care of tra-re for a while. So what if the owner of tra-re does not appear? The young man curiously asked. She smiled and said, it will become a pile of ashes. Back at the competition, a judge below shouted, next contestant, please come in. Kong Hyun stepped forward and said loudly, number 37. Seeing the violin he was holding, Mr. Alette could not help but be surprised. The other judges were equally shocked. That violin could it be? He did not expect to see Fan Sia here either. This year's Lee Queen is really something to look forward to. The judges seemed to not believe their eyes.
Impossible.
The surprise was too great. Everyone had the same question in their minds. How could that boy? Is it really Fan Sia? Kong Hyun smiled brightly with a violin in his hand. A lot of applause erupted. As expected, that violin is no ordinary one. It is amazing. Begin, the judges requested. Kong Hyun did not hesitate and immediately started playing. The judges were once again stunned. Fan Sia and D-lie will choose their own owners. If anyone who is not the true owner dares to touch the strings on their bodies, they will lose the eyes that see the world and the ears that listen to melodies. A famous quote made the judges think, so, what happens if the owner of tra-re never appears? The image of Hai Aro faintly appeared in his mind. It will become a pile of ashes. His fingers moved gracefully over the strings. Kong Hyun was still engrossed in finishing his performance. The more the judges listened, the more surprised they became. She made a comparison. If it meets its owner instead of returning to ashes, will it turn into a flame? The melody he played was like water and fire harmonizing gently. Alette contemplated this melody. It reminded him of the legend of music No Key, Chapter 1, the Thut essay stream. It was applied to Kong Hyun, performing this mythical piece right here. The clear sound struck the hearts of the judges below. Everyone felt the same way. The sounds were so moving that they gave them goosebumps. Even the host and the cameraman were frozen, captivated. A tremendous, inescapable despair surrounded the goddess Thut Sa. What saved her that day, at that very moment was. Alette concluded, the mercy of God. He thought to himself, is that kid trying to recreate the blessing? Alette frowned, tensely evaluating Kong Hyun. Too arrogant. God took pity and turned the goddess Thut Sa into a stream of water. The question lingered in his mind, but the ending of this myth is so tragic. All the questions had no explanation. Yet why is this melody so full of love and blessings, as if it won't end in unhappiness? A question was posed. Has anyone ever told this myth with such a tone? After a long time, the performance ended, and Kong Hyun politely announced, my performance ends here. Many exclamations echoed, amazing. Alette crossed his arms and seriously praised, an excellent performance. Kong Hyun was stunned, thinking, Alette just praised me, this is a miracle. He bowed awkwardly and thanked him, thank you. Suddenly, Alette spoke again but. I can't give you a clear result yet, Alette finished. Kong Hyun's face became worried. The host called out, next contestant, please come to the stage. The next contestant was Kyuam. He seriously played a piece. But perhaps due to nervousness, the notes were broken and somewhat jarring. Alette and the other judges were extremely focused on analyzing the performance. As soon as it ended, Kyuam quickly took a deep breath and greeted them. My performance ends here. The white-haired judge gave his impartial comments, like sparks spreading across a field. Your melody and musical sense are not bad, but why so hasty? As he spoke, his pen moved to write his comments, as if he was trapped between walls with no way out. Kyuam was taken aback by these comments. The white-haired judge advised, remember, putting too much emotion into a piece will kill the melody. The contestant meticulously replied, I will keep that in mind. The violin was carefully placed back in its case. Kong Hyun thought to himself, I did it. I have thought about it countless times, but I still can't understand. Stepping out of the room, his thoughts still lingered. Why did I choose the path of music? What is the reason? Suddenly, ahead on the road, a girl was moaning in pain. He cautiously asked, excuse me, miss. You look pale. Is something wrong? The white-haired girl trembled and cried, stammering, "I am just a little worried. It is nothing." Kong Hyun felt helpless. "And that is nothing." He tried to reassure her. "If you are too worried suddenly," an announcement rang out, "Contestant number 40, please come to the stage." The girl ran off just like that. Kong Hyun urgently called after her, "Take a deep breath and—" No one was listening anymore. Kong Hyun stood frozen, not knowing how to react. Even though no one was there, he still wanted to express, "Come back soon." A hand holding a violin trembled. It was the voice of the judges. "I am truly sorry." "Contestant number 40, they called out. The judge's eyes seriously assessed. "The talent is not bad, but you are too stiff. So none of the melodies connect." The girl's face darkened at the negative comments. She was disappointed in herself. "I made a mistake again. I just want this moment to end." In the waiting room, the room was filled with chatter and laughter. Kong Hyun's face relaxed as he chatted. However, Aletta's voice still echoed in his mind. Remembering his face, Kong Hyun started to sweat nervously. "But I can't give you a clear result yet." His face fell slightly. Suddenly, Kong Hyun noticed someone walking in. They were other artists participating in the competition, but they seemed dejected. He became more and more confused. Should I approach music with such a casual attitude? He glanced over and froze. Yuha was staring at him with a puzzled look. Yuha wondered, "Hey, are you worried about something?" Kong Hyun hesitated to answer, internally evaluating, "Is my expression that obvious?" "It is nothing," he reassured her. Yuha quickly encouraged him, "Everything will be all right." Suddenly receiving words of encouragement, he froze. "Because you have worked so hard, so this time it will definitely be okay," Yuha said excitedly. Kong Hyun stared at her enthusiastic expression. After a moment, he sighed and calmed down. Kong Hyun started to smile again. "Right, there is no need to rush. I will figure it out sooner or later." "My own reason," Kong Hyun admitted, looking out the window. Having watched all the performances, the judges returned to their private room to make their selections. The contestants this time are all very skilled. Alette honestly shared his thoughts, "But I am quite disappointed in the contestant named Kyu-am. Kyu-am was a capable person, so he commented, the melody was not bad, but he was too hasty and ruined it." Anna was also on his radar. Similarly, contestant Anna is talented, but too anxious. The reporter caught the main point and quickly asked, "So, who do you think is the most outstanding?" A question everyone wanted to hear the answer to. Alette did not mince words and frankly replied, "It is obvious, is not it, that arrogant kid?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Alette added, "Although his motivation for playing is not very strong yet, his skill is unmatched." The white-haired judge agreed, indeed. His performance. It was as if Dagon himself had come back to life and performed. Emotions welled up when they talked about Kong Hyun. He added, "I hope that boy won't neglect his efforts just because he achieved high accomplishments at that age. Because if you do not have your own will for music, it is hard to maintain your performance for a long time. When you can't immerse yourself in it, your skills will eventually fade." Words that made everyone reflect. Alette suddenly said, "I do not think we need to worry about that. Didn't you see his face when he lifted the sadi?" Alette expressed his genuine feelings about Kong Hyun. Someone who does not have love for the violin would not have that look. So there is no need to discuss this further. His beloved playing style is very similar to High ROS Passion. The other judges completely agreed with the sentiments. They concluded, then the first place winner of the second round is contestant. As they organized the contestant documents, there were continuous agreements. The harmonious atmosphere stunned the studio reporter. Alette was still deep in thought. So it seems the organizing committee and the white-haired judge have all agreed now. He sighed. Alette confidently predicted the future. When that kid finds his reason, the classical music world will return to its golden age. An announcement arrived. The results of the second national round are now available. Congratulations. Information about the third round, Chaplu, will be announced later. A family of 3 hugged each other excitedly as Kong Hyun announced he passed. Eva, standing opposite them, thought to herself, this boy is truly skilled. Not surprised by the results at all. Suddenly she remembered something important and interrupted the excitement, adding, and the first place winner of the second round has also been announced. On the other side, Kyu-am had also been informed. He grimaced and said, it must be that kid Kong Hyun, right? The manager was startled. How did you know? Kyu-am's voice dropped. Who else could it be besides him? He turned around and said, "Thank you for informing me of the results. I have to practice now. Could you please leave?" The manager was worried about his health. "Wait, you have been practicing non-stop since yesterday. If you continue like this, you will hurt yourself. The third round is coming up. As your manager, I advise you to rest today." Kyu-am's body trembled uncontrollably. He shouted, "If I rest." His face darkened with frustration. I will never be able to touch his toes in my life. Back in Kong Hyun's room, he asked in surprise, "Everyone agreed to put me in first place. Does that usually happen?" EVA recalled and said, "As far as I know. This is the first exception with the white-haired judge panel." Kong Hyun was a little surprised by the unexpected result. He thought, "I thought I would win a prize, but I did not expect to be first." And it was a unanimous vote too. Kong Hyun did not understand what was happening. In the hall, all the contestants who passed the previous round were present. Footsteps slowly approached the podium. Each contestant had a different expression. A greeting rang out, "It is a pleasure to meet you all." Some were excitedly waiting, while others wore a melancholic air. Kong Hyun sat still in his chair, listening attentively to the voice. "The 12 contestants present here, I will be supporting you in your upcoming journey at Chaplu." He politely introduced himself, "And my name is Mak Am Po. During the Chaplu round, you will stay at Goa-tu for 8 days. First of all, regarding the schedule. During the camp here, all contact with the outside world will be prohibited, and we will send an official notice to the contestants before the trip begins." Ampo explained the rules. 2449. Also, we will have a meeting with the conductor of the National Begon Orchestra. Kong Hyun was surprised. The conductor himself. Even Maestro Begun will be present at this meeting, so this won't be an ordinary event. Ampo continued, "The training camp will start in 2 days, so please complete your instrument maintenance beforehand." Finally, he bowed. "And congratulations to all the contestants. During the 8 days at Chaplu, we will provide you with the best possible experience." His words were very reassuring. Receiving the invitation, Kong Hyun was incredibly excited. "I am looking forward to performing with an orchestra. Until now, I have only done duets with piano." Suddenly he noticed something strange in the room. All the contestants were staring at him. Kong Hyun thought to himself, "Their gazes are not very friendly. I understand. Because I, someone so young and unknown, have climbed to the same rank as them." Kong Hyun understood everyone's feelings. He anticipated their feelings, especially Kyu-am's, who he had met in person. Of course. Kyu-am had expressed his intense dislike for Kong Hyun, but he chose to ignore it, thinking, "Is he okay? Why is he like that?" Suddenly, a voice called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. "Kong Hyun." A young man greeted him warmly. "Nice to meet you. I am Zhang Yan from China." Kong Hyun politely replied, "Nice to meet you too." He remembered this person from his past life. "If it is Zhang Yan, he was known as China's violin star in my past life." Kong Hyun was stunned as he thought, not only famous for his talent but also for his performances around the world and his intelligence. Honestly, the white-haired judge panel and Chaplu are like a long journey to reach the exceptional people from my past life. I finally realize where I am. Kong Hyun was so excited his face flushed. The camera captured the beautiful moment. The cameraman was also excited, thinking, a wonderful encounter between a potential Chinese star and a Korean prodigy. A perfect combination. Of course, the truth was, these two were not thinking that deeply. Zhang Yan complimented, "I heard from my teacher as well. There are many talented people in this competition." Kong Hyun was curious. "Teacher?" He asked. "Wait, do you mean Mr. Matiro?" Zhang Yan confirmed, "I am very close with my teacher. Every time we talk about the violin, he goes on, and he keeps mentioning you," he recounted. And that was Zhang Yan's reason. "So I really wanted to talk to you. Actually, I was going to greet you before the competition, but I was afraid it would be weird." His serious attitude quickly made Kong Hyun flustered. He is so polite. Zhang Yan got to the main point. "Well, it is fate that we met in this competition. Let us play a piece together. Could I ask you a favor?" As he walked, he shared, "I have wanted to try this for a long time, but I do not have much experience performing together." Suddenly, Yuha's cheerful voice rang out, "Hey." She waved excitedly and ran towards Kong Hyun. Kong Hyun sighed helplessly. That mischievous girl is here. Zhang Yan noticed something and asked him, "Is this your fiancé?" Kong Hyun's face went blank, not knowing how to respond. The interview went very smoothly. After enough footage was recorded, the host said goodbye to the audience. Today's interview will end here. Thank you everyone. Good work. After the cameras stopped rolling, the studio staff smiled and thanked everyone profusely. The host came up to him and smiled. Thank you too, Hun. He replied, yes, madam. You worked hard. She clarified, about getting to Chaplu after all that hard work in the competition. He stroked his chin and replied, I am still not sure, not since before I came to Chaplu. Despite his worries, he still smiled. But I am really looking forward to this unprecedented experience. The next day, the early morning sunlight shone down on the lush green trees. Today was the first day they moved to Chaplu. The sight upon entering the house made him stop and look up. A large window opened wide, overlooking the garden. He was stunned and exclaimed, it is so beautiful. A moment later, Hun opened the door to the meeting room. Someone greeted him immediately, oh, you are here. An elderly gentleman told him to choose an empty seat and come in. Truong Yen waved to him as he sat down in the empty seat nearby. The gentleman began to speak, it seems everyone is here. Let us begin. Today is the first day, so we will learn about the internal structure and operation of Chaplu, and I also want to take some time to introduce you to the rules of living here. But first, let us get to know each other. Please introduce yourself, starting from Truong Yen's direction. He stood up and replied, yes, sir. With smiling eyes and a bright face, he said, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Truong Yen from China. In the second round, I performed a piece by Brahms. I hope to receive a lot of help from everyone in the coming time. Kong Hyun enthusiastically applauded him. The next people also stood up and introduced themselves. A bearded gentleman said, I am Eric from the north. Please help me. Everyone in the room was surprised by his height. Wow, so tall. A chubby boy stood up next. I am Danny, currently studying at the University of Music in Germany. My name is Joseph. I come from the Royal Academy of Music. While everyone was introducing themselves, he propped his chin in thought. It reminds me of the old days. On the first day at the Judicial Research and Training Institute, everyone was worried about introducing themselves like this. While he was still lost in thought, wondering what he had said at that time, Truong Yen called softly Hun. Hun, it is your turn. He startled and replied, oh yes. Everyone focused their eyes on Hun. He smiled confidently and introduced himself. I am Kong Hyun from South Korea. I just turned 14 this year. In the second round, I played a piece by Movitsky. People murmured, 14 years old, really? Eric did not quite believe it. He looked at him and said, 14 years old, with a short stature like that, you look more like 10. Others also felt the same, right? Before the room became more noisy, the gentleman spoke up, if you have any questions, please discuss them privately after we are done here. Kong Hyun thought angrily, just wait. In a few years, I will be tall. Who is next? The girl sitting next to him stood up gently. I am Anna from Russia. I am currently studying at the Tchaikovsky Academy. I hope to receive everyone's help. He realized this was the girl from before. It must be because she is not used to talking to crowds. He looked at her and thought, with that personality, the fact that she still passed the qualifying round proves that she also has extraordinary talent. I am so curious. Next, a handsome young man introduced himself. I am William from England. After the brief introduction, he glared at him. Kong Hyun did not understand what he meant. William sat down heavily, to the surprise of. Is that all? Kong Hyun thought, why is he so strange? The introductions continued. After a while, the gentleman announced, that is the end of the introduction to the structure of Chaplu. Next, I will briefly explain the rules to you. As you all know, Chaplu currently prohibits outsiders from entering. This also means that everything will only take place within this area, and you will have to do everything yourselves. Not just cleaning, but also breakfast and dinner. Choose your own tasks and take turns helping each other. He sighed inwardly, it is like going to a training camp. Throughout Chaplu, there will be cameras recording your daily life and music practice. These videos will then be edited and broadcast, so please make that your goal for each day. He closed the document and said, that is all for today's guidance. I sincerely hope that you will be able to develop your talents and musical dreams at this Chaplu. When the program introduction ended, everyone gathered together. Truong Yen looked at William and asked, now that we have a break, do you have anything else to say? But he did not answer. Instead, he scowled and glanced to the side. It was Kong Hyun chatting happily on one side. He immediately turned and walked away. I do not have time to chat, so excuse me. Truong Yen and Kong Hyun looked after him. Oh, is that all? Anna, shy of the crowd, also said goodbye to everyone. Well, I will be going too. Seeing that, the others also wanted to return to their rooms. I will go too then. I am going back to my room. In the meeting room, only Truong Yen and Kong Hyun remained. Everyone's gone. Truong Yen said, we are rivals, after all, so it is understandable that it is hard to become friends. He sighed, remembering the Judicial Research and Training Institute. It was the same there. The cheerful atmosphere of the first day quickly disappeared, replaced by everyone silently competing with each other, because we have to fight for our own goals. Won't the atmosphere always be like this until the last minute? At the company office, Maitri opened the door and entered. Excuse me. In the office, a man was clutching a fresh newspaper. Maitri politely called out, Maestro. He asked, what is the matter, and the maestro mentioned that child. He said, he has arrived at Chaplu. Could it be that child from back then? Maitri remembered the child who played the violin masterfully. The maestro looked out the window and asked, Maitri, you have been to Chaplu before, have not you? He nodded and said, yes, that is right. Didn't you also go there, Maestro, and win the grand prize? He replied, that is right. The beautiful memories of his youth came flooding back. The time at Chaplu was when he was most immersed in music. Every day was a beautiful day. He turned and asked Maitri, do you know the legend of that place? He immediately said, you mean the god of music. The maestro recounted, it is a legend that has been passed down among pianists from ancient times, that a god of music appeared at Chaplu, with an endless melody. He will come to the chosen one in the bright dawn. He smiled and said, but that god did not come. Maitri was surprised and asked, what, really? He affirmed, I played a sincere melody to attract him. But if it is that child, it will be different. The wind blew through the window, making the curtains flutter slightly. Kong Hyun sat dazed on his bed, staring toward the window. He suddenly thought of William and Anna, recalling the scene from the first floor earlier. Kong Hyun remembered how everyone had left after the briefing, eventually leaving only him and Truong Yen behind. Back in the present, Kong Hyun seemed lost in thought. He remembered the judgmental gazes of his former classmates. It felt no different from those days. Kong Hyun swung his legs dangling off the bed and thought to himself that creating such an atmosphere was not difficult, quite the opposite. He fell silent. The problem was that the situation felt far too familiar. Kong Hyun thought about his family. Why, he had chosen differently this time. He thought about his musical dreams, believing he had found a new dream alongside his family, but given the current situation. Kong Hyun clenched his hands into fists, unable to stop himself from thinking that this was no different from his past life. The next second, Kong Hyun quickly shook his head in denial. No, he absolutely could not let it stay this way. He lowered his eyes and gasped for breath to regain his composure. Immediately after, Kong Hyun suddenly turned his head in one direction. He walked over to where his instrument was and opened the case. Kong Hyun carefully lifted his violin, his brow furrowed with a hint of sadness. Looking at the instrument in his hand, Kong Hyun could not help but think that playing in his current mood would make it impossible to hit the right notes. He looked outside. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the trees to sway. The bright moonlight outside cast a pale glow over the garden. Kong Hyun muttered softly, maybe I should go get some fresh air. While walking along the hallway, Kong Hyun suddenly heard a clear melody. He thought to himself, the sound of a violin. Looking at the slightly ajar door in front of him, Kong Hyun was somewhat speechless. Is someone really practicing this late? They do not even realize the door is open. Hearing the violin music drifting from the room, Kong Hyun could not help but think that although he could not hear it perfectly, the player's skill was no joke. However, the melody seemed a bit stiff. Whose room is this? He turned his head to look around. After seeing no one, Kong Hyun tiptoed closer to the cracked door. Feeling a bit guilty, he thought, peeking like this seems a bit pathetic, but his mind split in two, a demon Kong Hyun giggling, I am so curious, and an angel Kong Hyun chiming in, me too. Even Kong Hyun himself could not stop wondering who it was. The next second, he leaned in close to the gap in the door. Unsure of what he saw, Kong Hyun's pupils suddenly dilated. The person inside the room was still diligently playing the violin. Seeing the person's face clearly, Kong Hyun muttered under his breath, so it is William. He remembered their previous encounter. Come to think of it, he had seen William's fingers wrapped in bandages before. The guy must practice an insane amount. Right then, the gentle melody suddenly vanished, replaced by a harsh, grating screech. Kong Hyun was startled by the sound. Seeing William stop playing, Kong Hyun broke into a cold sweat, thinking anxiously, could I have been caught? A moment later, he heard William let out a long sigh. Immediately after, William slumped over and buried his face in his hands, looking utterly disappointed. The notes on the sheet music in front of William began to blur. He lowered his hands, weariness clearly etched across his face. Kong Hyun, watching from outside, could not help but think, he looks so exhausted, just like my past self. Kong Hyun involuntarily recalled himself in a classroom during his previous life. Back then, his eyes had dark circles, and he would collapse onto his desk, so tired that his nose bled. With a hollow gaze, he had muttered, "Is this really supposed to be this exhausting?" Kong Hyun instinctively thought of his parents. "I just wanted to live a better life. Is this path really worth leaving my entire family behind?" He suddenly gritted his teeth. The next second, Kong Hyun snapped out of it and braced his hands on the table. What is with these weak thoughts? This is not the time to be daydreaming. Kong Hyun, hurry up and get back to studying. After that, he pushed himself to sit up and continue his lessons. At that time, he had not realized it. The hand holding the pen in his past life seemed to overlap with William's hand holding the bow. Just like that, he had been walking aimlessly forward. Looking at William's miserable expression now, Kong Hyun could not help but think, no one can be happy walking a path they have chosen with an expression like that. He frowned, his face showing clear sadness, but Kong Hyun turned to leave. Until they realized for themselves that this was a wrong turn in life, they would not listen to anyone's advice. Outside, the moon hung high, and the trees swayed to the rustling of leaves. Kong Hyun strolled alone, his mood much better than before. He smiled slightly. This place is quite beautiful at night. It is a shame everyone only thinks about competing. They are missing out on this beauty. He took in his surroundings. Meeting in such a wonderful place. It would be great if we could just share stories about music. How can I get everyone to open up? The next second, Kong Hyun suddenly felt something was off. Wait, no. Why am I worrying about that right now? What is the point? He watched a leaf floating on the water. If it were his past self, he would not have bothered caring about other people's business. Kong Hyun wore a satisfied smile. I guess I have changed a little, have not I? With that thought, he felt a bit happier. Right at that moment, Kong Hyun suddenly sensed a white deer standing behind him. Startled, he quickly turned around. Contrary to his expectations, there was no one behind him. Ha! A familiar melody echoed in Kong Hyun's head. Hwang Hee, oh Hwang Hee, the beautiful flame of the gods. He rubbed his head, looking confused. Did I see things? Kong Hyun muttered, I clearly saw it. That familiar melody lingered in his mind. I will use magic to reunite those separated by the flow of time. Kong Hyun instinctively remembered the white deer he had sensed earlier and continued, the deer. Meanwhile, inside the room, William was still struggling to play that melody, at the place where those gentle wings stopped fluttering. As William pressed down on the strings, his face suddenly stiffened, and beads of sweat rolled down his exhausted face. A moment later, William suddenly hit a wrong note, and his playing immediately turned into a piercing screech. In a fit of rage, William raised his bow hand high. His hand tightened until it trembled. Finally, unable to contain himself, William violently threw his bow to the ground. He curled up by the bed, burying his face in his hands and muttering in frustration, why just won't it work? William remembered Kong Hyun's performance. The melody that kid played kept haunting his mind. The atmosphere in William's room turned gloomy. Damn it. To hell with it, I have tried this hard, so why can't I keep up with him? He suddenly remembered what someone had told him. As expected, no one can beat William's performance. That day, his classmates had praised him incessantly. That is right, I probably won't catch up to him in my entire life. You are the new representative music expert of England. Even the teacher had patted his shoulder and praised him with a smile. Wonderful. I am proud of you, William. Back in the present, William sat with dark circles under his eyes and a nosebleed, his head bowed. Despite being exhausted, he pushed against his knees to stand up. Blood dripped onto the floor. I can't let it end like this. William stood before the sheet music and muttered, not like this. Elsewhere, Kong Hyun stared at the lavish spread of food set before him. His eyes sparkled, and he was salivating as he asked, what dishes are these? Truong Yen, who was on meal duty today, served the food and turned to him with a smile. I tried making some common morning dishes from my hometown. Hearing this, Kong Hyun asked in surprise, "You cooked all of this? It looks delicious. I am going to enjoy this." With that, he gave a bright smile and pulled out a chair. Eating bread and bacon every day gets boring. It has been a while since I have had Asian food like this. Seeing only one other person in the dining hall, Kong Hyun could not help but ask, "But why is there no one else here today?" Truong Yen brought over the last dish and replied casually. Everyone finished early and went upstairs. Kong Hyun picked up his chopsticks. "I see." Right then, the other person in the dining hall suddenly stood up. It was the third day of training. That person placed their dirty dishes in the sink. Without a word, they hurried out of the dining hall. Kong Hyun watched the door slam shut and thought, the atmosphere among the participants is still as tense as ever. He picked up his spoon and took a bite. Well, at least the food is good. I should enjoy my meal with a happy heart. As soon as the flavor hit his tongue, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. This dish. After finishing his meal, Kong Hyun brought his dirty dishes to the sink. The food was great, thank you. Truong Yen, while washing dishes, replied happily, "I am so glad." Kong Hyun looked up at him. "But, did you intentionally use less seasoning?" Truong Yen asked in surprise. "How did you know?" Kong Hyun answered honestly, "The dishes today were very palatable. In my opinion, the previous meals were quite heavily seasoned." He recalled the food he had eaten before, whereas the food Truong Yen made had a very light, clean taste. Thinking about Truong Yen being the cook, Kong Hyun continued, "The members from other countries might not be used to your spices. I thought you might have reduced the seasoning out of consideration for them, right?" Truong Yen gave an embarrassed smile. "I am glad you understood. Actually, I thought I could have a little conversation with Mark through this food, but..." He remembered Anna's confused face when he had taken the initiative to greet her and continued, "Everyone seems to just give simple greetings." At that time, everyone had turned their backs on Truong Yen and left. Thinking about this, he could not help but say, "It seems none of them have any intention of having a deep conversation." Truong Yen secretly shed a tear. Is it really that hard for competitors to have a sincere talk? Kong Hyun broke into a cold sweat and thought, it really is. Lost in thought, Kong Hyun suddenly fell silent. The next second, he proactively began helping Truong Yen wash the dishes. Startled by this, Truong Yen exclaimed, "Hyun." Kong Hyun looked at him with a serious gaze. "I will help you. This is my way of paying you back for preparing the food for everyone." Hearing this, Truong Yen was stunned. The next second, he smiled softly. "Thank you." After finishing the dishes, the two of them left the dining hall together. Truong Yen looked at Kong Hyun with a crescent-eyed smile and said, "Good work, Hyun." Kong Hyun smiled back, "It was nothing really." Truong Yen disagreed. "There were a lot of plates though." The next second, his attention was drawn to a closed room door in front of them. Truong Yen turned to Kong Hyun. "Speaking of which, William did not seem to be in very good shape today." Kong Hyun asked in surprise, "William?" Truong Yen replied, "There must be something wrong. He ate in a rush and left immediately." Recalling William's state, Truong Yen could not help but add, he was in bad shape. He looked like someone who had not slept for days. Kong Hyun asked curiously, "Is that so? He seems very anxious. Should we check on him?" As he spoke, he walked to William's door and knocked. "William, are you in there?" When there was no answer, Kong Hyun could not help but mutter, "It is too quiet." Truong Yen pressed his ear to the door. "I do not hear the violin either, and he usually practices all day." Kong Hyun added, "Is he not in his room? The door is open." He gently pushed the door. It opened with a creak. "William," Truong Yen called out, "let us head inside." The moment they saw the scene inside, both Kong Hyun and Truong Yen were struck with shock and dismay. William was lying slumped on the floor, unconscious. The two outside cried out in alarm, "William!" William's eyes were tightly shut, and he remained motionless. Kong Hyun knelt beside him and called out loudly, "William, what is wrong?" He is covered in a cold sweat. Truong Yen hurriedly said, "I will go get help with that." He turned and rushed out. Seeing no movement from William, Kong Hyun panicked slightly. He shook him and said loudly, "Can you hear me? Wake up." William let out a faint groan but still did not open his eyes. Kong Hyun's face was full of worry. "Why do this? What on earth do you want so badly that you would torture your body like this?" The next second, he suddenly heard William mumble, "No." His lips moved feebly. "I do not want to lose." A while later, everyone rushed to William's room. After examining him, the doctor said, It seems he has overexerted himself. If he rests for a day, he should feel better. Hearing this, Ampere finally felt relieved. Thank you. Truong Yen, standing in the crowd, looked at Kong Hyun. That is a relief. Kong Hyun replied softly yes. At that moment, someone in the crowd could not help but think, that William guy. No matter what, he should not mistreat himself like that. They let out a sigh and whispered. Just how much did he practice? Kong Hyun turned to look at him. The person clenched their fist and continued, now is not the time for us to be gathered here doing this. Hearing this, the person next to them replied in confusion. I will go practice right away. If I do not, then I won't be able to win the competition. These words reached Kong Hyun's ears, making him freeze. The scene shifted. Kong Hyun sat silently on a bench in the quiet campus grounds. He thought to himself, even after seeing William like that, no one is giving up. Just how desperate are they? Kong Hyun looked toward the dorms. Have I been taking things too lightly? They are all putting their lives on the line for music, while I am just someone who happened to have superior talent and ended up here. He lowered his head, thinking vaguely, does someone like me even deserve to continue making music? Just then, Truong Yen suddenly appeared and handed a cup of water to Kong Hyun. Take this, Hyun. Kong Hyun looked up at him. Thank you. Truong Yen rubbed his neck and looked into the distance with a smile. Do you feel conflicted? Even in that situation, they still push themselves. Kong Hyun gave a soft in response. He looked at his reflection in the water. I understand that desperation. I just do not know the reason that drives them to go that far. Above them, leaves detached from the branches and drifted through the air. Kong Hyun thought idly, but it seems I do not have any ideals at all. He suddenly spoke up. Sorry, I wanted to ask a question that might be a bit rude. His voice reached Truong Yen's ears. What is the reason you make music, Truong Yen? Truong Yen paused and turned to look at Kong Hyun. The reason. He thought seriously for a moment before speaking. The reason for making music. Truong Yen suddenly gave a radiant smile. Because it is what I can do. Does that count as an answer? Kong Hyun was somewhat speechless and could not help but think, he made it to the finals, so of course he has the skill. Meanwhile, Truong Yen was still chattering away. Stuff like the next maestro, the star of China. Hearing this, Kong Hyun asked curiously, what do those titles mean? Truong Yen let out a breath and chuckled. He thought about the time he dressed up as a reindeer to give gifts to children and continued, I have always liked helping people in need. Christmas concerts at orphanages. But no matter how hard I tried, my material help had its limits. There were still people left out who could not receive gifts from him. Remembering the sad little girl hiding behind her brother, Truong Yen recounted, I realized how difficult it is to heal a wounded heart. In that moment, I realized that my performance could comfort their hearts. The moment the melody began, the little girl hiding behind her brother finally looked straight at Truong Yen. The coldness on the faces of the two siblings vanished, replaced by astonishment. Truong Yen remarked casually, the thing I am best at can help the thing I love. Pretty lucky, right? Hearing this, Kong Hyun could not help but think, so that is it. My violin playing and participating in competitions were all for myself. I never thought about the listeners' feelings. Indeed, Kong Hyun nervously rubbed his fingers together. Just then, he heard Truong Yen continue, well, that is just my personal reason. Don't overthink it. Truong Yen looked at him with a bright smile. We have made it this far. We need to keep working hard. Kong Hyun heard his voice echoing in his ears. If there is a musical path you want to follow, then I think staying consistent on that path is a good thing. Truong Yen's words made Kong Hyun think, as expected, his nickname is not just for show. Truong Yen took the lead and said, let us head inside. Kong Hyun followed him and replied, okay. He was a bit distracted. The path I desire. On the bed, William finally woke up and slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Kong Hyun sitting by his bed, William was startled. Hi you. Kong Hyun cut in, you are awake. He looked at William and continued, your body seems to be better before he could finish. The wet towel on William's forehead was flung toward him. William's hands clenched until they shook, and he roared in anger, why are you here? Did you come to pity me? Kong Hyun did not answer and calmly leaned down. Just as Kong Hyun's hand touched the thrown towel, he heard William scream, I do not want to see you. This is all your fault. Kong Hyun turned to look at William in silence. William collapsed, burying his face in his hands and mumbling, the piece you performed. It makes me suffer every day. He roared, your melody is like a curse that haunts me. A flash of madness appeared in William's eyes as he muttered, "This hell. How am I supposed to overcome this?" The next second, William suddenly pointed at Kong Hyun and issued a challenge. "Fight me with music." Kong Hyun was silent for a moment before replying, "Fine. I know you won't listen to anything I say right now." He looked directly at William and said seriously, "But I accept your challenge." Beams of dazzling sunlight fell over the dormitory. Kong Hyun looked at the scene before him in surprise. Seeing that everyone had already gathered, Kong Hyun could not help but think, news sure travels fast. Everyone rushed over here. He turned to look at William, who was standing behind him. William looked back at him calmly. "Let us give it our all." Seeing the dark circles under his eyes, Kong Hyun could not help but think, did he practice all night again? He smiled and replied, "Definitely." William took out his violin and spoke. "The two of us will take turns playing a single piece, switching every 30 seconds. The winner will be decided by everyone here." Kong Hyun looked at him and asked, "Have you chosen a song?" William replied decisively, "Paganini's Caprice No. 24. He stared straight at Kong Hyun with a determined gaze. The people present looked at each other and whispered, "Paganini, that piece is not easy to play." Truong Yen, sitting among the crowd, gave a slight smile. He thought to himself, "Caprice. With this song, the abilities of both can be accurately assessed." Looking at Kong Hyun and William standing before him, Truong Yen could not help but think, "Hyun, I do not know what you are thinking, but is this okay?" William placed a coin in his palm and showed it to Kong Hyun. "The order of performance will be decided by this coin. Heads for me, tails for you." Kong Hyun replied without hesitation, "Fine." The coin was flipped and landed in William's hand. Kong Hyun leaned in to look at it. "It is tails. I will start first then." Before beginning the performance, Kong Hyun suddenly turned to William. "But William, why do you want to duel with me?" William was stunned. "What?" Kong Hyun spoke casually, "I have some idea why, but I still want to hear it directly from you." William stared at him in silence. The image of Kong Hyun playing the violin previously flashed through his mind. He answered honestly, "The piece you played last time. It filled me with resentment." William still clearly remembered his feelings from that time. "It was like a giant wall right in front of me that I could not overcome, no matter how hard I tried." He gripped his bow hand until it trembled. "Even when I played a different song to shake off those damn thoughts, the melody you played kept lingering in my mind." William gritted his teeth, his face full of indignation. "As long as you are here, I will have to live in the shadows forever without finding a way out." Kong Hyun was silent for a moment before his lips moved. He looked perplexed. Just for that, hearing this, William was startled and looked at him in surprise. Kong Hyun calmly continued, "The reason you play music is just because you want to beat me." William was stunned. "What?" Kong Hyun said no more. He raised his bow and flashed a confident smile. The next second, Kong Hyun began to play. The melodious sound of the violin filled the air, leaving everyone present with looks of amazement. Eric could not help but speak up, "So impressive. Such high-level technique for someone so young." Truong Yen, sitting beside him, added with a smile, "He is captivating the entire audience with such a powerful melody." A sparkle reflected in his eyes, and it seemed. Looking at William, who stood frozen beside Kong Hyun, Truong Yen continued, "We are not the only ones who feel it." As soon as the melody ended, William immediately snapped back to his senses and began playing with a tense expression. Hearing his melody, someone could not help but think, the tempo is too fast. That person's gaze fixed on William. He is performing in such a rush. There is no good coordination between the bow and the strings. With countless eyes staring at him, was he feeling pressured by the crowd's reaction? William was so tense that his bow arm hitched for a beat. He furrowed his brows deeply, thinking to himself, everything is falling apart. At this rate, the rest of the performance will be ruined too. The next second, William suddenly heard a melodious sound ringing in his ears. He glanced at Kong Hyun standing beside him. Right now, Kong Hyun was playing passionately with a slight smile on his lips. Seeing this, William could not help but think, is he smoothing out the piece to help me? Watching Kong Hyun play, Truong Yen could not help but marvel, Hyun is truly skilled. He skillfully transitioned from William's tense performance into something so soft and fluid. Eric, sitting nearby, chimed in, Hyun is supporting him so William can easily pick up the next part. He looked at William and muttered, Hyun's intention. Finally, the music stopped. Kong Hyun reached out toward William. Seeing this, Eric added, I wonder if William got the message. Truong Yen smiled and replied, I think he did. Eric turned to him, curious. How do you know? Truong Yen's voice rose alongside William's violin. Because William has already caught the rhythm of the caprice and is continuing it. Witnessing this, another person looked surprised. You are right. William's performance is much more stable now. Truong Yen smiled again. I think this is the message Hyun wanted to send to William. His voice blended with the music of Kong Hyun and William. Let go of jealousy and competition. And let us enjoy this together, playing a wonderful piece. Anna, watching the two of them focused on their playing, whispered, playing the violin. So carefree. As the piece concluded, Kong Hyun raised his bow high, looking toward the crowd with a smile. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. William shook hands with Kong Hyun and smiled. That was a great performance. Kong Hyun replied sincerely, you too. William looked straight at Kong Hyun and said, I do not think I need to hear the results. In my heart, you are the winner. He flashed a confident smile. Even so, I do not feel like I have lost. At that point, William felt a bit embarrassed. It is a bit weird to say that after losing, but Kong Hyun waved his hands dismissively. No, not at all. He smiled and said seriously, because I do not think anyone lost in this duel. William looked puzzled. What do you mean? Kong Hyun looked at the people happily chatting in front of them. Look at everyone. They all listened to the music and are now sharing their thoughts. He emphasized, this was not a competition. We were enjoying the music together. Kong Hyun suddenly looked directly at William. That is the great power music brings, and also its main purpose. William, what do you think? William's lips trembled. Just then he heard someone cheer William. That was amazing. William was startled, standing frozen, unable to say another word. People surrounded him, laughing and chatting. Your practice really paid off, but next time, do not overwork yourself until you collapse, man. Someone else asked. Hey, how did you do that one part? Before William could answer, another interrupted. I think this section was the highlight. Everyone gathered around William, talking animatedly. Suddenly, I really want to perform too. Why do not we bring our instruments out here? A bead of sweat rolled down William's cheek and finally fell. He could not help but break into a happy smile. The next second, William joined the others and began talking cheerfully. Kong Hyun, surrounded by the crowd, rubbed his head in embarrassment. Golden sunlight filtered through the window frame into the room. William looked at Kong Hyun. Thank you, Hyun. He spoke sincerely. Thanks to you, I have rediscovered the reason I started music. Hearing this, Kong Hyun felt happy too. He smiled and asked, really, then I am glad. The next second, Kong Hyun took the initiative. If you do not mind, can I ask you a few things? William acted a bit shy. About that. He remembered players on big stages and said, my dream is to make many people fall in love with this classical genre. In William's mind, an image appeared of his younger self, face full of wonder and love upon hearing that music. He lowered his eyes and smiled. After that, I got so caught up in the competition that I forgot what made me want to start in the first place. Kong Hyun reached out to him. That is a truly great goal. I hope you achieve it. William reached out, shook his hand, and smiled. Thank you. With that, he took his instrument and left. Kong Hyun stood behind, watching his retreating back. I said there are no losers in this match. He returned to his room, his mind wandering. But after hearing his reason, I feel like I am the one who lost. Kong Hyun looked out the window and squinted. It is so bright. Watching the red sunset coat the trees outside, he could not help but think, is it evening already? Time to go down and grab a quick bite. Walking down the stairs, Kong Hyun suddenly noticed something. Wait, why is it so noisy in the dining hall? He slowly pushed the door open. Is something going down again? Everyone inside the dining hall was gathered, laughing and talking happily. Seeing Kong Hyun appear, they enthusiastically called out, Hyun, you are down, when did you get here? Come over here. Kong Hyun looked around tentatively and walked to Eric's table. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Eric replied happily. What do you think? A giant question mark appeared in Kong Hyun's head. Seeing his confusion, Eric laughed and explained, it is because of your duel with William this afternoon. William's face appeared in Eric's mind. Regardless of winning or losing, the important thing is that we can enjoy the music together. I think that is the true power of music and its main purpose. Eric smiled and continued, it was truly touching. He spoke suggestively, and it seems I am not the only one who felt that way. Everyone was still happily discussing the piece. That Paganini song. William lowered his eyes and spoke up. Before this, we were all so lost in competition that we forgot the message music wants to send. He looked up directly at Kong Hyun. Now I realize there is something more important than winning. The person sitting next to him smiled and added, besides, you won me over with your sheer talent. I was moved to tears by the performance, Hyun. He spoke sincerely. It has been a long time since I have been able to talk about music this comfortably. Thank you so much. Kong Hyun rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit flustered. Truong Yen appeared just then with a bottle of soda. He winked and smiled. Finally, an occasion to gather. Shall we have a toast? Anyone need a refill? Everyone held up their glasses, laughing. I love this. Someone held up an empty glass. Me, pour me some. A moment later, the empty glasses were finally filled. Like Hyun said, what does winning matter? I just hope the music we love can spread everywhere. Kong Hyun listened intently to Truong Yen's words. And this place is not the end of our musical journey. Truong Yen suddenly turned to Kong Hyun and asked with a smile, right? Kong Hyun nodded happily in response. Truong Yen's voice rang through the dormitory. Let us help each other and do our best until the final day. Everyone shouted in unison, agreed. Watching everyone laughing and talking, Kong Hyun could not help but think, this is the first time I have walked the same path with companions, laughing and eating happily like this. He got a bit distracted. Perhaps in my past life, I also. Kong Hyun suddenly put his fork down. Everyone, quiet for a second. He stood up, looked at everyone, and said, I have a small proposal. A while later, everyone arranged their chairs in a circle. William spoke up first. You hope everyone will help each other during the performances. What do you mean by that? Kong Hyun hesitated slightly. Explaining it with words is a bit hard. He held up a finger and said seriously, first, I will try to start. Does anyone want to perform? Someone looked visibly anxious and said, in front of everyone like this. Another hesitated, Seeing that they were still reluctant, Kong Hyun thought, was I too abrupt? But I think this could help everyone. Just then, Eric suddenly stood up. What is this? Why is everyone so scared? He picked up his violin and said with a smile, I will go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Eric decisively began to play. The elegant sound of the violin reached everyone's ears. Kong Hyun sat silently, listening intently to the pleasant sound. He suddenly spoke up, Eric, wait. Eric jumped and looked at him. Man, you scared the life out of me. Kong Hyun began helping him adjust his posture. This part needs to be like this. And like this. Eric stood frozen, asking in confusion, what are you doing? A moment later, Kong Hyun said satisfactorily, all right, now try playing in this position. Eric raised an eyebrow. This posture. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking that was a shock. Immediately after, Eric began his performance. The pleasant sound rang out, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Eric raised his eyebrows in astonishment, thinking what is this? He could hardly believe it. The stance feels a bit weird, but it is definitely much more comfortable to play. Is this magical sound really coming from my violin? William noticed the difference and thought to himself, the bowing is more decisive. The sound produced is much more stable. A soulful melody, completely different from before. How did he do it? When the piece ended, Eric said blankly, it really is. Kong Hyun turned to the group and smiled. You see, that is how we can exchange ideas. A boy tremblingly raised his hand. He sidled up to Kong Hyun. Could you check my posture too? Immediately, someone else stood up and rushed toward Kong Hyun. Me too, I am next. Kong Hyun turned pale and waved his hands hurriedly. Wait, I will check everyone, just stay calm, let us go in order, he screamed internally, that is not what I meant. A while later, Kong Hyun began seriously correcting everyone's posture. Shift the violin inward just a bit. He suddenly noticed Anna standing shyly in a corner. The next second, he took the initiative. Anna, if you want, let me check for you. Anna jumped, startled. No. She looked a bit flustered. Playing in front of everyone like this. I am not very confident. Kong Hyun asked unexpectedly, is that so? He continued, I did not mean anything by it. If it makes you uncomfortable, I am sorry. Anna whispered and added, I will just get in the way here. I am going back to my room. Watching Anna's retreating back, Kong Hyun could not help but think, I wanted to hear Anna play once. What a shame. Come to think of it, she was shaking pretty badly during the second round too. Recalling how Anna had looked panicked and tried to comfort herself earlier, Kang Hyun thought, performing in front of others like that does not seem very good. Just then, Kang Hyun heard someone call him, Hyun. He turned to look at the person. William, shall I help you with your posture? William spoke up, actually no. Rather than the grip. He said seriously, I was hoping you could watch my performance of the assigned piece. Kang Hyun was startled. Is it okay if I watch? William replied casually, of course. He looked straight at Kang Hyun and smiled slightly. Because we are people chasing the same melody together. These words made Kang Hyun instinctively smile back. Eric excitedly cut in, the assigned piece. Let me watch too. William glared at him, annoyed. Didn't I just help you? Eric argued back, but that was a different song. Truong Yen smiled, his eyes crinkling. Eric, get in line. I am after William. At night, Kang Hyun strolled alone through the campus. He stretched his arms, feeling much more relaxed. This is great. It finally feels like we are all living together. It was so tense until yesterday. Kang Hyun suddenly looked toward the trees in front of him. That is right, I think I saw a deer here the other day. He thought about the silhouette of that white deer. It was a deer, right, but it felt like a living person. The wind blew, making leaves slowly fall. Could it be? I have met it once before. Just then, Kang Hyun heard music playing. This melody. The answer immediately came to his mind. Beethoven's Symphony No. 9, Fourth Movement. The lyrics echoed in his head, beautiful flame of the gods. Kang Hyun instinctively turned toward the sound. Who would be playing the violin here at this hour? He pushed aside a branch blocking his way and looked. I hear it coming from. Looking at the back of the person playing, Kang Hyun was a bit surprised. That person. Anna's beautiful profile came into view. He whispered her name, Anna. Kang Hyun closed his eyes and focused on the melody. He could not help but smile slightly. Wonderful. The warm melody seemed to gently embrace everything. The tone was perfect, like a poem of peace. As the melody ended, Anna let out a soft breath. Kang Hyun clapped and smiled. That was beautiful, Anna. Hearing his voice, Anna jumped, her face full of panic. She spun around. Seeing it was Kang Hyun, she asked nervously, Hyun, what are you doing here? Kang Hyun replied, I was taking a walk and happened to hear the violin. I was curious to see who was playing. Anna blushed and asked, I see. Kang Hyun stared at the trembling Anna with a look of confusion. Finally, he could not help but ask, Anna, why were you so lacking in confidence earlier? His voice reached Anna's ears. You are so talented. Anna flinched slightly. She replied, I do not see where I am talented at all. Anna's face showed clear self-doubt. With such mediocre ability, how could I dare to stand in front of others? Hearing this, Kang Hyun was stunned. What are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Anna turned and ran away. Kang Hyun called out to her back, wait, Anna. Seeing that she did not stop, Kang Hyun furrowed his brows in disappointment. Anna. His gaze stayed fixed on Anna's fleeing figure. What on earth is wrong with you? The next morning, the sun shone down on the dormitory. William opened his door. I should probably practice a bit before mealtime. Just then, he heard a strange sound. William looked puzzled. What is that noise? Kang Hyun, looking lifeless, was leaning against the wall groaning. William was so startled by him that he let out a shout. Once he calmed down, he exclaimed, Hyun. Kang Hyun smiled and replied, William. William was curious. What are you doing here all by yourself? Kang Hyun let out a long sigh. I am just feeling a bit exhausted. Hearing this, William could not help but remark, no wonder you have looked busy since morning. Does it have something to do with that? Kang Hyun replied gloomily, that matter. He recalled several hours ago, in the morning. Kang Hyun had thought, Anna left before we could talk yesterday. I definitely have to talk to her this morning. As soon as he opened the dining hall door, he saw someone already there. Kang Hyun took the initiative to greet her. Anna. Hearing someone call her name, Anna jumped. Kang Hyun smiled and started to say, about yesterday. Anna suddenly turned to leave. Please excuse me, I am leaving. Kang Hyun watched her back in a daze. After that, Kang Hyun repeatedly tried to greet Anna whenever they met. Anna, let us talk for a second. Before he could finish, Anna would quickly dodge him. Even when Anna was with friends and Kang Hyun called out, and she would immediately vanish without a trace. William, sitting next to Kong Hyun, spoke up. Anyone can see she is avoiding you. Kong Hyun replied, yeah. He turned to him. William, do you know anything about Anna? William answered honestly, I know absolutely nothing about her. He suddenly mentioned something else. But Tchaikovsky's piece, Anna Karenina, is quite famous. Kong Hyun was blank. Tchaikovsky's Anna. A figure appeared in William's mind. Anna was hailed as a genius in the Russian classical music world. She stands out for her fluid performance and soft melodies. He looked at Kong Hyun and continued, since everyone said she is a genius, I have always been curious about how she plays. But I have never been able to see it. Kong Hyun looked puzzled. Why? William replied, I do not know when it started, but except for the music academy, she does not seem to participate in any external activities. I heard she used to appear at exchanges or competitions before. Thinking about Anna's past self, William continued, I heard she used to smile a lot and had a cheerful personality. But seeing her again this time, she looks very fearful. He lowered his eyes. Rumors are often exaggerated, so I just thought that was the case. It is not like I really need to care about Anna. Kong Hyun stared at him. Is that so? He could not help but think, after hearing that, it seems more complicated than I thought. Maybe I need to look into it more. Just then, Truong Yen suddenly appeared in front of them. Hyun, William. Kong Hyun replied, Truong Yen, Eric. Eric, walking behind, waved at them. Hello, Truong Yen smiled and asked, are you two here together? Eric looked at them. What is with this serious atmosphere? Truong Yen's eyes crinkled. Are you two talking about something important? William leaned close to Kong Hyun and whispered, Hyun, can we tell them? Kong Hyun thought to himself, I probably can't solve this one on my own. He turned toward Truong Yen and Eric and spoke up, Truong Yen, Eric, there is something I want to discuss with you. A moment later, Eric asked curiously, you heard Anna's performance? Kong Hyun replied, her melody was truly wonderful. He remembered Anna's face at the time and continued, so I praised her performance, but she denied it and ran away. Kong Hyun recounted the situation. Anna looked very uneasy then. It seemed like she was afraid. Truong Yen suddenly raised his hand. I often see her like that too. Actually, I happened to hear her performance once before too. What did you think? Truong Yen recalled the scene and replied, it was just like what everyone says about her. It was an excellent performance. Like Hyun, I praised her playing. Eric could not help but ask, and then what happened? He thought about Anna's expression. She did not just deny it. Her reaction was the same as with Hyun. She denied it very forcefully. His voice reached Kong Hyun's ears. She looked as if she were haunted. Hearing this, Kong Hyun thought, just like that time. Right then, Eric suddenly spoke up, speaking of Anna, since that competition, she has been seeing Hyun often. Did you know that? Kong Hyun was startled. Me. Eric remembered the scene. How should I put it? It seems she admires you, Hyun. He thought about Anna's expression and added, it looks like she is jealous of you. Truong Yen followed Eric's lead. We all think things are great right now, so is there something else? Eric replied. It seems to be a different kind of emotion for her. Kong Hyun listened silently to their conversation. He thought to himself, jealousy is considered. Dazzling sunlight covered a certain park. Yuha was constantly running back and forth, observing the surroundings. After a while, she put on a serious face and said, it seems there is no danger ahead. Mommy Hyunja, who was with her, was a bit speechless. You do not need to do that, Yuha. Yuha patted her chest and said seriously with a smile, no, while brother Hyun is not here, I will take care of you. Hyunja laughed at that. Oh my. She bent down to Yuha's level and said, but Yuha, you can really just play comfortably here. When brother Hyun was your age, he played like a child and used to nag a lot. Yuha asked in surprise, brother. Brother Hyun did that. Hyunja's voice echoed through the campus, and then, he just suddenly became mature recently. Yuha muttered unexpectedly, I can't imagine it. Hyunja took Yuha's hand. So, Yoa. She looked up at her and smiled. Can you treat me more casually from now on? I was worried if you were trying too hard in this unfamiliar place. Yuha looked into Hyunja's smiling eyes and replied shyly, I am really okay. Hyunja suddenly asked, do you like brother Hyun that much? Yuha replied without hesitation, yes. Hyunja's eyes crinkled as she smiled. She could not help but think, so cute. The next second, she asked, what is it about brother Hyun that makes you like him so much? Yuha placed her hand over her heart and closed her eyes, smiling softly as she said, Hyun treats me like I can just be myself. Grandpa has always been the one who makes me feel tense and anxious, always trying my best just to please him. Yuha recalled the words Kong Hyun had said to her. This piece is good too, but why do not you try practicing a different one? Returning to the present, she continued, Hyun is not like that. Yuha beamed, and if there are any difficulties, I am so glad to see him handle everything without any hesitation. Meanwhile, on Kong Hyun's side, he felt a bit helpless. This is not working. Kong Hyun let out a long sigh. At this point, that method won't be effective. Zhang Yan added, even getting a chance to talk to her is difficult. Kong Hyun sighed as he listened to the others' chatter. Someone spoke up, if we keep making her feel uncomfortable, it might backfire. Another person chimed in. That is right. Try starting a conversation in a different way. To avoid making Anna feel uneasy, maybe it is better to find a way to spark her interest. Right then, Kong Hyun suddenly noticed a sheet of music sitting on the piano. He picked up the sheet music, flipped it open, and muttered the score. Eric was still talking enthusiastically. So, let us wrap it up for today. Kong Hyun suddenly broke into a smile. I think I have found a way. Hearing that, Eric and William immediately looked surprised. Zhang Yan could not help but ask, What is the plan? Kong Hyun wore a confident smile. He turned to everyone and said, I am going to try to talk to her with total sincerity. Over in the park where Hyunja and Yuha were walking, Hyunja's voice rang out, Yuha, I will support you. Looking at her smiling face, Yuha asked in surprise, Really, is that true? She said excitedly, So. Does that mean you are giving us permission to date? Hyunja replied, If Hyun shares the same feelings for you, then I completely give my permission. Hearing this, Yuha could not hide her joy. She raised her hand and said, Don't worry, madam, I will definitely make sure Hyun looks my way. Hyunja was amused by her words and could not help thinking, My goodness, looking at things like this really. Hyunja spoke up, You are very confident. She looked at Yuha's radiant face and remarked, You really are just like your grandfather. Over at the dormitory, Anna quietly stepped outside. It is time. She looked around cautiously. No one came to practice today, thank goodness. Just then, Anna noticed a piece of paper on the ground. Wait, what is stuck in the door crack? She picked up the paper and opened it. A letter. The letter read, Hi Anna, there are a few things I want to say to you in this letter. First of all, I am truly sorry for making things awkward for you all day yesterday. The writer is Kong Hyun. I really wanted to meet you to apologize in person, so if it is not a bother, could you come to the place where we met that day? Of course, if it is a bother, you do not have to come. Sorry for disturbing you, have a nice day. After reading the letter, Anna was flustered and did not know what to do. I wonder if I should go there. She suddenly remembered Kong Hyun's genuinely concerned face from before. Hey, you do not look so good. Are you okay? Anna bit her lip and stayed silent for a long time. As if having made up her mind, she suddenly looked up. By this time, Kong Hyun had been waiting for Anna in the park for a while. He held his instrument in his hand and looked at it intently. Finally, Kong Hyun slowly closed his eyes. He remembered what Eric had said earlier, I have wanted to ask you this for a long time. At that moment, Eric could not help but speak up, Hyun, why do you care so much about everyone? Kong Hyun was stunned. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Eric replied awkwardly, it is a bit weird to say it out of the blue, but you have helped everyone way too much. He rubbed his head and waved his hand. Even if we say winning or losing in music does not matter, our goal in entering this competition is to win, right? Kong Hyun's hand, which was writing the letter, paused. He heard Eric continue, what is the benefit of helping everyone like that, not to mention? Having made it this far, everyone has their own reasons, right? Everyone's beliefs and perspectives are different. Zhang Yan nodded in agreement. Eric continued, so if someone picks the wrong path, it is hard to go back to how things were. William remembered his previous actions and turned his face away in embarrassment. Eric looked directly at Kong Hyun. However, you are different. You are still open to helping everyone. Kong Hyun spoke up about that. He stared at the letter he was writing. Actually, I am not really sure myself, but... Kong Hyun rubbed his head bashfully. Seeing everyone struggling like that, I just could not ignore it. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. My heart and my mind both told me to do it. You could say I am just being meddlesome, and you would not be wrong. Zhang Yan and William glanced at each other. The next second, they both smiled at the same time. Back to the present, Kong Hyun suddenly lifted his bow. His personality was just like that, so it really could not be changed. The vibrant notes of the violin rang out. Anna, who was just outside the park, happened to hear the melody. She turned her head toward the sound. This sound. Anna thought to herself, it is coming from the old practice spot. She hurried forward. The sound of the violin became clearer in her ears, meaning. Seeing Kong Hyun playing the violin in front of her, Anna could not help but feel surprised. She stood frozen, staring at Kong Hyun. The sound of his playing seemed to dance in her ears. My God, it is the same piece, but the sound is completely different from mine. Anna stared at Kong Hyun and focused on listening to the pleasant melody he created. He really is a musical genius. She could not help but think, the sound is so melodious. I wish this performance would last forever. Anna placed her hand over her heart and prayed silently, I wish I had talent like that too. Just then, Anna suddenly heard Kong Hyun calling her name. Anna, she startled and snapped out of it. Kong Hyun looked at Anna and smiled. You are here, thank you for coming. The two of them sat on a bench in the park. Kong Hyun took the initiative to speak first. About yesterday, I guess I made you feel uncomfortable, did not I? He turned to look at Anna. I am sorry. Anna hurriedly waved her hands in confusion. No, you do not need to apologize. She said dejectedly, it was my fault. You did not do anything wrong. Seeing Anna turn her face away again, Kong Hyun called out to her, Anna. His voice rang out, music is not fun for you anymore, is it? His words startled Anna. She lowered her head. That. Anna's lips trembled. She suddenly buried her face in her hands and bowed her head. At that moment, Kong Hyun suddenly spoke, I used to be like that too. He remembered his past life. When he finished a task and people recognized his efforts, at first, he felt very happy. But afterward, when the supervisor's encouraging pat on the shoulder was withdrawn, Kong Hyun remembered that hand pulling away. He continued, I felt more and more insecure every day. Kong Hyun felt like he was walking on thin ground that could be crushed by that giant hand at any moment. He recounted, just one small mistake and everything I would achieved would completely crumble. Kong Hyun's voice sounded in Anna's ears. That is when I realized that other people's expectations of me were actually an invisible pressure. Anna looked up and stared at him. Is that so? Tears involuntarily welled up in Anna's eyes. Her lips moved. I used to think playing music was wonderful too. She told him about her childhood. Whenever the music started, all my sadness would vanish. People hailed me as a musical prodigy. I was so happy back then. Being recognized and loved felt so good. Back then, I tried so hard not to let them down. She always told herself she had to maintain her form. No mistakes allowed. She had to play many pieces. She had to express the true soul of the music, with no errors. If she made a mistake, she would fail their expectations. Just like that, Anna's mental state spiraled down. It became a fear, a pressure. She instinctively felt afraid. I was afraid of disappointing them, and the more I feared, the more mistakes I made. Anna did not even dare to face herself anymore. She clenched her hands, a tear falling on the back of her hand. Gradually, I became so afraid that I lost all confidence to stand before people and play. Anna cried like a child. Now I have gone too far and can't go back. The joy I once had is replaced by nothing but fear. Even though music used to bring me joy, and just picking up the instrument used to fill me with happiness. She wiped away her tears. But it is different now. Fear has taken over me. Anna sobbed and muttered, if only I had talent like yours, I would not be afraid anymore, although that belief had wavered at times. Her voice drifted into the void. But thinking about the reason I started, I have stood firm. There are many people out there who feel like me. At that time, I felt that if I could not follow this musical path, I would be failing myself. Anna suddenly became agitated and spoke loudly, but Hyun, you love music more than anyone. Kong Hyun hesitated. Well, Anna said shyly, I could tell by your expression when you play. You look so happy when you are playing. Everything in your eyes shows that is exactly where you belong. Her sincere voice rang in Kong Hyun's ears. So please do not give up on music, Hyun. Kong Hyun stared at her, stunned. He suddenly gave a small smile. Is that so? Immediately after, Kong Hyun looked at Anna and said sincerely, when I hear you play, I feel that same sense of happiness, Anna. Anna asked back in disbelief. Really? Kong Hyun replied, yes, really. That is not just a lie to encourage you. Anna was flustered and blushed at his words. Kong Hyun braced his hands on his knees and stood up. Even though the reason I still play music and feel happy about it is because of the present, talking to you has helped me find the answer to a question I was wondering about. Anna looked at him blankly. Kong Hyun spoke up, Anna. He reached his hand out to her. Do you want to practice with me? Kong Hyun's voice echoed in Anna's ears. When we do, you won't be afraid anymore and you will find your faith in music again. In a villa, someone's voice rang out. I am departing for Brussels today. Yong Tang asked in surprise. So soon? There are still 3 days until the finals. Jang Won replied with a smile. I am really looking forward to seeing how Hyun performs. He could not hide his joy. Shouldn't you adjust to the time difference first, and get used to the food? Hearing this, Yong Tang let out a sigh. For someone who has traveled abroad as much as I have, those things are not a concern. Aren't you going just because you are worried about Yu Ha? Hearing this, Jang Won burst out laughing. Oh my, I have been found out. He looked at a childhood photo of Yu Ha on the table. Even though I taught Yu Ha the ways of leadership early on, she is still just a child, right? Jang Won picked up his teacup. So I plan to go personally as her grandfather, but going alone is a bit lonely. Yong Tang understood his intention. So you asked me to come along because you wanted a companion. Aren't you just worried that Yu Ha will be upset if you go alone? Hearing this, the smile on Jang Won's face immediately froze. Yong Tang shook his head, speechless. You are so worried about your granddaughter hating you that you are overthinking it. You are old and still acting like this. Hit where it hurt, Jang Won retorted angrily. Hey, my heart is still like a 30-year-old's. Yong Tang asked back. 30 years old? Well, looking at you taking a flight like this, it seems your health is still fine. Jang Won chuckled happily. Yes, exactly. In an office where a photo of Yan Hun and Jang Won shaking hands cordially was placed, someone shouted excitedly, what? Yan Hun screamed into the phone in shock. Chairman's son just suddenly departed for Brussels. Why are you only telling me this now? The person on the other end replied. The decision was so sudden that I only just found out myself. Yan Hun roared in anger. No matter what, this can't happen. If I had known earlier, I would have followed him for an interview. Hearing this, the person on the phone could only apologize. I am sorry. Yan Hun rubbed the bridge of his nose. So, why did the chairman suddenly go to Belgium? The person on the other end replied. He went abroad to see the Queen Elizabeth competition this time. Hearing this, Yan Hun could not help but find it unexpected. The competition. He raised an eyebrow. Just to go see a competition is not very noteworthy. Isn't our country a barren land for classical music? The person on the other end hesitated. The thing is. Yan Hun heard the person continue. It seems the grandson of Chairman Yu Dong-yeol, Chairman's son's close friend, is participating in the Queen Elizabeth competition. Hearing this, Yan Hun's hand, which was writing, immediately stopped. And that was not all. The person continued. Furthermore, he has surpassed formidable opponents and is now heading to the finals. Only the final round is left. Receiving this information, Yan Hun could not help but jump up in shock. What? The other person replied. The final round is also a public performance before an audience. Hearing a loud noise inside, the staff outside pushed the door open and stepped in. Boss, are you okay? At the same time, the person on the phone continued. If you want to report on this, you have to hurry. Yan Hun waved his hand at the staff to signal that everything was fine and said into the phone, Yes, I understand. Yes. He suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, what is Chairman Yu's grandson's name? A Korean boy who entered the chapelle when he was only 14. If this was true, Yan Hun tapped his finger on the name circled on the paper. He curled his lips into a slight smile. This is going to be a huge scoop. At the same time, over at the dormitory, Kong Hyun looked at Anna, who was standing beside him. Calling it practicing together sounds grand, but it is actually nothing major. Just play comfortably. Anna replied shyly in a low voice. Her hand holding the instrument instinctively trembled. Seeing her tension, Kong Hyun reassured her, Don't worry, Anna. He smiled and said, No one will blame you for making a mistake. His voice echoed in Anna's ears, Just show me your melody. Anna began to play. She played Bach's concerto for 2 violins in D minor. A melodious and pleasant sound rang out. Anna's hand suddenly trembled as she bowed. Immediately after, the smooth sound turned into a jarring note. Anna stopped in fluster. She closed her eyes and silently blamed herself. I made another mistake. The next second, Anna suddenly heard a smooth sound ring out. It wove into her soul, making her gradually calm down. Anna instinctively looked over at Kong Hyun. Kong Hyun was bowing his violin, smiling and nodding at her. Anna stared at him. The sound of her duet with Kong Hyun rang out. Anna thought distractedly, he is guiding my insecure melody so gently, as if nothing happened. Like he is telling me not to worry. Her feet instinctively moved. The melody was so warm that Anna closed her eyes while bowing, focusing on the feeling. She felt as if she were in a green field, something she had not found in a long time. The courage in her heart began to surge. Kong Hyun looked at Anna standing beside him and thought, I am completely immersed in the music. A happy smile appeared on his lips. It is so good to see you have found the joy of playing again, Anna. The bow kept moving without stopping. A while later, the piece finally ended. Anna let out a dazed breath. She stood still as if she had not quite returned to reality yet. Kong Hyun suddenly laughed happily and said, that was great, Anna, that was a performance full of joy. Anna looked at him. Hyun. She said sincerely, thank you. Hearing this, Kong Hyun was stunned. Anna smiled with tears in her eyes and continued, it has been so long since I have enjoyed playing music like this. Without your help, I definitely would not have been able to finish it. Kong Hyun thought, Anna. He smiled with his eyes crinkling. I did not do anything major. Anna was confused. Ha. Kong Hyun looked straight at her and continued, everything. You did it yourself, Anna. Anna wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and laughed. Hyun, you really know how to say warm things, do not you? Kong Hyun was a bit flustered. Me. Anna suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Hyun, can you tell me the answer you found last time? Kong Hyun smiled and replied that. Suddenly, the sound of someone clapping came from outside. Zhang Yen spoke up with a smile. That was truly a wonderful performance. You were both excellent. Beside him were Eric and William. Kong Hyun looked at the three of them. Ha. He asked them in surprise, everyone, since when have you been watching? William replied, from the moment the performance started. We came in very quietly because we did not want to disturb you. Eric laughed. Hyun, that is unfair, performing all by yourself like that. Kong Hyun immediately suggested, then do you want to play together now? Eric asked back in surprise, wait, really? Anna hesitated slightly. She took the initiative to ask, can I play along too? Kong Hyun looked at her in surprise. Eric replied with a bright smile, of course, Anna. Zhang Yen enthusiastically shook Anna's hand. It is a great honor to perform with Anna. Anna replied shyly, I look forward to your help. Everyone discussed happily. Someone said, then for the music, let us play that last piece again. Someone else replied, okay, let us start from this section. Kong Hyun could not help but smile at the scene. A moment later, someone appeared outside. It is Bach. The person beside them looked toward the sound in surprise. Who is playing? Looking at the ajar door, the girl continued, the sound is coming from the practice room, I think. Everyone's playing blended together to create a melodious tune. Kong Hyun and the others stood together, drawing their bows. Kong Hyun closed his eyes, lost in the melody. He thought of what Eric had asked him, I have been wanting to ask this for a bit. Is it okay? Kong Hyun looked up at him. What is it? Eric said seriously, it is not just Anna. I am really grateful to you for caring about us. But why do you do so much? Honestly, you do not need to guide us to this extent, right? You do not have to do it. I think you, Hyun, could completely win on your own. As he played, Kong Hyun thought to himself, that is right. Now I can answer this question. He looked at Anna and William. Immediately after, he shifted his gaze to Zhang Yen, who was playing happily. Kong Hyun had the answer in his heart, I do not want to live a life where I have to sacrifice everything but myself just to succeed. As his harmonious melody joined the others, he thought, I want to move forward together with everyone. Right then, Anna suddenly looked at Kong Hyun. She gave a small happy smile. Anna's gaze lingered on Kong Hyun. This is the answer that Hyun found. The melody ended. Anna thought to herself, thank you so much, Hyun. The people standing outside who had witnessed the performance could not help but burst into thunderous applause. Kong Hyun walked along, whistling leisurely. He remembered the happy faces of everyone. Performing together was truly enjoyable, and everyone seemed much more cheerful than before, which was a relief. But then he turned pensive. This was the piece Anna was practicing, was not it? Kong Hyun stole a glance, wondering if she was nearby. He smiled, intending to walk over. Anna was currently playing her violin, just as he had thought. Sensing movement, she snapped her eyes open. Then Anna exclaimed in surprise, Hyun, were you watching? During his walk, Kong Hyun replied frankly, I heard a familiar melody. He praised her brightly, by the way, Anna, you are playing much better than before. Hearing these words, Anna joyfully grabbed Kong Hyun's hand. She asked shyly, Hyun, did you really notice? Anna then shared her struggles. Since we started practicing together, I feel much more comfortable performing. I do not tremble like before, and I am much less stressed. Kong Hyun joined in happily, really, that is great to hear. She held his hand tightly, once again, thank you Hyun. Anna smiled, thanks to you, I remembered how truly fun music is, and the reason why I must continue to pursue it. Then she asserted, from now on, even if I am afraid, I will try to overcome it. Kong Hyun grinned and asked, really, never forget this feeling. If you do that, no matter what happens, you will be able to pull through. He looked at the pretty girl before him, just like right now, hey. Suddenly, Anna turned pale and went silent. She said bashfully, Hyun, actually. Anna's face turned completely red as she stammered, I have something I want to tell you. The situation made Kong Hyun feel awkward as well. He stuttered, something you want to tell me, what is it? A brown-haired girl nearby was bewildered. This was truly astonishing. She leaned back. Compared to before, when she only saw them practicing day and night without any interaction, this was completely different. The girl imagined that this Queen Elizabeth competition was showing a surprising harmony, not at all like people about to enter the finals. She thought of Kong Hyun. The most interesting thing was that it was all thanks to Kong Hyun that boy had created this result. Then the brown-haired girl pondered. It was unbelievable that a 14-year-old boy knew how to treat people and lead others like that. She felt a bit emotional. Even Anna, who was always isolated, was led by him to perform together. She had even felt like crying while watching them rehearse. The brown-haired girl mused that when this was broadcast, not just those here, but everyone would turn their attention to that boy. She immediately smiled, I am counting on you, Hyun. On this side, Anna still had her head down in embarrassment. Kong Hyun remained silent and wondered, why are you hesitating so much? He gave a forced smile and guessed, it could not be. No way. Finally, Anna spoke up, you are thinking about the reason you pursue music, right? Hearing that, Kong Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. She confessed, actually, I have seen you practicing before. Anna recalled and recounted, it was probably not long after you entered the chapelle. As always, it was a wonderful performance, but... She remembered every detail. I remember clearly that there was a deep sense of insecurity in your melody back then. Hearing this, Kong Hyun wondered, is that so? So that showed through in my performance. At this point, Anna hesitated again, but... Her next words left him stunned. When you competed against William or practiced with me, I did not feel that at all. Listening to Anna, Kong Hyun fell into deep thought. Before hearing her say it, he thought it was just a fleeting feeling. Perhaps this could be the clue to resolving his anxieties. Then he asked himself, back then, what was my state of mind while performing? Kong Hyun pondered. It was true that at that time, he only thought about having to help them. Suddenly Ampere approached and called out, Hyun Kuan, there you are. Kong Hyun quickly turned around. What is the matter? The man urged him, I will explain on the way. Come with me to Mozart Hall. Immediately after, they both got into the car and drove away. He asked curiously, what is this about? Why are we suddenly going to Mozart Hall? Ampere exclaimed, Hyun Kuan. He asked directly, have you perhaps heard of Eden Simeon? Kong Hyun rubbed his chin and thought, Eden Simeon. He is one of the people who dedicated his life to conducting for Belgium. By the time I started getting interested in classical music, he had already retired, so other than that. He immediately replied, I only know that he is a famous conductor. Ampere said coldly, I see. Then he revealed, well then, today will be a very special session for you. Kong Hyun asked in great surprise, what do you mean? Ampere continued, furthermore, I will arrange for you to meet the conductor of the Belgian National Orchestra. He was confused. Don't tell me they called me today because... Before Kong Hyun could finish his sentence, the man gave a slight nod. His jaw dropped in shock, oh my god. The car slowly rolled on along with Kong Hyun's thoughts. Is it true that I will get to see Eden Simeon conducting live right before my eyes? An opportunity like this. He was incredibly excited, I can't believe it. Kong Hyun imagined standing before the grand hall. It felt so strange, it had been a long time since he had been back here. He lightly touched the door handle. This was truly a very solemn and ancient hall. Kong Hyun nervously gripped the door handle. Suddenly, he froze as he witnessed the scene before him. Then Kong Hyun stood watching from a distance, anxious. He wondered how magnificent the orchestra's performance would be. Have they just started? He silently took it in. This powerful yet very elegant sound was the clarinet. Kong Hyun observed everyone. The resonant clarinet sound marked a solemn beginning, a slow and powerful melody that enveloped the entire opening of the piece. He analyzed carefully as the baton tore through the air. Kong Hyun watched in admiration as the violins raised their heads. He watched intently, along with the cellos and contrabasses. It was a magnificent sight for Kong Hyun. This was the majestic overture of a symphony Tchaikovsky, Symphony No. 5. Suddenly, he stared intently with concern. Kong Hyun glanced at the horn players, excellent artists, each one talented. Next were the string players, moving in harmony like a single body under the conductor's command. Finally, the person managing everything. He placed his hand on his chest. Was it because he had gained many talents he did not have in his past life? This feeling was completely different from when he heard orchestras before. Then Kong Hyun pursed his lips tightly. Even the act of swallowing felt like a crime. He recalled that Tchaikovsky once described the opening of the Fifth Symphony like this: complete submission to fate, the intervention of a god whom no one knows. Like a person rowing alone in a vast ocean, this funeral-like music was like wandering on a dark, deep sea without a lighthouse, the musical theme repeating through the movements. Hands appeared submerged in the water, transforming and changing, and then finally, the image of that woman appeared per aspera ad astra, through hardships to the stars. Kong Hyun followed those hands. They transformed into a triumphant anthem. He blushed in amazement. It was a grand climax of the highest order, his whole body trembling uncontrollably with emotion. Kong Hyun mused, so this is the performance of the Belgian National Orchestra. The next second, he stood rooted to the spot, observing. Kong Hyun looked at the woman's back. Good grief, I am completely mesmerized. He then followed after her hurriedly, not knowing how much time had passed. Suddenly, the maestro turned to look. Her gaze made Kong Hyun's heart skip a beat. This was. He suddenly felt anxious. What is this familiar sense of pressure? Suddenly the maestro spoke. Violinist, this performance was specifically for you. She was serious. Listen to this symphony. Then she asked bluntly, what did you feel? But Kong Hyun just stood there dazed. This grandeur felt as if. The image of Jang Won appeared, facing Chairman Sun. At this moment, his eyes widened as if he realized something. Suddenly Kong Hyun turned away in fear. Could it be that she is testing me? He raised his guard. If this person was the same type as Chairman Sun. Then Kong Hyun spoke up, well, the horns in the second movement. He responded knowledgeably, in the third and fourth movements, the first violins and cellos respectively, and. Then Kong Hyun asserted, in the first movement, the initial conducting direction was wrong. The maestro asked calmly, you detected the lack of harmony in the piece very well. How did you know? He paused for a beat. Although he often listened to this symphony, he had never memorized or looked at the full score. It was just a feeling, but how could he say it fluently? Kong Hyun stammered that. Well. Not making it any harder for him, she said, this contestant is very sharp. The maestro smiled. Please come in. I hope today is a good experience for you. Hearing these words, Kong Hyun felt completely relieved. I was worried over nothing. She guided him kindly. First of all, come here and greet the members. He obediently followed, yes. Kong Hyun felt a bit shy. That is right, this is an opportunity the chapelle gave me. I hope I can learn many things. He said to himself, and also find the answer for my own reasons. Not long after, Kong Hyun had integrated with everyone. Is he really only 14? Incredible. The maestro asked curiously, is this your first time performing with an orchestra? He immediately confirmed, yes, maestro. She did not reply, only gave him a slight glance. Immediately, the maestro instructed, practical experience is better than just hearing theory, is not it? Let us practice once. If you have anything to say, do not hesitate. Kong Hyun cheered delightedly, yes, madam. He gently opened his violin case. As soon as Kong Hyun lifted his instrument, everyone around was astonished. Is that the miracle people have been whispering about? Quiet now. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the maestro spoke up, don't make noise. She then asked, there is probably no need for further explanation, right? The piece is Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony that we just played. Kong Hyun smiled excitedly. This is my first time performing in an ensemble, so I am a bit nervous, but an opportunity to play with so many people like this does not come often. I wonder. He lightly touched the violin. I am also looking forward to it. The music immediately rang out. Kong Hyun looked at everyone in wonder. He looked at a person on the opposite side. Then he looked over at the two flute players. Then at the percussionist. Kong Hyun focused on the maestro leading the group. He instinctively smiled and blushed. Kong Hyun thought happily, so this is what it feels like to perform with a large orchestra. The maestro glanced at him and remarked, truly astonishing. At this moment, Kong Hyun closed his eyes and drifted with the music. Even though I intentionally conducted with a slightly different rhythm and tone, he still kept up perfectly. Everyone also seemed surprised as they looked at him, and what is more, Kong Hyun continued to enjoy the notes. Someone looked at him and smiled innocently. Even the maestro had to give a slight smile. Kong Hyun seemed to be immersed in his own space. At this moment, he was overjoyed to witness something. She handed Kong Hyun some sheets of musical notation. Now feel free to edit the parts you want to change. Kong Hyun happily accepted immediately, yes. He immediately set to work on the edits. The maestro observed and thought to herself, what a wonderful child. His edits are completely different. She could feel it, as if he had a world of his own. Suddenly a voice called out, Maestro. Kong Hyun's question surprised the maestro. Was there a hint of an insecure melody in my performance just now? She immediately denied it. No, on the contrary, it was the opposite. You worried so. Seeing that look of anxiety, the maestro smiled softly to reassure him. She asked gently, didn't you yourself smile while you were playing? Kong Hyun fell into silent contemplation. Did I play music to harmonize with others? Perhaps there is another reason. He handed over the parts he had edited and said, it is done. Here it is. The maestro took them, thank you. Kong Hyun sat and watched as she reviewed them anxiously. The maestro smiled slightly in praise, excellent. You found every point that you thought had a problem. But he countered him. Kong Hyun stated his view. I adjusted them to fit the rhythm that the maestro and the orchestra members can perform best. If it were a... Hearing this, she was extremely astonished. Then the maestro asked curiously, I heard you received a letter of recommendation from Spencer. Did you study conducting under him? She continued to praise him. You truly have a natural talent, as if you met the god of music at the chapelle. Kong Hyun asked back, confused, the god of music. The girl beside them explained happily, there is a legend passed down that a god of music exists at the chapelle. A thought flashed by, with the radiant dawn, the god of music will come to meet the chosen one. The maestro smiled and added, this story is very popular among violinists. He chuckled and replied, that is an interesting story. But then Kong Hyun instinctively thought, wait, the god of music. He still could not accept it. No way, that could not be it. She continued to bring out other pages. Next, let us try playing this piece. Suddenly someone exclaimed in surprise, was all of this edited by Hyun? The maestro smiled proudly and said, yes, truly impressive, is not it? Ampere picked it up to look, he will become an outstanding violinist. She spoke up, but is that all? Hearing that, he was bewildered, what do you mean? The maestro insisted, Hyun is the first person to completely resolve the problem I have posed for decades in conducting. And in the editing of the score, he found all the points that I felt were unstable, while playing. She asserted seriously, he does not just have talent as a musician, but also possesses the talent of a conductor. The maestro suddenly realized, truly, it seems the rumors in Brussels are true. Ampere asked in surprise, rumors. She recounted comfortably, the story about the reincarnated Mozart. Suddenly someone asked, after the performance ended, how did you feel? Hirose replied calmly, I could say it felt like a sweet candy melting in my mouth. Even though I have played the violin for many years, I still felt very nervous. She smiled, just like the first time I held a violin. Basie eagerly asked further, I heard someone received your recommendation letter in Brussels, and was even chosen for the final list. She wondered, do you know about it? But before Hirose could answer, she was interrupted. Do you know that person possesses the Stradivarius fantasy? She said with relief, so that is how it is. Finally, the fantasy has found its owner after a long journey. Basie followed up, it seems like a very impressive person. Although I have not talked much, but... Hirose gently said, whether lost or confused, thank you for the offer, but for now, everyone will eventually find their own path. She thought of Kong Hyun, it is not yet the time to play this violin. That is a true violinist. Basie quickly took notes of these words. Then she asked another question, the last question. You said after this performance you will rest for a while, so do you have any specific plans yet? But Hirosei's answer made Basie jump. First, I plan to take the evening flight to Belgium. She stared with concern. The Queen of Strings had never taught anyone, so the fact that she wrote a recommendation letter had already caused a sensation. Basie thought, gaped, now she is directly going to Belgium. This is the time to verify the truth of those rumors. She immediately blurted out, is the person participating in Queen Elizabeth? Basie asked bluntly. Hirosei's student. This made Hirosei burst out laughing. Student? Basie was embarrassed. Isn't it? There are rumors like that. She immediately denied it. I can see how it could be misunderstood. Hirosei hesitated, instead of calling him a student. Then she slowly affirmed. Calling him a friend would be more accurate. Suddenly a hand appeared. It was Kong Hyun, immersed in deep thought. He felt like he was about to grasp something, but it was not yet clear. He instinctively clenched his fist. What is the reason I play music? Kong Hyun recalled. If playing with someone was the only reason. He thought of Hirosei. Then I will never be able to become an independent violinist. Then Kong Hyun rolled over dejectedly and said, I do not know anymore. But immediately, he opened his eyes again. Then Kong Hyun stared at his violin case. He immediately grabbed it and went deep into the forest. Kong Hyun looked around. I think this is the place. He told himself, if the deer the conductor mentioned is the one I saw, then for what reason did it appear before me? Kong Hyun decided to keep going. Is it expecting something from me? Is the musical talent I gained, and my return to the past? Just then, a white deer approached. All meant for something. His eyes widened in shock. Kong Hyun shouted out, there it is. He stood motionless, looking at the deer. Suddenly the violin case glowed. The violin. Kong Hyun realized right away, you want me to play it. He clenched his hand tight. Not long after, Kong Hyun was standing there playing a melodious tune. The music became more and more intense. He seemed to realize something, so he was quite tense. The deer stood still there, listening. While playing, Kong Hyun thought, what if? What if this music is not accepted? He remembered when he was very happy. Would it take back the talent and opportunity it had granted him, all of it? Kong Hyun thought of that and gritted his teeth. Then he showed clear determination. Just that one thing. Kong Hyun frowned and grimaced, that thing is. As soon as he finished, he breathed a sigh of relief. The deer suddenly looked up. Then it suddenly ran away, leaving Kong Hyun bewildered. Ha! He shouted out in despair. No, wait. At this moment, Kong Hyun's legs buckled. Being too exhausted and shocked, he tumbled to the ground. By now, the deer's figure had completely vanished. On this side, Anna was humming excitedly. She smiled gently. I slept well last night, so I woke up quite early. It is still before mealtime, let us practice a bit. Anna opened the door and saw something. Oh, someone's here. It was Kong Hyun. He immediately turned around. His appearance was so haggard that she screamed in fright. Hyun. Kong Hyun replied weakly, Sister Anna, hello. Anna shouted in worry, my God, look at you. Have you been in the practice room all night? He said dejectedly. I had a few things to think about. But she still had not cooled her anger. Still, there is no need for that. Anna was anxious. Overdoing it will harm your health. Go back to your room and rest. Kong Hyun said gloomily, yes, I understand. I will go back and rest now. He dragged his weary steps. Thank you, and Kong Hyun felt dazed. Oh dear, it is embarrassing standing here without opening the door. She asked worriedly, are you really okay? Suddenly a voice rang out, Hyun is so great, play music for me. You are truly an outstanding talent. Thanks a lot, Hyun. He instinctively smiled. Someone praised my talent, I had good relationships, and every time I reached a higher level, I truly felt very happy. But then it turned sad. But that joy was only for a moment, and when that moment passed, I felt my heart grow cold again. A person stood there in deep thought. With no clear reason, just climbing high based on my own ability made me think that this life is no different from my past life. Kong Hyun thought, even though I returned and gained musical talent, has my nature not changed, if I live a life just like my previous one? He lay on the bed with tears in his eyes. Will I feel that emptiness again? Kong Hyun kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He stared into the empty void. Then Kong Hyun recalled, if that is the case, the pressure on the employees will increase greatly. However, the company will definitely grow. This is a sacrifice for the future of the next generation. Chairman. Spencer's image appeared along with a thought, because of our past affection, I will help you this time. But after this, let us not contact each other anymore. Next was Hirose. I cannot accept such a request, Hyun. Kong Hyun's face went blank as he asked himself, why did everyone react like that? I was only talking about mutual benefits. He thought under pressure, why that expression? Isn't it better than that cramped house? Jangwon was also harsh, I misjudged you. From now on, I will cut ties with you. That matter. Then he turned his back and left. Chairman. Kong Hyun chased after her anxiously. Yoa. Yuha thought coldly, it turns out that music, and even us, are just tools to you. She also turned away, leaving him with a void of thoughts. Why did you leave me? Money, fame, we have it all. I even had a good proposal for everyone. Kong Hyun knelt on the ground in helplessness. He jolted awake in tears. Don't go, please. Kong Hyun gasped in fear. He realized with worry it was just a dream. Kong Hyun felt relieved in his heart. Thank goodness, truly thank goodness. But then he grew fearful again. What if this is not a dream, but the future that awaits? Kong Hyun sat there brooding. If I continue like this, obsessed with talent and immediate benefits, it will surely happen. Ironically, he felt bothered because, in this situation, he was actually hungry. Kong Hyun quietly went to find something to eat. No wonder I felt so drained of motivation. As soon as he opened the door, the sight before him startled him. Seeing everyone gathered together, Kong Hyun was bewildered. Why is everyone gathered here? Eric spoke up. You are finally out. I thought I was going to starve to death. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, hungry? You guys have not eaten anything this whole time, Eric exclaimed. Hey. Eric reminded him, today is your turn to handle lunch. Kong Hyun said dejectedly, you could have just woken me up or swapped shifts with someone else. Zhang Yen beamed. I heard from Anna that you overexerted yourself practicing until morning. You must have been exhausted, so I did not have the heart to wake you. Eric said eagerly, besides, I really wanted to see your cooking skills. I truly could not wait any longer. Anna timidly asked, Hyun, do you feel any better? Kong Hyun did not respond but stood frozen. Everyone cared for me on purpose. He smiled happily. Since everyone waited this long, I have no choice. Let me show off my skills a bit. A moment later, the table was laid out with all sorts of delicious-looking dishes. Eric was moved to tears of surprise. You are good at cooking too, unbelievable, the person beside him cheered. Finally, we get to eat. I was starving. Kong Hyun enjoyed the meal happily. I guess I pushed myself too hard, but it is okay once in a while. William asked coldly, did you practice all night? He stammered. Well, that. William scolded him curtly, what you did was not right, so I won't say anything more. Zhang Yen smiled brightly. You mean you were worried, right, William? Eric spoke up to break the tension. We were all worried. Everyone was standing outside your room all morning. Kong Hyun smiled, that much. Anna said gently, thanks to Hyun, everyone can play music and laugh like this. She spoke from the bottom of her heart, so, I hope Hyun can also laugh and enjoy music as much as everyone else. Zhang Yen burst out laughing while William looked extremely annoyed. Eric also joined in with a loud laugh. Kong Hyun silently affirmed that this was exactly what he hoped for. He said, Anna, thank you for worrying about me today. She was surprised. What? Anna asked again, are you okay now? Kong Hyun smiled brightly. Truly, thank you. He waved goodbye cheerfully. Well then, Anna, see you later. Her face flushed red, but she did not forget to caution him. Go. Be careful. Kong Hyun took his violin to that forest alone once again. He was certain that even if the deer did not appear, it was definitely watching him. As he thought, Kong Hyun slowly raised his violin. Actually, even if you are not watching me. He immediately drew his bow. I will still call for you. Kong Hyun played with total ease. Back then, I played with a heart full of insecurity, but now it is different. He enjoyed it immensely. No need to please a god. The reason I play music. The melodious sound echoed his inner thoughts. The reason I make music. Kong Hyun suddenly thought of those who have received the great gift from the heavens. He thought of William. We are those who pursue melodies together, those who share a sincere friendship. Next was the image of you, those who have received warm love. And many other friends appeared. Let us gather together and sing a song of joy. Night began to fall. A bright light illuminated the spot where Kong Hyun stood. Sweat poured down his face. Despite the fatigue, Kong Hyun did not give up. Suddenly, the white deer appeared again. Seeing it, he stared in surprise. The deer also stood there, looking at him. Then it seemed to dissolve into a strange light. Kong Hyun suddenly fell backward in pain. He snapped his eyes open and saw the light ahead. Kong Hyun looked toward the shining light, wondering, did I pass the test? Before him stood a majestic white castle. A large crowd had gathered. Hyunja looked down sadly. On the other side, Jang Won wore a smug smile. Elsewhere, Hirose and Spencer also shared a slight smile. The stage lights suddenly went out completely. An announcement appeared. Queen Elizabeth competition, the final round begins. Many people excitedly filed inside. Anna said nervously, "Did everyone see the crowd outside? It is huge." William sighed and asked, "Are you that nervous?" He added, "I am used to being on stage, so it is fine." But Eric teased him instantly, "Your legs are shaking right now." William froze up. "What are you talking about?" He argued back, "You have been fiddling with your violin this whole time too." Eric would not back down. "So what?" Anna waved her hands dazed to stop them. "Don't fight." Kong Hyun suddenly asked, "Are you nervous too?" He called out, "Zhang Yan." Zhang Yan replied calmly, "That is one way to put it. This is the final round, after all." Zhang Yan expressed, "Besides, there has never been an audience this large before." He smiled to reassure them, "Don't worry." Kong Hyun asserted firmly, "All the people here are not the type to laugh at someone else's efforts." Zhang Yan smiled at him and said, "Let us just play happily as we have always done." Suddenly a voice interrupted, "Hyun, honestly." The person continued, "Sometimes it feels like I am talking to someone with decades of experience." Kong Hyun was dazed. "Of course, I am a few years older than you kids." The stage lights now focused on the center. The host held the mic, preparing to speak. He introduced clearly, "And now, we shall begin the final round of the Queen Elizabeth competition." They stood inside proudly listening. This year's competition features many great violinists. Among them, 12 have passed the final hurdle to stand before you today. Yuha sat below, extremely excited. Please respect their blood, sweat, and tears. Enjoy the melodies of the participants and bless their futures. Suddenly the host opened the door and stepped in. "Contestant number 8 for the final round. Please take the stage." Eric said confidently, "It is my turn. I am off." Anna smiled radiantly, "Good luck." William did not forget to add, "Go overwhelm the audience." Zhang Yan also wished him well, "Good luck, Eric. I believe you will deliver a wonderful piece." Kong Hyun also placed his trust, "Eric, make it a grand performance." He turned back to look at everyone, deeply moved. Eric smiled and waved, "Of course." The host announced again, "Contestant number 9, please be ready." Zhang Yan nodded, "Yes." He gave a wide smile. Kong Hyun walked over and handed the violin to William. Ampere was watching them. He was quite surprised. This is the first time Queen Elizabeth has taken place with contestants cheering for each other and laughing like this. Ampere stared at Kong Hyun and William. "Is this a competition with no losers?" Immediately after, he turned to smile at him. "Not just skill, but impressive in many ways." William stood up. "Next is my turn, right?" Suddenly someone called out, "William." Kong Hyun stepped forward. "Don't forget the goal and the melody you are aiming for." He felt tense. This kid. Then William switched to a joking tone, "Always worrying about others. Watch out, I might just beat you." Kong Hyun was surprised. "What?" William bowed low, "I know, you idiot." He replied dejectedly, "You really are something." He immediately patted Kong Hyun's head and laughed happily. He stood waving, "Go quickly and come back." William walked off fast, "See you later." The stage lights followed his every step. The host introduced, "Contestant number 10, please begin." William immediately began to play. The spotlight shone directly on him. Lanchi sat below, listening intently. His eyes suddenly flashed. This performance. Lanchi imagined a magical scene. He felt as if William were playing in the middle of a forest, like a light flashing through the trees. Lanchi calmly envisioned it warm but not burning. The notes through his words were flashy bright but not blinding. Lanchi imagined himself sitting in the woods enjoying the music. The melodious sounds continued to ring out. Wonderful. He observed closely. He has kept his own color, but it is more refined and powerful. Then Lanchi praised him, "Very good. You have truly grown." William bowed his head shyly. He remembered every moment and every word. In the second round, your music was still a fire that could burn itself, but today is completely different. William smiled smugly. The trip to the chapelle seems to have been a good experience. A thought flashed by, I have met them. Along with Eric and Zhang Yan, the friends who walked beside him. Lanqi closed his eyes slightly. Thank you for giving such a wonderful performance. Your melody. He silently congratulated. I hope one day it spreads throughout the world. Inside, Anna was very anxious. Kong Hyun urged her, it is almost your turn. She stood up abruptly, I must get ready. Anna called out, Hyun. He replied with a smile, yes. She beamed, thanks to you, I was able to escape the thoughts that used to torment me. Thank you so much. Kong Hyun was humble. I was only a guide. You escaped on your own, Anna. Anna still insisted politely, but I still have to thank you. She recalled that moment, I will never forget that day. Then Anna smiled gently. Seeing this, Kong Hyun silently watched her. Immediately, Anna turned away, you too. She walked away decisively. Anna stepped calmly onto the stage. By now, her face was soaked with sweat from nervousness. Anna's hands trembled uncontrollably. She looked down at the audience. Her face turned cold, showing her determination. The next second, she began to play. Anna gracefully drew her violin bow. The audience below was satisfied by the melodious tune. Hyun smiled at her. The sound was gentle yet warm. He silently commented, it is like a piece longing for someone. The player's character seems to be clearly conveyed. Neela Young sat below, her eyes wide with admiration for Anna. She thought to herself, this is. Neela Young felt the rich tone was like. She felt like she was seeing flowers blooming everywhere. Neela Young looked at the woman elegantly playing her violin and could not help but admire. This feels like falling in love. Neela Young clasped her hands, her gaze full of recognition. Hyun sitting nearby also chuckled. Truly. Kong Hyun placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and absorbed it. It felt like listening to a first love's confession. The performance ended, and Anna gently bowed to the audience. Hyun praised her, a wonderful performance, completely different from the second round. His eyes looked at her gently. He continued to ask, leaving Anna momentarily dazed, your time at the chapelle was truly happy, was not it? Anna gave a wide smile, her eyes sparkling as she replied yes. She thought, it truly was a very happy time. In her future performances. The image of Kong Hyun appeared in her mind, and with a heart full of nostalgia, she wondered, will I ever experience that feeling again? Anna remembered what Kong Hyun once said, like when flowers are in full bloom. At that time, she had blushed at the boy's words, which sparkled like a precious gem. Such a valuable experience. Hyun, in the audience, smiled slightly. He said, how fortunate. His tone was sincere, thank you for bringing such a warm performance. It is as if I witnessed that scene myself. Anna blushed at the praise. She turned to look at the corner of the stage. No one was there, only particles of light slowly falling. Kong Hyun's back appeared in her mind. Anna asked herself, did you see it too? Anna was immersed in emotion. She smiled. She thought, thank you. If you were listening, that alone is enough. Kong Hyun thought nervously, now, it is almost my turn. He gave a soft smile. Truly. Kong Hyun reminisced. So many things had happened. His inner self was now calm. Looking back. He had been torn, but now only regret for the past remained, as if he had blindly chased gold and silver while trampling on precious jewels. Kong Hyun wondered if his wrong actions in the past. He recalled every memory, stemming from the regret of living that way. Kong Hyun looked at the bow in his hand and thought, the chance to wash away that regret has finally come, through music. He looked at the bow, his mind falling into contemplation. Initially, everything was so foreign. Then Kong Hyun smiled with spirit. But now, it is like a part of my body. Outside, a man called out loudly, contestant number 12, please take the stage. Kong Hyun replied, yes. He stepped onto the stage with total confidence. The golden light from the stage filtered gently through the waiting room door. Kong Hyun walked gracefully toward the stage lights. In the audience, Yuha asked excitedly, Grandpa, it is Hyun's turn. Yang Tang replied gently, it seems so. Seeing Kong Hyun step onto the stage, Yuha screamed, it is Hyun. The girl boldly cheered, good luck, Hyun. Kong Hyun gave a tender smile in response. Reaching the center of the stage, his steps stopped. Kong Hyun introduced himself. I am contestant number 12. With that, he immediately placed his bow on the violin and took his performance stance. Song Tang watched him with kind eyes. That boy. It is like he is found where he belongs. Alexei watched with anticipation. What a good expression. You arrogant brat, let us see what answer you bring. Kong Hyun thought to himself, well then, let us begin. The music began to sound. The rising and falling notes instantly filled the hall. The audience below was immersed in the melody, everyone stunned. A woman looked surprised as the sound echoed. She thought, the sound is full of regret, like a faint moonlight falling on a cold field. The woman's inner self was full of emotion, as if listening to the music of a suffering old man. The woman wondered, what kind of life has this boy lived? In the audience, everyone shed tears. What was there to regret? The woman asked herself how he could convey such emotion. Backstage, Anna and Eric also listened intently. Alexei was also pensive. William, standing in the wings, thought, the melodies carrying his own experiences and emotions are excellent, but Alexei also found it confusing as he listened. What are you thinking? William wondered, if it continues like this, it will just be a repeat of his previous performance. He fell into contemplation. He had once played a flawless piece, but truly. William glanced at the stage and wondered, are you satisfied with that? Alexei's gaze also grew serious. He judged, at this rate, it is just a repetition of before. Suddenly Alexei paused. A tone made his heart skip a beat. Wait, this flow. The entire hall seemed to emit a strangely beautiful light. The audience below gasped in shock. Every melody rang out exquisitely. Alexei now broke into a smile. As expected. On stage, a glowing deer seemed to stand beside him. Alexei was silently satisfied. He has summoned that god. Mississippi Park kept rubbing her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. What is this? Lanchi's face was also struck with shock. He was stunned. What is this deep and rich tone? This is not the depth a child of that age can express. This emotion, as barren as this forest. Is it regret? Lanchi quickly denied it in his mind. No, it is not just regret. How could regret shine like that? It must have another meaning. On stage, Kong Hyun played with all his heart. He thought money, fame, I had everything I wanted. The bow in his hand moved faster and faster. The violin seemed to have a soul, continuously emitting sounds that dazzled the listeners. But I realized too late that some things are more important. He thought, therefore, I desire nothing else now. Kong Hyun mused, my only wish is. He bowed urgently, the resonances clashing and surging repeatedly. Yuha covered her mouth in shock. Song Tang was also surprised. Every string vibrated with powerful emotion. To end, he drew the bow sharply and decisively. It is just. Kong Hyun stood rooted under the stage lights. His face was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in gasps. Regaining his composure, he looked directly at the audience below. The entire hall was submerged in the echoes of the performance. Everyone was silent. It took a long time before exclamations began to ring out. Everyone jumped to their feet, giving Kong Hyun a massive round of applause. He smiled, satisfied with his own performance. Alexei also stood up in praise. The conclusion after regret. Applause exploded across the stage. He wore a satisfied smile. I see. That is the reason you found. Alexei's voice echoed, playing music to bring happiness to everyone. He praised him endlessly, truly an arrogant child to the very end. The performance over, Kong Hyun began to leave the stage. I am so glad I came here. Truly happy. Samuel also spoke up. See, I told you you would be happy coming here. The judges gathered to score. At the same time, someone came out to speak. He announced seriously, thank you for waiting. His voice echoed as everyone waited. The winner of this year's Queen Elizabeth competition is. The result surprised everyone. Number 12, Kong Hyun. Everyone was happy for him. Kong Hyun was shyly immersed in the moment. Everyone wore a happy smile. Looking at this scene, he also felt happy in his heart. Then, he gave a truly genuine smile. A while later, everyone had left. Kong Hyun held the trophy in his hand and remarked, I am overwhelmed. This trophy is quite heavy. Suddenly a voice called out, Hyun. Jang Won explained with a smile, "Did everyone come here? We wanted to congratulate Hyun immediately. It will probably take you a while to go inside and pack your things." "Yuha, what is wrong?" Yong Tang spoke up, "Congratulations on your victory, Hyun. I am very happy." Hyunja was proud. "Hyun, you have worked hard. You were amazing, my son." He looked up gratefully, "Thank you, Grandpa." "Thank you, Mother." Then another call came, "Hyun." It was Yu-ha and Hong-ha. Kong Hyun turned his head and recognized them, the Queen.
Maestro.
Hirose approached to shake hands. "Congratulations on your win." He replied, "Thank you. I was planning to see you first. Thank you so much for the recommendation letter." Spencer suddenly interrupted, "No need to thank us. Your final performance said it all." However, he gripped Kong Hyun's hand and advised, "Don't forget that the first offer came from our London Volante Orchestra, huh?" Hirose helplessly reminded Spencer, "Do not be so blatant. The choice belongs to Hyun." She seemed to understand. "I am sure you will be very busy." He asked blankly, "Me?" Hirose said, "Many people will be paying attention to you." She tried to express her sincerity, "But I still have much I want to share. I hope we can meet again soon." "Yes." He replied politely, "If it is a request from the Queen, I am always available." A while later, the crowd had thinned out. Kong Hyun looked at his bag pensively. "It is time to say goodbye." Eric teased him, "What, are you feeling nostalgic, champ? Well, of course I am nostalgic." He sincerely thanked everyone again. "Thank you so much, everyone." This made everyone shy. Why say that all of a sudden? Honestly, if not for you, I would not have made these wonderful friends. Everyone joined in. I also found the joy in music again thanks to Hyun. That is right. The whole room was filled with happiness. We can all take a step forward because of Hyun. Thank you very much. The next second, the two sides said their goodbyes. Kong Hyun turned and walked away proudly. In his heart, he prayed, "Will we meet again?" Suddenly Alexei approached Kong Hyun, surprising him. He waved goodbye in a panic. "Goodbye." However, the man patted Kong Hyun's shoulder as if to encourage him. Alexei's face was full of regret. "I take back my words about an arrogant child." He had recognized his ability. Violinist. This act made Kong Hyun happy. "Thank you very much, senior." Later, he reached the main road. Kong Hyun turned to look back at that building full of memories. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Perhaps I did not grow up in my past life. He remembered that happy scene. But rather, I grew up here. Kong Hyun's mood was wonderful. Suddenly a voice reminded him, "Brother, what are you doing? Let us go." Everyone had gathered and was waiting for him. Kong Hyun sank back into his emotions. He closed his eyes to fully savor this moment. He stepped forward. It was time. A new path had opened. It was time to return.